hi there. I just sneaked into the players' stage to get, the experience of how it is like to play. Anyways, hello Europe. Welcome to the grand finals of the Amazon University Esports Masters 2022. We missed being in this stage. I missed it so much. The lights, the seats, and I'm sure you did too, didn't you? Well, today is the day of the finals, and it's the day for new beginnings for many of the players starting their professional esports careers. But it's also kind of a sad day because many of them will be ending them. So everyone wants to win this, right? It's not like the glory and the prize pool, all those amazing things that come with winning the title are at risk. I wouldn't be nervous at all, and I'm sure AGH from Poland and Esports Team 20 from the Netherlands are not nervous. I'm sure they are excited to be here. And, next year it might be you. Who knows? It's a possibility. So in any case, I want to thank you for watching. Thank you for taking part in this. Especially thank you to Twitch, Steam and Intel for sponsoring the event and making it possible. I'm Caroline, your host for the week and your host for today, and I hope you're having as much fun as I am. But with that being said, there's one last thing to say. Let the grand finals begin!
First blood, shut down. Pentakill.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2022 European Amazon Esports Masters. Of course, we're going to get away the grand finals today. Myself, Takua, Blackbox and Melvin Izzle. Once more, how are you all doing?
Yeah, good. Super excited for this one. It should be an absolutely insane day. We already had a great time yesterday and excited for it to continue.
Oh, one of my favourite things is covering teams day to day, and getting to do that in person, seeing their reactions and watching them come off the stage is just something you can't replicate.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, begs the question, what is University Esports? If you haven't been keeping up with it, of course, it is, of course, the big tournament throughout the whole of Europe, but it isn't just League.
No, we've got games from all across the spectrum, whatever your style is, if you like the Rocket League rather than those big MOBAs, we've got that for you. There are all sorts. TFT, perhaps. You don't have those fast mechanics, who cares? If you can use your brain, there's absolutely an esport for you.
Yeah, the mechanics aren't necessarily something we're all blessed with, but for a lot of these players, they most definitely are.
Oh, yeah.
And all of them are competing for that top spot and to set their reputation for, well, the whole of Europe, right? This is one of the biggest tournaments there is, and for these students, for a lot of them, this will be the biggest stage any of them get to play on, which is just an amazing feeling for us as well to get to be here for it.
Oh yeah, we saw already with Carmeline and that amazing stage that all of the players on. We'll see a little bit more of that later on. But this is the top teams from all of the regions across Europe in League of Legends. Top teams from their domestic leagues, they come over onto this stage. They've been competing throughout, and it's been a long road to get here.
And of course, who are our finalists? We have the bracket here for you to show exactly who has been qualifying, and of course it is AGH versus Esports Team 20 in the finals, and third and fourth was AIX versus Yenomesler, which the game has been played, and we do have the result to share with you and recap a little bit of.
Yeah, it was unfortunate times for the German squad. Yenomesler picking up that third place, a little bit of the prize pool that comes with that as well. Commiserations right here to the German squad. They played excellently throughout the entire tournament, and unfortunate that it had to end this way. Congratulations to Yenomesler on managing to pick up that third place.
Absolutely. Some of the stuff we got to see from them was, well, let's be honest, more of what we love.
Yeah.
We would not stop talking about Yenomesler, even though they went 0-2 yesterday. It was in such dramatic fashion, and the fact that they were able to find some victories is something that I'm sure they will take home with pride. It is extremely fun to be able to celebrate with your team, and I think all of these players, regardless of result, are ready to party.
Yeah, we're sat in here getting ready, rehearsals while the third place match is going on, and you can hear them yelling at each other, jumping into each other's arms, celebrating when they do well. It's so good.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun match. And if you did watch Yenomesler yesterday, you would understand their sort of gameplay, and we have some highlights coming from those games. You can see exactly what sort of chaos that the Turkish team were able to provide for you.
Yeah, we'll see that in just a second, but we'll prep you a little bit. The Turkish team likes to play through every single lane with just full aggression at all times.
And one of the favorite parts about it was just they skill check you constantly. You are not allowed to be off your game because the ever-ending aggression coming out, particularly from Burkus, the player we were highlighting a lot yesterday, on their Karma. You know, we've got the Bard that we threw on the floor a couple times because they were never allowed to play it. Dropping back to that Karma in some of the games we saw, and finally they were able to have that impact on the map that we love to get from them.
Yeah, it was such good fun to get to watch them, and it's a shame we don't get to see them in the finals, but the teams we do get to see in the finals are also excellent. I mean, it was an unfortunate reality as well for the German squad that they didn't have their best player, their mid laner.
Yeah, of course, Relative was not able to attend, so Aquador was replacing them. They did showcase a few more things that we might have expected them to showcase with Relative previously, as the Diana Yasuo in particular, with Aquador having played that. Didn't work out so well, of course, because Yanamaz had to take that win, but commiserations to the team. But, of course, that experience of being able to play UEM, still getting that top 4 prize, which is a decent amount of money for the university students.
Yeah, it's a pretty big chunk, and also you can't discount, because you ended up having a bit of a rough finals weekend, the incredible performances that we saw across the entire tournament. This tournament has been going on since March. It is a long tournament. Yep. I feel like I've aged several years since then, but all across the board, it was fantastic play.
When you say it like that, it really does go to hit you, because we have been on multiple different patches, all the way, I believe it was 12.5, the very start of the tournament for our League of Legends bracket, and the fact that these teams have been able to evolve with the meta game since then. If you remember, that was the Jinx patch, right? Yep. I mean, she was there for a bit longer than one patch, sadly enough, for everybody that wasn't playing Jinx. But the fact that we went from that existence to just, again, a bit more Zeri action, and then the reworks of the things like the Rengar, the Talia, the Olaf, etc., and now we're on durability update. All of that has been the same tournament, so the players here today, on stage, the competitions from the semi-finalists yesterday, all of them have to have shown such versatility that is unmatched.
Yeah, and they are all competing for this gigantic prize pool, aren't they?
Yeah, we've had a little brief talk about what the third and fourth might be, but of course today they are playing for that 5,000, 1,000 per player. Of course, you still come away with a pretty penny if you do come second, but of course you want to come away with the first prize and the bragging rights that come with them.
Absolutely, you get to lift that fantastic trophy that we saw a little bit in the background of the entrance as well. We'll see it a little bit more later on. I can tell you it is fantastic. It's about as tall as my upper body, which admittedly not gigantic, but it's a big trophy.
Well, I was running the numbers a little bit on that prize pool, and I believe you can get an extra 1,200 bags of ramen if you get from that second to first place, which for a lot of these university students would be massive. It is something that, I mean, it takes a lot of pressure off you, right, at the end of the day.
It really does.
Yeah, it's a nice little bit, and also you're playing your favourite game, probably. Well, is League of Legends anybody's favourite game?
Okay, the most played game from all of them. Like, it is just that game that everybody has put in an insane amount of time into. And there's a reason that we are all here is because we also love the game. All the players back there love the game. That's the reason that they're shouting. It's the camaraderie of it. That team spirit is something you do not get to match when you're at home just playing a solo queue game.
Yeah, you win, you're like, woo, and then you turn off your PC and...
It's sometimes it's like, oh, only that much LP?
Yeah.
Sure.
Cool.
LP
I'm glad I'm losing
are,
less than I'm...
an interesting system, but that's not the point for today, obviously.
Yes. No LP gains here, just possible massive amounts of money if they're able to win.
Alright, I think we have some content available for you, some interviews with the Polish team. You can have a look at exactly what they have to offer, what they've been talking about regarding UEM and the team in general, and have a little bit of fun whilst they're playing with it.
Hello, my name is Adam and my nickname is Crazy.
Which team are you from? Which university are you from? And what course do you study?
I'm from AGH. I'm studying cybersecurity, and my team is AGH.
What does university esports mean to you?
For me, playing in university sports is a really nice journey.
In one word, what does university esports mean to you?
Amazing.
How has your experience of UEM been so far?
So far, it's been really nice being here, and it's a great tournament.
How do you feel having reached the Amazon University Esports Finals and traveling to Spain?
It feels really good to be in Spain and to play finals online on stage.
How did you find your university esports team?
I think my team is really amazing and they are great people inside and outside of the game.
And which team do you want to face in the finals and why?
In finals, I want to face Turkish team because I think they're a bit worse than the Holland team.
There you go. Had an interview from Crazy there. Some interesting stuff to be said by the Polish captain.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they didn't get to play against the team that they desired, as rightfully said. Turns out that Twenta's quite good at League of Legends, and I mean, just to quickly harp on something that we saw right there in the interview, it means so much, the fact that all these players, and ourselves included, have been flown out here, right, to Spain. You may not be able to tell just because of the stage and everything like that, but we have been put to a different country. That is how big this operation is and how much it means to these players and to everybody. Hopefully, we can get that across to you at home.
Yeah, hopefully we can, get across the magnitude of this event, and it does weigh on these players. You can see that they're excited, but they're all of a sudden under these bright lights in front of cameras. You can see that they're not fully comfortable with the way that they're playing right now. Hopefully after yesterday, when they've got that stage experience, today will be a little bit smoother for them all, but it is a difference.
Yeah, it's adjusting. It's not just necessarily the stage, but one element that does come with the stage is that it's not your typical setup, because previously they've all been playing remotely. It's your personal setup. You're more used to that. It's what you're playing solo queue on. Here you have to adjust. I mean, we've been talking to some of the players. They're having to adjust settings on the fly, even from yesterday. So there are these elements of comfort and even mental that can come into that.
The team is a fantastic one. They'll hopefully do really well for themselves, but they have an opponent.
Indeed, and that opponent is Esports Team Twente from the Netherlands, and we also have some content from them as well to showcase.
What is your name and your nickname for IGN?
My name is Malik Hamidovic and my IGN is QTKT.
Which team do you play for, and which university do you go to, and which course do you study?
I play for the Esports Team Twente. I study city planning at Universiteit Twente.
What does university esports mean to you?
Well, for me, university esports means competing at a high level together with some of your people close by who've become friends of you, and you're just trying to improve and be your best and fight together to get a win.
And if you had to summarize that in one word, what does university esports mean to you?
A competition.
What do you think will be the most important thing for your team going into the next match?
I think the most important thing in our team will be to focus and draft, pick the right champions that we're comfortable with that we have played in scrims, and keep the focus in game, and then we'll be fine, I think.
Well, that was QTKT, the captain from Netherlands as well. That is, of course, the opponent for AGH, and both teams have come in pretty confident yesterday, and I dare say that they are equally as confident going into today's finals.
Yeah, they both feel really good, but if you're looking for the team that is the expected favourites, the expected winners, then it is Esports Team 20. QTKT has been playing, fantastic so far. Also been running their drafts, he said, and so a big member of the team.
And I think that the draft will be such an instrumental phase into crowning our victors today. But I just want to harp back on the fact that they were talking about when the words that epitomise university esports, we got amazing and competition.
Yeah.
Put them together, it really doesn't get more obvious than that. That is what we have going for you, and I just love that killer instinct from KE of, we're here to compete, we're here to win. And that is most definitely the goal.
Oh yeah, these teams are so looking to win the whole thing. They've been playing for such a long time, as we said earlier, and you've got to be confident coming into this. We saw so much confidence yesterday from everybody, and these two teams specifically, they had a little bit of a, swagger about them, where they were like, yeah, we're good. We have the ability to win right here.
It's a little more than just swagger. I think we might have alluded to it earlier, and we'll foreshadow this once more. But these two teams have not just met in the group stage previously this year, but also in the tournament last year in the playoffs bracket. And I believe AGH were the victors that time. So will Twente get their revenge? Maybe AGH claim the title for the first time.
It goes so much deeper than that, though. There's ever so much to talk about these teams. The fact that not only was it one eliminating the other, but this time around, we just had the opposite, where Twente then knocked AGH out of the group stage, again, months ago, right? And it was a massive journey from AGH, going all the way through the last chance qualifier to get back here.
Yeah, they had to go through so much in order to get in. The way that the groups work, the top team went on and they got themselves into the playoffs. The second round of the playoffs didn't even have to play in the initial round. The second team out of the group, was still going through, but they had to play a little bit more often. And then anybody else was knocked out. But because of the way that this competition works, even if you were knocked out, if you then go back and win your domestic league in that, autumn-spring split, you will be able to get yourself back into this. And that is exactly what AGH did. They re-qualified, they clean swept through the last chance qualifier, and have been on a tear ever since.
Yeah, and I think the best way of just making this point is the fact that, well, AGH have played significantly more games this year than Twente have for double time. So in terms of just tournament experience over the course of all of these different patches, as we said from March, AGH have that advantage, but Twente still are a team that have only dropped 2 games.
yeah, they are definitely scary, but it's a little bit interesting right here where you're like, we know that they're scary. We know in our bones that they're scary,
Oh,
but
yeah.
also every opponent they come up against, we're like, but this team is also good. We've seen this team play well. And then they're like, yeah, we don't care, and run through people.
On the scale of things, I mean, we're looking at and thinking that Twente is obviously our favourite coming into the semi-finals, but now, I mean, not going to give anything away, but we've got plenty more to discuss on the form that we saw from both teams yesterday.
Precisely that. And speaking of form of the teams have been discussing a little bit. We've had some fun content planned in terms of interacting with each other on the team, and Poland have got some little clips to show for you.
Hey, my name is Adam and I'm jungler for the AGH. My role is jungle and I'm crazy.
My name is Jakub, my nickname is April. I am a coach / support for AGH.
Who is the best player? 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it's Alchemic for sure. A very good top. Who is most likely to feed a lane? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Tomage. Oh, you chose Alchemic.
Yeah,
Why?
surprising.
Tomage is feeding really well. He's good at it. Who is a one-trick pony? Okay, it's hard to pick one. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, me. Yeah, I chose Alchemic because everyone has champion Ocean from our team, but like I think Alchemic he could be the one if I had to pick. Who sleeps the most?
Oh,
Yeah, it's Tomage, I think.
I think it's Magister.
I think it's close.
Yeah, I think
It's really close.
Yeah.
It's really close. Yeah.
The Magister likes to wake up right before the games.
Yeah, and Tomage is benefiting from sleep a lot, so he sleeps a lot. Who eats the most? 1. Magister. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, he works out a lot, so he needs to eat a
Yes,
lot.
that.
Who spends the most time on social media? 1. I think it's Alchemic. Yeah. He's a famous Twitter star, and he loves it.
Apparently, Alchemic's a Twitter star. Did you know about AGH? Well, now we do.
I mean, getting to learn a little bit about the players, and I think most importantly, what they think of each other as well, is always the fun way to look at it. And we know that Crazy is a bundle of energy, as we saw yesterday on the interviews. So I'm very excited to see what kind of shenanigans we have waiting for today.
It's going to be fun.
Absolutely. We also have the same style of video for you coming from the other end, of course, the Netherlands. Some players coming from that and interacting with each other.
My name is Malik Hamidovic, also known as QTKD.
My name is Ian van den Berg. My nickname is Mechanics. Who is the best player?
Okay.
I had to put you.
Yeah, I put mechanics because sometimes I need to leave lanes, so I need to build up some trust now. I can leave sometimes, you know.
Who is most likely to feed a lane?
I put Clonky because sometimes it feels like he had too many Clonkies in some matches.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, I did Gabush. Sometimes he wins the game with the gangs, but sometimes he also likes to feed a bit. Who is a one-trick pony?
3, 2, 1. Yeah, he plays all Nautilus skins.
Yeah.
So, yeah. He one trick.
Who sleeps the most?
3, 2, 1.
Who eats the most? Who spends the most time on social media?
3, 2, 1. Yeah. I guess you could say maybe if you count TikTok.
Yeah.
But I thought Amy W was like kind of the person that like watches Instagram reels the entire day. I'm not sure, but
I don't know, to be honest.
I couldn't really
Definitely
think of
not
anyone.
me,
but if you count TikTok, it's definitely me.
Yeah.
Oh, bot lane synergy right there. That's what I call that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think I'm definitely counting TikTok as social media. I don't know about you, but it kind of epitomizes it. But thank you very much to the bot lane right there out of Esports Team 20. You can see how much fun they're having, and that bot lane synergy is always so important. So good to know they're having a good time.
Precisely that. Now, I believe for all of you out there, the players are waiting in the wings to get on the stage. And as such, I believe Carmeline is waiting back and we're ready to bring you the action straight from the main stage.
everyone, hello casters, hello viewers. We are ready to welcome the teams on the stage for the last time this weekend in this championship 2022. So please, welcome the Netherlands! Esports Team 20, please come to the stage. Woo, come on. Last time this weekend, last time this championship, this edition, maybe the last one for many of them. Hello, so please take a bow for the public or do some kind of gesture. Thank you. Thank you. So you may now take your seats and get ready for the action. I'm gonna keep you though. Okay, Kitty. I'm keeping the captain here because now it's time to introduce our second team, but maybe not the second here. So give it up for AEH from Poland. Woo! Oh, come on. Oh, so serious. Okay, so we've got them here. Take a bow if you want. Okay, perfect. Coordination, top. You can go take your seats now, please. I'm gonna keep the captain here. Hello, Adam. Okay, so captain, look at his shoulder. The eye. Look at him. Okay, there we are. Getting the atmosphere ready. So, we need to talk to his captains. Okay, so the first question is, what are your expectations for this game? What do you think is going to happen? Taking into account what you're going to say. Yesterday you said you were going to lose and then you didn't say. I will take that in mind. Okay, Katie, let's start with you.
We want to make it another quick 0 losses, 3-0, and we can party again. You know, some of our players are still a bit tired, but we'll make it a quick 3 games.
Okay, more party to come later. And what about you, Aiden? What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty close series, but in the end it's going to turn out 0-3 for them.
Well, that's a good definition of close, I guess, isn't it? Okay, so now that you've given me your predictions, I want to ask you one final question. Is there anything you want to say to your opponent right here?
Yeah, please focus up so we can have some fun. Just make it a bit of a serious game. Otherwise, it's going to be way too easy, man.
Okay, anything to say back to that?
Nothing.
Wow, no response here. For the time being, I'm going to send you back to your computers. Get ready for the game. There we go. That was quite intense. So now we're going to go back to our amazing casters who are already there. I want to talk a little bit with them. Do you mind? No, I didn't mind it. Do you? Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing? Are you excited?
Oh yeah,
Very good.
super excited for this one.
Okay, so I've asked the captains what they think is going to happen, but I want to ask you two, what are your predictions for this game?
Ooh, well, I mean, I would personally be leaning towards whichever has the most shade, because I somehow feel like, despite being in Spain, both of those team captains managed to find the way to throw the shade at each other. I'm personally going to put Twente going 3-1 for this series.
Ooh, all right. I think I'm going to go the other way, actually. I'm going to have AGH winning, but I think it's going to be close. I'm going to give a 3-2 to AGH.
3-2 Twente.
All right.
Decisive.
Wow, thinking it's very close. What do you think?
I mean, it's difficult to say it here with all the players around it because, I mean...
Yeah, they can't see us. We're safe.
Yeah, exactly. They are seeing me. But I think I'm going to say Esports Team 20 are going to win 3-2.
All right, I'm standing
maybe.
out.
I think they're looking at me. They're looking at me. I
okay.
have to cut transmission, you guys. Okay.
Run.
See you later.
All right. Thank you very much, Caroline. Game 1 is on the way,
Yeah.
and there is a lot at stake, obviously. We have illustrated that for now, but what are the expectations coming into the draft, coming into the way that these two teams want to play out?
All right, so we did actually get a little bit of a soft interview of Gabush before the games. That is to say, he came to hang out with us. And we got a no-flame request, actually, so we're going to be taking that very seriously. He said that they need some time to wake up in the first game, so don't expect anything too interesting. And especially after we saw those interviews with the players, I mean, there was a mention or two about Gabush feeding at some of the games, so this might be that footage shown for you.
Yeah, quite possibly. I think there's a lot of similarities between these teams and also a few places where they differ massively. As the only person who seems to be rooting for AGH here, I think that the way that they're going to be playing is specifically through their mid lane. We'll highlight that a little bit more later, but overall, both of these teams have a lot of similarities.
Yeah, precisely. I think the draft today is going to be a massive point in contention because we've already seen through yesterday that both of these teams are very prolific at just being able to use draft to their full advantage through things like the Karma Flex pick or just the versatility between their teammates because they have very big champion pools.
Oh yeah, there are absolute champion oceans across the board. If you're going to go for someone specifically who can play almost anything, it's Emu. Emu in the top lane for Esports Team 20 can play almost anything up there. If you need him to play the Malphite, the Ornn, fine, he can, but he's much happier and a lot more, energetic on those big, interesting carries. We saw the Gnar yesterday, but also things like the Aatrox, the Camille, Fiora, that sort of thing.
I'm definitely with you on that one. The only thing I will say about them is I feel like that propensity to go towards the carries is something that, while we know they do play the tanks and the other picks, I want to see it shown, because for Twente at least, I have a heavy expectation towards there being a top lane focus, at least in the pick ban, trying to enable that as much as possible. Because as we know, both of these top laners have got that versatility, but if either of them do get on a carry champion in a good matchup, the game kind of just ends.
Oh yeah, we saw a Camille performance yesterday that basically ended the game. There was absolutely nothing that can be done. Emil was just so very good on it. There were other carries in the game that felt more flashy. There were people who were dealing more damage perhaps, but the Camille went into the backline, kept 3 members busy, and there's nothing you can do at that point.
Yeah, certainly. The question is whether Alchemic on AGH can resist that anymore, and Alchemic does also have a very wide variety of carry-style champions, let's say, that are potentially able to resist that and come out on his own. We saw some amazing Olaf performances earlier into the split, and the expectation is for that to sort of continue.
Yeah, the Olaf is definitely still viable. It's been toned down a little bit. We are playing on patch 12.11b. The B, as you've been saying, is minus Bel'Veth. We have no Bel'Veth to deal with, thank God. But also it does mean that the Olaf was taken down a notch after receiving a nerf in 12.11 that actually sent him up in win rate. So now the Olaf is genuinely nerfed back down to a place where you can still do good things on it, but it is no longer that oppressive force that kind of had no answers.
And I think when we take a look at this matchup in the top lane, the one thing I will give Alchemic over their opposition is that I think that their versatility is better. And I know that comparing versatility to versatility is difficult, but I will say that when we take a look at these players, look at how they play, they just seem more comfortable when they are spread out onto these tanks and the carries. It's just a level of their base is higher, but the potential for Emu is far, far higher. So it's that kind of thing that I think if AGH can leverage their draft advantage, which I do believe they have, to almost use those flex picks, get as many winning matchups as possible, they by far have an easy way through this series, and that's kind of why, outside of the players, nobody said 3-0.
Yeah, I don't think that you can say not a 3-0 if you're playing. You have got to be pretty confident coming in, but everybody who does not have a specific stake in things is much more happy to say, hey, I think it's going to be close, and I think that one of the reasons it's going to be so close is this mid matchup.
Exactly that. We have 2 highlight players for you, of course, Magister and Clonky on each side, and this is the matchup you want to watch because these are 2 critical players for their teams.
Yeah, if we take a look over at Magister in the first place, it's the champ pool. They love to play the Zilean first of all. That's the big pick that we talk about all the time. The Zilean is fantastic. Often gets banned though. When it is banned out, you're going to see something like the Talia usually, which still has a bit of a supportive role, that ultimate specifically, but then also yesterday pulled out the Azir and played supportive Azir.
Yeah, the fact that we saw an Azir roaming to a side lane at level 3 is, well, unheard of. I have literally never seen that in my life. They managed to go up there, exert pressure, and that's one of the areas I'm a bit scared of if I'm sat there as Twente because, well, you have this proficiency in the top lane with the matchups and the carry picks, but if you're getting just completely thrown off by random mid lane champions, even an Azir, if they could do it on Azir, and mind you, not even go down in CS, they were dead even with their lane opponent for a majority of it, taking the minion dematerializer to enable some of those roams, extremely impressive, and not only that, they then had a bang-up game of Kassadin straight after.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're going to talk about Kassadin, then we have got to talk about Clonky. It was just truly ridiculous. The way that they played was just insane, able to be sort of a feeling of inevitability, you said.
Oh yeah, I feel like when we see Clonky on this Kassadin, the game does have a timer. And I know everybody feels that way about Kassadin, and at the end of the day, it is possible to beat them, but I've not seen people locking in things like the Skarner, stuff that point and click locks them down. Clonky will hit level 6, they will roam to bot lane, and they will pick up a double kill. It has happened every single time. I don't know how they have got it so consistent, because it happens on different sides of the map, with different champions on the rest of the team, but so consistently can this Team Twente make that work?
And that's one of the questions, is how these teams are actually going to deal with the casting, because it's actually a contested pick for one of those few times. And when we look at the rest of the champ pools lying around, there isn't anything that necessarily indicates a counter to it, but we'll get to that in a moment, because here we are in the pick ban.
Okay, we've got a couple more champions. We need to quickly rattle off the Senna, a very heavily contested pick that warps the draft entirely. Karma, pretty much our pick of the tournament, has never stopped being prevalent. That Jinx is a very interesting one, though, because while we thought it had been toned down to the point of being irrelevant, both of these teams have shown it recently, particularly with that Jinx Thresh pairing.
Yeah, the Jinx Thresh pairing has been absolutely insane. You do not want to see Mechanics on this pick. Even when it was strong, constant ban. But now, still off the board. The Camille also going to go off the board for Emil. I think very interestingly, though, there are 2 target bans towards Magister. Again, those supportive mid laners. I guess you don't always think of a Veigar as being supportive, but the way that Magister plays, it certainly is.
And the way that this draft has been set up so far, it's a very classic move by Twente. They do 2 pocket picks, ban the Wukong, and then first pick the Karma. That is what I'm expecting from them here. It's very versatile. The Senna open, though, and they actually take it the other way. I'm curious to see now if AGH snap lock in that Karma themselves, or they leave it open, because having both Senna and Karma on the blue side of the draft completely makes your bans in the second rotation just impossible.
I mean, we saw it yesterday. That was really, really ridiculous from ETT.
It was just horrific watching it, and you don't want to let that over. You've sort of pushed AGH into a situation where they almost have to take the Karma. They won't always go for it, but there are plenty of players on AGH who like it, and once you have that Senna Karma, there's so much healing, shielding, and speeding up that it means you can constantly get to every fight.
And on the subject of healing and shielding, Sona is still open. Tomage's most played pick, as far as I'm aware, or at least as far as I care about here, because pairing it with the Lucian has been AGH's way to victory. This is a very similar opening if they decide to lock it here, but against the Senna, it's a bit more dangerous because you can have so many aggressive bot lane pairings. They go for the Lucian half of it, leaving questions in Twente's mind.
Yeah, did Twente end up picking themselves up that Karma? Do they want to get rid of that Sona right now? It's not necessarily you want something, you want to pair up with that Senna, and so probably not, but are you going to let that go over? Tomage was ending up being just instrumental in the 2 wins, played it twice yesterday in their 2 wins, was flashing forwards using this Sona very aggressively, more of a Hillestang style of play, and the response right here with the Viego, interesting, and the Karma that we were expecting.
There we go, that is going to keep it up in the air. I absolutely love this rotation out from Twente, because by picking the jungler, the one role that Karma can't be flexed into, you leave the next set of bans impossible for AGH to lock it down. It's going to have to be entirely about matchups, and now you do have to decide, are you going to pick up that Sona that this team has gravitated towards so many times, or have you got something else prepared to potentially follow that Karma around?
And it's gonna be the Azir lock-in for Magister. We saw how impactful he was on it yesterday. Played it kind of like a support, as we said, roaming up to top lane, getting himself a level 3 kill. Not what you expect, but Magister has clearly showed that he's very good on it. And also, Clonky also plays the Azir, so taking it off the board is as much a denial as it is a strong pick for your own player.
But here we go into the second round of bans, and as you said, it is difficult to directly target it out, but with that cast and pick, that already suggests that Clonky is that priority in that mid lane matchup, and just to deny both comfort and something that can potentially assassinate your Lucian or Azir is definitely worth taking off the table.
Now, I have a pet theory about Twente's draft strategy here. They haven't acknowledged the Sona, and I think one of the main reasons for that is QTKT is a prolific Blitzcrank player, a champion that absolutely demolishes the Sona. Any of these enchanters will just get one-shot by them. I think looking at what AGH have right now, it would work quite well, and getting rid of those big front lines, like the Ornn that can tank up the hooks, makes a lot of sense if you're trying to set up for that. AGH, I'm very curious if you're going to look towards banning something else mid, maybe getting rid of one of those other carries for Clonky, or if you're going to pivot down to that support role and remove the question mark Blitzcrank.
There's been a big lack of focus right here onto any junglers particularly. Obviously, Esports Team 20 have already picked theirs up, but it is not necessarily going to be the jungle Volibear. We've seen it played top by Alchemic quite recently, and so absolutely no focus on this during the first phase of bans either means that probably neither of these teams are particularly worried about the junglers and what they're doing. Both of these junglers are going to be aggressive, going to be getting around the board, but there we go. You said that the Sona might come off the board or might be left alone. Ends up coming off.
And I think with that removed from the table now, it is AGH's turn to decide what level of enchant they want to go for. Tomic has plenty that they can look down, but we haven't had to see it. All of the games yesterday, we had them on Sona, and now, with that Lucian open, and more importantly, Nami's still available, it doesn't appear to be the base pick that they gravitate towards, pulling out the Janna instead.
Yeah, like you said, the Nami is the other pairing that you usually see, but the Janna, something we actually haven't seen during this sort of tournament at all. It's played once, I think, during the group stage, and other than that, completely ignored. So paired up with the Lucian, there's a lot of aggression right there, and...
Wow. That's... Okay, well, that's still technically a flex. We'll have to wait until, if that is locked in, to see if that is a Vel'Koz support, just to give that poke matchup, or you want to throw that into mid to give to Clonky. We'll have to wait and see, because it isn't exactly solid, but not something you see every day.
I would feel confident that's going mid just because historically Vel'Koz has had a great time into Azir, one of the few champions that can outrange and bully them in the lane. Obviously, extremely skill intensive, and this is why I love these top laners. Both of them are willing to pull out a Malphite when the enemy team locks in too many immobile carries, and I count a sum total of 1 OK dash on the entirety of Esports Team Twente. You can interrupt Gnar going for their hop or crush. Viego ultimate is the only thing that safely escapes that.
Yeah, the Viego, the only thing that can be truly safe other than with flashes, and if you're blowing a flash every single time you see the Malphite, all of a sudden you're in a horrible position, plus having the ability to slow and knock somebody up into that Emperor's Divide, plus you're also going to have that Lucian absolutely raining down hell with that culling. Just a lovely ability for the whole team to work together, and with an early proactive jungler in the Volibear, we'll be able to get across the map and get this lead started.
Exactly, that's still waiting on, of course, load up and everything, but I think for the most part it is a good demonstration of what both of these teams want to play, how they want to play, and, well, definitely sets up for what might happen in Game 2, as this is the sort of colours they're showing. Absolutely. What are your sort of predictions just coming off of this because of draft?
I really like the idea of the Vel'Koz into the Azir, but something we did see yesterday with the Xerath that ended up getting pulled out by Freshkiller is that these super long-range control mages do have a fundamental issue. If the rest of the map is falling apart, they take ages to come online.
Yep.
It's going to be at least 2 to 3 items before you can see them going for those solo carry performances. And historically, Clonky has been the person giving those solo carry performances, especially in this first game, where we are given the expectation by Twente that they're coming into this series a bit slow. I mean, maybe they're trying to play the game like it. They have a Senna, they have a Vel'Koz. Scaling does look to be on their side, theoretically, but when you're against a Malphite, a bit less so.
Yeah, and it's less of that inevitability that we felt yesterday. You know, when there was a cast in Senna with Ghost, by the way, it would be interesting to see if that is the pickup that will go through this time around. There was nothing to be done eventually, you know, as much as the Turkish team tried to get back into it, eventually there was nothing that you could do anymore. Whereas AGH have not been outscaled, they will be eventually, but they will be able to fight in for enough time. And yeah, I mean, if your carries are doing a ton of damage, your Vel'Koz laying down the damage, your Senna laying down the damage, Malphite ult. All of a sudden, they're not doing anything if they are knocked up, and it's so hard to avoid that when you have no dashes and not that much healing.
And even the matchup itself up in the top lane, Malphite into Gnar, is meant to be a winning matchup for the Malphite.
Yeah.
And when we're taking a look at these champions, the fact that both top laners played Camille Gnar yesterday, I got really worried, because both of them have been willing to show the Malphite against Gnar, and so having that as the first pick for the day on Emu, somebody who yesterday played like a machine in both of their games, an absolute monster performance, getting a massive Gnar that ended up saving the game. Similar case with their Camille, never really out of the limelight. This game, they have got their work cut out for them.
Alright, finally on the Rift. This is the first of many games to be played today, and of course we are deciding who will be the winner of UEM 2022. And a new region will take the crown today. Will it be Poland, or will it be Netherlands?
It's going to be incredibly close. Both of these teams have proven themselves. We have right here the King Slayers in AGH taking down who were the absolute favorites in Kit Esports, and here they are facing up against the new favorites of the tournament, Esports Team 20. Will that continue on? Are they truly King Slayers, or will the run stop here?
Yeah, that is all to be shown. As for a few little things, that is the Ghost Senna reappearing once more, as we had discussed yesterday. Senna gets a lot of move speed just innate in her kit through the passive, through the rune selection, through fleet. So when you add that Ghost on top of it, it allows for a lot of mobility within team fights to be able to basically say, well, you can't really stop me. It's much harder for you to get onto this otherwise relatively immobile AD carry.
It makes it harder to get onto them especially, but also I think one of the biggest benefits is the fact that you have to keep going in this situation. If you've not killed the Senna, you cannot say, oh, we need to disengage, because you won't be able to. You will be chased down for as long as the Senna wants to, and so it makes you have to keep fighting, can keep you in fights that perhaps it would have been better to back off out of.
Alright, Kaboosh trying to go into the enemy jungle here, looking for the volley bear. He has Crazy warded out here. Smite is available. There might be potential for a steal. Here comes the mist. Onto Crazy. 400. Kaboosh will connect the buff. Mechanics here available for the roam, but it will just be the steal away from Crazy.
The power from calling that lightning down volley bear is one of the best champions in the game for securing those early camps, as Clonky getting chased out by the level 3 Magister, who I believe is actually potentially dropping a little bit of XP right there.
A little bit of XP, used all of the mana in that trade as well. More than happy, though, to send that Vel'Koz packing. Has the teleport, will have to come back.
I see that Magister has no items. I'm not wrong in that. That is Magister with no items.
You are correct.
I think that there is no reason for them to have done this, and it's probably a bit of a whoopsie. And having that as your first game of the finals is really not something you want, as if they did have a bit more mana, they could have potentially put some kill threat down. We saw that Crazy was right in the midst of that play. Even a little bit more damage could have made all the difference.
Yeah, that is not ideal at all. Gonna go back and be able to pick up, I mean, I guess a nice early base, but you want those starter items. They are incredibly cost effective for what they give you. Okay, no, this is absolutely a bug.
That's gotta be bug scoreboard.
That is a bug scoreboard. That makes a lot more sense. We'll get that one fixed for you as quickly as possible, because there is no way that you would come in with absolutely no items. Right here is a fight in the bot lane.
Flash forward, stun down. There comes the Soulfire and the kill onto QTKT. That's a first blood for Esports Team Twente.
Yeah, that's going to be a very nice pickup right here. Already going down is Tomage, and you can see just the immobileness of a Janna as well. Not ideal to lose that already, and especially when you're in a lane that's going to scale so good, you don't want to already be giving over those kills.
Exactly that, Mew. Raiding well in the top side currently, crashing down the wave onto Alchemic. Once you get that down, you can maybe look for a reset as the Null potentially start pressuring onto plates. First Drake that will spawn is that Mountain Drake. An amazing singular Drake to have just for those resistances. However, it does indicate that Cloud is still an available soul. So in the case of Twente, yes, you do want to get that Drake stacking, but if it ends up being a Cloud soul, then it is less valuable than it otherwise might be.
And you can see that the Volibear is already heading down there. Volibear excellent at taking these early Drakes, has a lot of healing off of the W especially, and shielding off of the E. So we'll be able to take this down pretty easily. There shouldn't be too much follow-up. They know for a fact that Kaboosh is up in the top lane, did have him warded out. And so able to just take this one nice and easy.
Yeah, Azir with the priority there, bot side with priority. There is not much that Esports Team Twente can do here to contest. It would probably be quite unwise if they were to do so. But it is just the first Drake, as we mentioned, so not too much of a deal.
And when we look at both these teams, neither of them are really screaming, you got to win before 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Every single champion in this game has a little bit of scaling to it. Hold on a moment.
Oof, that is going to have to be the heal blown right there. Magister is down here, however. This is the ability to go in on this.
No flash on the bot lane.
Bait them out. There is the Empress Divine Mechanics. Still alive for the time being, but enough damage laid down onto that Senna. Just about, Magister. One more tower shot would have done it.
Yeah, Kaboosh is down here. They need to be careful. Magister just looking to get the recall off, is not going to be able to. Oh, he backs off. All right, he probably could have tried for that one, but without the support of your Senna, it's a little bit risky, and that was a very, very nice kill right there.
Okie dokie. Now, we do have a little bit of a lull, I imagine, coming into this point of the game. Just catching the waves for your mid laner after they did the roaming for you. Wow, I feel like we say that all the time about Magister, shockingly enough.
Yep.
The impact we get from this player on the map is immense, as now you can take a look at the scoreboard and we can start to see tier being stacked up from Alchemic on this Malphite, and also a very repeatable occurrence is Magister going for the tier 2 boots before even looking towards Lost Chapter because those roams are all they care about.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what the stat is on that. Certainly in both the games yesterday, there was the pick up right there of the boots, and very nice.
This time around, though, they are a little bit behind in CS, though. Clonky is managing to capitalize fully on their mid lane opponent being out of lane. So, gonna see next time we get Magister roaming, with the flash being down, you need to make sure that you are taking those plays a lot further out in the lane. A tower dive only really works if you have got Crazy with you.
Yeah, it does, but it's still a nice little play right there. Magister doesn't mind sacrificing a couple waves of CS. It's not usual what you want to do on an Azir, but as you did point out as well, there was the volley bear into that lane, beginning to pick up that farm and that XP specifically.
And I'm keeping my eye on the Rift Herald here because when you have two of these control mages, the Azir and the Vel'Koz, Tier 1 tower is super important for both of them. Because at the end of the day, Senna and Lucian aren't really the champions that love to hold down the fort mid. Keeping these two mages here is going to be very important as the game goes on. They can exert so much control over the wave. And now we will see there is actually Twente getting their start onto the Herald. The rotation has come out from the support. Over here we have Tomage. It's a collapse on Gabush.
Both teams able to collapse. There it is, stunned down onto Gabush. Half health, but he just bursts Tomage down. No more Janna for you. Now Gabush goes down in return. 4 versus 4. Not to the wall. Hits onto free volley bear. Crazy next in line, but Amu taking just so much damage from these numbers. Crazy still having to flash away. Remember, this Herald did leash. Alchemic getting so solo. One more auto from Mechanics will do it, and an even trade from both teams.
You get to see a little bit of the cost of going for that boot itemization on the Azir, completely out of mana, where you look at the other side and Clonky is just laughing in their face on this Vel'Koz. All the resources they need, it will not be a Herald capture for either team, and with Life collecting this farm in the bottom lane, I'm going to say it is a very slight advantage over to AGH.
Yeah, that is the main point from that fight. You have got to be very cognizant of the fact that... Oh, Crazy needs to be careful here.
Going for the 1v1, volley Q, volley W even should be back in a moment. Here comes the flash, there's the stun. Autos following up from Gabush. Very nice kill. Crazy greeding a little bit for that control ward.
Yeah, had no reason to be there. Ends up going down. The point I was going to make just beforehand is that although it was definitely an even trade in terms of kills around the Rift Herald, nobody got it, and Life was able to stay down in the bot lane, keep farming up, whereas Mechanics did come up and join the fight.
And despite it being a case of having the fasting Senna, I would much prefer to have my Lucian on the one-item spike than the Karma. Obviously, both are very important, but having Life be able to find a way in these fights is going to be extremely important. We've seen the impact they can have when fueled up by these enchanters. And I would say, comparing the Janna to the Sona, it is going to be less effective. That patch that came in quite a while ago and shoved Lucian back into the bot lane was every time you get almost an enhancement from one of your allies, you get 2 empowered auto attacks. Janna only has the shield and the ultimate, which means if you're fighting a non-all-in scrap, you will not be getting as much on life as you would otherwise.
Yeah, it's a little bit less than they would be, not expecting, they know they're champions, but less than we've seen previously for Life. Can be impactful right here, and needs to be a little bit careful when we get into these big fights that Life isn't getting caught out. Played very aggressive yesterday, and you definitely can do that with the Sona to back you up. Less so with a Janna, who is certainly impactful, but does not have that same versatility.
It's better for pushing away the opposition, whereas the Sona is fine if you are being dived into and running forward at the same time with the speed boost. Now, if we take a look at the Twente comp, don't really have anybody bar Gnar that wants to go in. Emu should be getting denied on every single engage because they're the only person going in diving that can be denied by Tomage.
Indeed.
Here we are. Here are those battle lines being drawn between both teams in the river for that contest of that Hextech Drake. AGH want to continue stacking. Twente do have the vision on there with that control wall, just clearing out the bot. Gonna drop that Rift Herald down.
That's a nice little play right there. Going to force the choice right here out of AGH. Magister. What are they going to go for?
Doesn't get the divide just yet, but still gets 2. He will die for it, though, but there is a kill onto the enemy AD carry in response, trying to get onto the Monsoon, but the healing is just a little bit too much. Stormbringer to bring the damage, but knocked back by Amu. There's still only 1 death on each team. Each team so evenly matched in these team fights.
That Janna healing was so insane for keeping everybody alive. And when you are against this Viego who thrives off of the reset, this is something that we saw the success against Yenomesli yesterday, but no such luck for Twente this time around, playing against a much more reserved opponent, a team that is not as prone for diving in, with the exception of Magister.
Yeah, definitely went flying in there. You know that somebody is aggressive in trying to help out the team when you end up with the Azir going flying in rather than the Malphite. But the most important thing right there is that it doesn't matter. The Drake didn't go down, the kills were even, but the Rift Herald went in and did a ton of damage and got a ton of gold right there onto the Polish backline.
And almost as a bit of deja vu from that Rift Herald fight, we now see that the Netherlands squad has managed to position around this dragon. They should be taking it for free at this point. So trading even ends up backfiring for AGH. It looked like it would have been okay in concept, but the fact that you do not manage to secure that Hex Tech with such good base stats on it is going to mean a lot, as now we have completely even stats.
Exactly, that is unfortunately a Cloud Soul, as we mentioned. That is the disadvantage of when you get these Drakes early. So now suddenly that objective becomes a lot less important for these two teams to contest. We take a quick look at the gold lead and we see that the Netherlands have got a slight advantage at 13 minutes, but by no means a large one.
No, it's very small right now. They are close to each other. We've seen much bigger gold leads at this point in the game. This is very much the opposite of the games we saw yesterday that included Yenomizler, where everything is fast. This is what we're expecting from these two teams. Slow, controlled, they know what they want to do, and they are trying it. Right now, Magister is just going flying in, trying to help out the team, and it's working half of the time.
I mean, they are having success on it, but if we take a look back to that CS, which I feel like it's a rare time that we really do get to see a noticeable playstyle occurrence happening here. If you look at the other side, Clonky, give or take 35 CS, depending on the wave, ahead of their opposition. And guess what? We were talking about how impactful this Vel'Koz will be once they hit the 2-3 item mark. The fact that they have got that stopwatch and they could rush towards that Zhonya's faster, avoiding Alchemic, is going to be essential.
Magister, no flash.
Might be a bit overextended here. The three members of Twente will try and collapse. One more auto should just do it from now. Mechanic's going to pick that one up instead.
And you can do this. I'm going to go down 4 or 5 waves this time around worth of CS when you are on that Zillion. But when you do it all of a sudden on the Azir, you need those items in order to be impactful, in order to do the damage. The Empress Divide can absolutely swing a fight. But if it does no damage, nothing really happens.
And there's a reason that, hold on a minute, what is happening here in the river?
As a choke point and a lot of damage going down straight onto Tomage. He goes down. Kabusha looking for the follow-up onto Crazy, down to about 20% HP. Rest of the team isn't quite able to follow. That will just be the flash out to safety. But that is both a summoner gone and a kill donated over to Twente.
Looks like they're starting to step up in this game as the match continues to develop. I do think that Twente are going to have an advantage playing on this front foot because, funnily enough, Malphite not that great when you're the team getting engaged on. Speaking of, though, when you're doing the proactive move, it works a treat.
That's the TP from Magister. Here he comes. That's the damage from the Azir. You get a shutdown if you get this kill. No, the flash over. One more auto. Okay, just about the Sand Soldier. At least you get that one. If Clonky got out there, that would have been a disaster.
Yeah, that would have been so much blown right there. The TP out of Magister as well, which is so impactful on this player who wants to get around the map. Luckily does pick that one up. That's a well-needed injection of gold. And so there is still life in AGH, but definitely things feel in control of Esports Team 20. When, however, AGH are able to put themselves in the driver's seat and make proactive plays, we can see it's working.
And they do need to find those kind of rewards more often because it's not just about the gold, but the XP as well. Magister was only level 9 at the start of that play. Getting this XP onto these characters that just pretty much not infinitely scale, but scale all the way to 6 items and never stop getting stronger is very important. As now, we do have a bit of respite, just a few turrets being felled across the map. Dragon not up yet. Rift Herald is being taken by Twente. This should be a freebie, not going to even be contested. And it brings us right back to that start of the game point of these control mages mid and those 2 tier 1 towers.
As they continue to sit, but the Herald is going to allow them to be broken. And we've seen that Magister doesn't really want to sit around in the lane, but once you're able to break that enemy tower for Clonky, all of a sudden you have got this Vel'Koz across the map.
He doesn't know.
Oh, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know, chap.
He senses something's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Malphite's not exactly the scariest thing in the bush unless you have somebody with them.
There was Crazy just a little bit up inside of the jungle, would have needed a couple seconds more to develop. Perhaps if Clonky had stepped up a little bit too far, would have worked out, but for the minute things remain calm and chill. We're now looking for our next big objective point, being the next Drake, but it is a Cloud Drake, not necessarily going to be the full focus, and then the Baron at 20 minutes.
And we have actually got a couple champions in this game, the Janna and the Senna to name them, which actually lock themselves in place when they use the ultimate, so not much value there as a pick goes down onto Gabush.
Ooh, should die
Just
here.
too much damage. Stormbringer shielding from Senna. Cutie Katie, there's two supportive champions here keeping Gabush alive now. For the re-engage, there's the disintegration ray. Emu unable to follow up though, and AGH might actually be able to retreat out of this one.
Crazy won't get chained up, is able to walk away, but with 11 seconds left on the objective, most importantly for me, the Janna ult is down now, so you cannot full heal your team. You either have to rotate to protect your mid-tier 2, can't stop this one, or keep contesting the Dragon. It will be the call to hold the mid towers.
Yeah, Life has finally arrived in this fight. Wasn't there originally. Could well
Emu
have
on
been a
the
kill.
side, he gets the Mega, but he just goes a little bit too far. It's not going to land onto anyone instead. The W stun will manage to secure what the Shuriman shuffle onto 4, but the damage isn't there just yet. Now the follow-up comes, AGH able to clean up the rest of the party. Cutie Katie going to flash out to safety. Less kills than you might have wanted out of that play, but even still, some gold back into your pocket.
That is a lot of flashes blown when you are against Magister making plays like that against Alchemic on this Malphite. Those cooldowns could mean life or death in this series. It's only game 1, but starting off, AGH have managed to find themselves again in these team fights.
And I mean, if you take a look right now onto the left side of your screen, Emil, no flash all of a sudden. This is also blown on Mechanics and Cutie Katie all at the same time. So you all of a sudden have a timer that's the same for all of these and a window to get in on them.
And on the subject of that timer, Baron spawns in 1.5 minutes. And when you have the Azir, even if they haven't been funneled as much as you otherwise would get, and a Lucian, pretty free taken objective. Volibear has the tanking ability paired with this Janna. If you ever take a bad scrap from now from Twente, suddenly this Baron becomes an all-lasting objective that can just break down that mid lane tier tower that has been so important for Twente.
Yeah, they're still able to play around that Bastion, and you know what? We laugh at the Cloud Drake. We laugh at the Cloud Soul a lot. It is the least fun. But if you've got a team of people who want to barrel down the mid lane straight at you and who are currently having a little bit of an issue in terms of actually chasing onto people, all of a sudden having that extra movement speed as well as that cooldown on your ultimate is fantastic.
And is a thing about the range that is the big issue right now, because when we take a look at the range of these two teams, obviously Senna scaling nigh infinitely up to a point. Once they start farming up, which they appear to have been doing so now, those stacks will slow down a bit. But Clonky, massive reach with this Vel'Koz over a screen away. Whereas Magister and Life, they have to be able to see you, and they most definitely have to have vision of you. Things like what we're seeing here from Gabush are so annoying to deal with, and even just being a wall away, suddenly these carries lose their potency for AGH.
Here we can see there just why vision is so important to Gabush and the mechanics. Just clearing out the vision in the bot side just to make sure that, you know, if you stay in lane a little bit too far, go into the jungle unguarded, you might just get caught off guard by the enemy team's numbers. A little bit of trading. There's the culling in the mid lane.
Well, that's
Rooted
free
on
for
the free, an incredibly nice route by the Monsoon. Healing up the rest of the members. Emu is actually got the pincer moment, is going to go mega. So much damage from Clonky there, but it will be traded. For the time being, Alchemic now in a bit of trouble in between 3 members, but staying alive for the shuffle to go off. Knife now able to lay down the shots. The Lightbringer is here still. Only one flash forward. Auto, but it's not enough. Traded away still. Members of Twente are alive and very much able to fight back.
Magister has got resources though. They do not have the flash. They do not have the ultimate anymore. They could come over this wall and cut off the flank.
Gonna do that indeed.
Here he goes.
Mechanics.
There's the damage. One more auto. Magister should be able to get this one shut down. Going over too crazy. You will actually be able to kill the Malphite here. Going to go into the Mega, get a little bit more health back.
Second Mega of the fight. Gabush is running. They will not get here remotely in time, but will Emu get the counter kill? Nope, that is a tanky bear.
Oh boy, if we want to keep looking at one player, we highlighted them earlier, it is Magister with these absolutely insane Emperor's Divides. They are just doing fantastic things for their team. Everybody's fighting in, laying down the damage, and all of a sudden 2 members who wanted to be on the back line are shunted into the front line, and the front line that they are shunted into includes a Malphite and a Volibear. That's a ton of CC, a ton of slows and stuns, and it makes it so difficult to then get away again, especially when your flash was blown 5 minutes earlier.
Perfect, especially when you have Life, who really does need that CC to help facilitate them, and we saw it in that fight. They were able to get a lot of DPS down. It was only when it was the Twente squad hiding in the bush and in the Senna mist that it was impossible for Life to get more DPS down. So, question is going to be, with flashes returning soon for the carries of Twente, how will AGH pivot their attention? They know Clonky does not have a flash for himself and Gabush is gone, but we're premising that the Viego can escape, and Vel'Koz has Azonias now.
There's the setup. Tomic caught alone. He just wants to clear out the vision. Support Life there, however, that is a big purple worm. It is ready to be killed, and with 1 down on the enemy team, it is advantageous for Twente to make the play, but instead we'll take the TP from Alchemic and back out.
I think this is wise. You have a Volibear still in range, can easily get into the pit, and when we talk about getting into the pit, actually everybody from AGH can jump over the wall, with the magic damage being just so much more impactful. Baron shreds your MR, and against a Malphite, against an Azir who you know for a fact is going on top of you, I can see why even with just a pick, Twente's not going to risk it.
No, there is really no reason to do so. The pick was onto an important member, sure, but the support still, and you're getting that TP out. You're already in a nice spot right here. If you can just keep doing that, keeping teleports down, all of a sudden you have no ability to farm in the side lane if you are AGH. Otherwise, as soon as you send someone to the bottom lane, you will lose out on the Baron, and it can put them in a very tough spot.
It's a very interesting pivot right here. We do have Crazy running up towards the Baron to get a ward in. It's just to cover your bases while you look towards the Dragon right now. Nobody has aggroed it, and it is a fight for mid priority first. That turret will hold, and so the question becomes, Twente with priority, they decide to capture Baron vision as opposed to contesting the Dragon.
Very interested in looking towards this Baron is Esports Team 20. Less interested, however, in starting it up so far. Just wanted to draw them in.
Okay, Crazy taking a little bit of chip damage, but nothing more than that. There comes the engage flashed away from by Mechanics, but it isn't enough when you have 2 tools to be able to do it. He does survive, however, healing just a little bit too much from the supportive players. Gabush now in the middle of everyone and will get shut down. Emu, the next target. So retreat comes.
Mega is ready now. Flash is up. Emu can look for a recovery play, but they can't get in with that hop. This is just going to be
so evenly matched.
My goodness, this was Mechanics even having the flash back up. Well, I guess we found out what AGH's response was. All right, you could get away from one, but you can't get away from both of us.
Yep.
Now they have the fast track towards this Dragon. Taking a look, they have earned the mid prio first, so this will buy them a bit of time. It's just the case of if we see Twente walk in and contest, it's very dangerous, because if it goes wrong, well, that purple worm is still up.
That Janna healing as well.
Insane.
It's just disgusting. It's a lot of CC if you land those tornadoes, but that's not what you're here for. You're here for that Monsoon and to heal people up. You could see the health bars of AGH were getting low, low, low. Monsoon comes through, all of a sudden they are absolutely fine to continue the fight.
And it does double duty, because with that Glacial Augment, you actually increase the power of it by your heal percent. So as the Moonstone Renewer stacks up, you build up so much more value. And with these being longer fights, yes, you do have the Vel'Koz and the Azir who could be doing good DPS. As the game continues, Mechanics will be building up a bit more of that damage. 2 items in now. At the end of the day, if you could just out-heal it, you don't need the Sonar, apparently.
No, and this was a point that you pulled up yesterday as well, where you were talking about the Turkish team and said, hey, I really wish they had some way of getting themselves a Moonstone Renewer into their team. Unfortunately, with the picks down in the bot lane, that time around, there was nothing there. Now, against Esports Team 20, they do have themselves a Moonstone Renewer, and all of a sudden, you're in a much nicer spot.
And remember, everybody, this is for the highest of stakes. First game of our best-of-5 finals. We are at Soul Point 25 minutes in. Both of these teams have got vengeance wished upon the other. Last year, Twente got knocked out by AGH. This time around, AGH got knocked down, had to fight their way back as we get a fight in the top lane.
There it is, Unstoppable Force onto 2, the culling to follow the deaths. Not quite there yet. Lifeform disintegration rate in response. All of the ultimates getting burnt, but not a single death.
Katie is in the river, but we saw there were a lot of resources committed. It will be difficult if AGH wants to take this fight.
Oh! There's the stun down. Chase available, Magister unable to flip them over the wall just yet. Gabush going to get one kill.
That's the reset.
Damage down, that's all you need. It will be traded over. 1 for 1. Here comes the re-engage. Gabush Heartbreaker flashed away. Get rid of the tower. No more damage coming from there. Magister finally gets the shuffle around. Zonya's the delay will still go down to Gabush. Here come the resets. He has the Heartbreaker back and available. That's one reset. That's two. Can he make it another? Yes, he will. Viego cleaning up the house.
Oh my god, what a beautiful fight. And this is the power of Viego. You let this man get one singular reset and the fight just goes wrong.
As soon as Tomage was alone, the fight went out of AGH's favor. The comp was split up, and when they got to regroup, it was all too little too late. Magister had to go for one of those miracle plays to try and secure another kill. Didn't end up mattering because you fed Gabush the reset spaghetti, and that is all they care about. Baron being contested by just this Janna. Smite is available, so I don't think there will be a instance of stealing on the Rift today. Bush is quite low. We'll be able to get out of here. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. That means Baron will still be up for then and will enable. We will see Twente able to manipulate the waves before then and try and deny this soul over from AGH.
That was a slightly ridiculous fight out of AGH. They were fighting underneath a tower that they could well have turned back on and killed, but decided to keep tanking it up the entire time. They also ended up split on multiple fronts in a sort of choke point as well, and I think the fight may have gone better, except for the fact that during the initial engagement, so many ultimates were blown, and then Magister goes in, attempts to end up getting that kill, manages to find a kill on one person, but because of the wall right there, when the Emperor's Divide came through, still Gabush was safe and able to be alive, and then the resets just all the way.
And itemization is important. We do have that Mordman Mortius up on Gabush now, and as we saw in the last fight, it was pivotal in keeping them alive. The initial play under the tower by AGH was negated. Nobody ended up going down at the start, and that meant that he was alive the whole way through for this jungler who said they were coming into the game sleepy. No flame, please, for this one. I mean, when you're playing like that on a tired game, I'd hate to see what their power will be like as the series continues.
All right, gold leads in the favor of Netherlands, but not by a very large margin. Of course, AGH do have that soul point available. Cloud Drake spawning in another 50 seconds. The Baron buff currently being the target. Seeing exactly where these lanes are going in, whether they can get some towers before the next objective spawns, get those lanes in priority to dissuade the play from AGH to try and capitalize on that soul.
And with the soul up and available, it certainly is a win condition. It's a bit of an interesting thing to say about Cloud, but Amu?
Just gonna get picked away here. I don't really think there's much of a exit for this Gnar, with the rest of AGH managing to collapse. Very, very nice. A little bit overextended in the top side, but of course this will allow Twente to be able to set up for this objective.
Slow but effective, being able to get off the back of that play. The issue is, though, you are on the wrong side of the map. This Dragon spawning in 9, you are running into a Vel'Koz, so this is going to be very dangerous for AGH to try and go for. If they don't get in quick, though, the Dragon could just get burnt down.
Manages to TP'd into the bottom lane, so he's joining from the opposite side. This could be a flank right here.
Your eyes out for that, Azir. We know they can do it. They've got flashes, but they're flashes on all the enemy carries.
He is warded out, but he's still able to come in. Twente are going to try and retreat. Culling comes out first, but
reset.
The Bush get one reset. The divide does not connect with anybody. Crazy, the next one to fall. There's another Heartbreaker available for this Viego. Going to dash forward, flash forward onto Tomage. Giving you another reset here. That's a third kill for the team. Twente looking incredibly strong right now.
Could this be the game? They have got the Baron up for all of a few seconds. It will not be there for the minions, but with Culling down, Emperor's Divide down, Life and Magister are going to need to put up a top-class performance to attempt to deny the end of the game. They might be able to settle an inhib if they're lucky.
Just need to be careful. Gabush does so much damage right now. Will certainly be this inhib. Sensible players to back off right here, and looks like that is the decision as well.
Well, that is what we know Twente for. This team is extremely reserved. They will take exactly the amount they are owed and nothing more. They do not care about interest on this one. Their interest lies with that dragon they're going to pick up now. I don't think that we're going to get Alchemic TPing in to contest this one, so it will be a freebie into that reset. And with the Dragon and the Baron desynced, not only are you denying Soul with this, but you're also making it so you can get that control in your top side, leverage that tier 1 mid tower that is still alive for Twente, and then take absolute control before these fights. Deny the insect plays from Magister and try your best to be ready for when Alchemic goes in.
But if you want those insect plays, right now is the time. The stopwatch is down, as would have been, you know, the Zhonya's if that was up and available. The flashes were all blown that last fight as well, other than on Amu and on Mechanic, so you have an opportunity right now. If you are Magister, this is the good strategy right now would be to find a fight, but with no true objectives up and available, how do you find a fight before everything comes back up?
Can't force them into anything, and I think what we just had there was 3 members of AGH hiding around the bottom lane, hoping they might be able to catch Emu out rotating. Not going to get them a second time, though.
All right, well, here comes the rotate up, making sure that that vision is all but secured in the top side, giving you that advantage when that Baron dance does come around. And of course, AGH really do want to try and get some sort of advantage in that mid, because as you say, that tier 1 is still alive at 32 minutes in the game, and it is giving Twente so much protection in this jungle.
Yeah, they have the ability to step up with pretty much immunity, knowing that you can fall back to your tower. Nobody on AGH really wants to be tanking up a tower for too long. The only thing is Crazy can turn it off if there is a fight right there, but that's only for a few seconds, you know, and then all of a sudden you're taking that damage again. Need to be very careful right now, but you can see AGH roaming around as a group. It means that they're not getting as much farm, but when all of the farm is so far away, you can see in the bot lane, Wave is pushed up past the river. In the top lane, Wave is also pushed up past the river. Other than this middle lane that has an inhibitor down, so is at least a funnel of farm constantly for life, it's very difficult for anybody else on AGH to actually pick themselves up CS.
And the sacrifice you have to pay for getting that constant funnel in the mid lane is no priority. And when you have no priority against a Vel'Koz, against a Gnar who is currently mega, but TPing in, this is crazy looking. They know Gabosh doesn't have flash, but they will not be able to close the gap, most importantly. When you are running into these tools, it is very dangerous, as you could just get popped immediately. We've seen it happen to Tomage a few times, but now they have the Moonstone plus Redemption. So if you do not die in 1 second, AGH will be able to pick you back up, pat you on the back, and get you back in the fray.
Well, Baron started up instantaneously right here. Esports Team 20 trying to take this one out, and there is a slow response out of ADH.
All right, already down to half health AGH. If they want to make a contest, they're going to need to do it soon. And to have slowed down that pace, taking down this health bar a little bit. Amu waiting for that rage bar to build up, finally imminent.
Got it for free. We know that Crazy could get in this pit.
3k.
They could go unstoppable and try and contest. The question is, what is the play from AGH? Do you fight or do you try and burn the Baron?
Poke is strong.
Combo is there. There's the Stormbringer, there's the stun, but it's only Crazy in the backline at the moment. How long can he last? There's the unstoppable force.
It's
straight
split.
onto 2. It is a split fight right now. AGH gonna get that first kill.
Just
gonna
don't
be
clunky.
dying first. Okay, well, the chaos has died down a little bit more as Mechanics continuing to auto these members of AGH, and I thought this Vel'Koz was gonna go down, but between Senna, between Karma, they just couldn't kill them.
TP. They're jumping in front to try and stop the resets. You don't want to get HP back on this Lucian, otherwise the contest becomes real. They're down.
This is just all over
It's
now.
over.
It's all over now.
Oh, this was
We've
a
got those
lovely
resets.
game. Yeah, Esports Team 20, absolutely beautiful, and oh boy, they are going to pick themselves up the first game in this series, taking out AGH for game 1 of the grand finals of the University Esports Masters. A lovely game.
Setting a tone for the series with this one, playing your own game against you, and I feel like that Senna is going to be something we don't see Mechanics getting to reprise their role on again. Can hear not much coming from the studio right now. All of these players very calm, understanding it is one game of a series. Smiles on the faces, but they know they've got plenty of a journey to go through if they want to be picking up that cup.
Yeah, that was a nice game right there out of Esports Team 20, but also I feel like AGH, they had just moments where it was nearly so very good, and then it just didn't quite work out.
Yeah, I think the main thing there is that AGH were very close for most of the game, but these tools that Twente had available to them, that Viego resetting in team fights, able to just give them small advantage. And the center just constantly autoing in the backline. You could see that despite them having the 2 tools, it was still so difficult to shut them down just by the combined healing and sustain from the team.
And I think one thing for me that can make a really big difference going into the rest of this series is Magister on that Azir. Yes, they had amazing insect plays, but, and this is an important one of the most important factors about playing Azir, and it's one of the things that sets Faker apart from other Azirs, is all the way up until a certain point, going for the insect play is the best thing you can do. It is the optimal move if you can get it and then Zhonya's DPS the fight.
Yeah.
There comes a point where it is better to not do that and just DPS. Because Azir, funnily enough, as a late game threat, is absolutely insane, but throughout every one of those last few fights, it was Magister looking for the insect and not DPSing. That meant Gabosh got those resets, and it meant that Twente took game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, Gabush told us that he might need a little bit of time to warm up, but I think he might have been lying. That was a fantastic performance from him on that Viego, just getting those resets. That was the pivotal fight right there, up in the top lane around that tower. The Viego resets, cleaning the board, and that was the point at which I think Esports Team 20 won it.
Definitely some things to think about coming into the next game for both teams. Of course, AGH in particular looking for the adaptations. Will it be that center taken off the table? Maybe the Viego. We'll find out in a moment. Go check out our sponsors, Twitch Student, and of course, Intel 12th Generation, as we're going to throw it to a break.
First blood. Shut down. Pentakill.
My name is Shahin. My nickname is Freshkiller. I am playing for Yenilmezler Turkish team, and my role is mid laner.
My name is Berke. I'm playing for Yenilmezler. My nickname is Berkus, and I am support role of Yenilmezler team.
Who is the best player?
Who is the best player? I said the Piga.
I said that you. Who is most likely to feed a lane? Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm like a coin flip. If I don't have my moods, if I'm not on my good day, I can eat. Who is a one-trick pony?
Yeah, I am a Bard OTP once.
He is playing Bard on solo queue. Who sleeps the most?
Yeah, he sometimes sleeps 10 hours, 11 hours a day.
I have some issues with sleeping. I have a migraine, which one I have a headache, and sometimes I need to sleep like 10 hours.
And sometimes we even miss tournaments.
Who eats the most?
Come on.
No, you eat more. He is like eating, and after 1 hour or 2 hours, he's saying that he's hungry again. So.
Yeah. I have a high metabolism, that's why.
Who spends the most time on social media? Ready?
Most of our young generation says me, most probably.
I think it's me. I'm spending like 2 hours in Instagram, and then guarantee 1 hour in Twitter.
Hello once more and welcome back to UEM 2022. Of course, joined by myself, Takua, Black Box, and Melvin Izzle. We're ready for Game 2. Twente managed to take Game 1 versus AGH in, well, it took a while to get there, but it was pretty decisive when it happened.
Oh yeah, it was a beautiful game overall out of Esports Team Twente, and one player that we didn't really highlight throughout the game because it wasn't the flashy plays. The flashy plays were from Gabush with all of those resets on Viego, but somebody who was dealing the most damage just consistently throughout the game was that Senna on top of Mechanics. We talked about it with the Ghost. It's a new strategy we've been seeing pop up recently in this tournament. Beforehand, the Sennas were not doing this. They were actually played support most likely. Now we've got the AD carry fasting Senna that takes that Ghost and is able to just run you down. The later into the game you go, the more range those auto attacks have on a Senna, and so having the Ghost means that you're able to chase people down no matter how fast they try to get away.
And one of the weaknesses of that pick, though, is a Ghost is important, but you can't really escape a Malphite or a Shurima shuffle, which is one of the main ways we saw Mechanics get put behind on that pick in the last game. However, it wasn't exactly what we wanted from our highlight matchup. Having Magister on that Azir last game, they had some of those amazing shuffles, I would say, all the way up until probably about the 25-minute mark. Every single shuffle hit, every single shuffle killed. It was great.
Yeah.
After that, though, we had a very fundamental problem where they were going for the shuffles as opposed for DPSing. The entire game, we had Clonky on that Vel'Koz counter pick, though, DPSing throughout the fights. The only times they died was when excessive resources were put into them, pulling a lot of value for their team and enabling Gabush and enabling Mechanics to carry on that Senna and Viego.
And it actually wasn't the ultimates that were the most impactful part of this game once we got a little bit later. As you said, certainly Magister's ultimates with those shuffles were great, but actually these ultimates didn't do that much, especially Clonky's. Whenever that disintegration laser went down, there was a monsoon response out of Tomage, and so it just healed it up. It didn't matter. But then it was the consistent damage that comes from the other parts of that Vel'Koz kit that were actually dealing the most damage, and meaning that overall, just the members of AGH were having a worse time of it in fights, coming into them a little bit less on health as well because of the poke, and then what could you do?
Well, speaking of the Vel'Koz, the question then becomes is, maybe we need to change up the mid matchup a little bit, because it ended up being the case, well, yes, Magister got the roams off, he did take the CSD for it, managed to get some value in response by getting the picks, but it just didn't seem to be enough, and come late game, it just wasn't there. There wasn't anything coming out of this mid laner, despite what we saw yesterday.
I mean, we'd like to talk about this Azir, but I think another way that we can look at it is that Lucian, right? It is something that we know, obviously, is played very well by Life.
Yep.
They are prolific on the pick, and when you pair it with these enchanters that Tomage is pulling out, it does do its job, but the thing is, its job doesn't carry you through those later game fights, and we know from Twente, the fact that they survived the Yenomesla test, they can get to late game regardless of how aggressive you play. So I think that the way I want to see AGH adapt to take us to as many games as possible, because that was a great game one and I hope for much more of it, is by pivoting away from the Lucian and looking for more of those scaling picks. Potentially see if we can get Zeri off of the bans and look towards that, look towards maybe even that Jinx. It's something I'm a bit less of a fan of, but I know it's something that they could go towards. Or alternately, shift them onto utility, give them the Jhin, and then have more carry potential elsewhere, because obviously the Malphite is great, but we know for a fact that there is more potential from Alchemic.
Yeah, alright, of course. This is Game 2. Remember that we are playing for the winner of UEM 22. There is 2022 even. There are so many things at stake here, of course. The prize itself being 5,000 euros split between the five, so 1,000 per player, and of course the bragging rights, you get to take the trophy home and say, well, you know what, we're the first of our country to be crowned champion of this tournament.
It's a absolutely huge honour for whichever of these teams manages to pull themselves forwards. And so as we look forwards from Game 1 into Game 2, what are we expecting the bans to be? I think Senna take it off the board, unless, because these teams have swapped sides, it could be a first pick.
I think that it's definitely in that kind of territory. When we look back to how Twente played yesterday, their red side bans were the Karma, the Wukong, and the Bard. Now, obviously, we could put the Bard as that little asterisk. We could just say that that is, in fact, personal target pick. So maybe the Senna fills in those shoes, or we look to see if the Wukong actually shows its face in this game. It was taken away last time around, but both of these teams have mixed priority on it. It will be played, if it's available, more likely by Poland's AGH, but neither of these teams have really seen massive success with it.
No, exactly that. And then also if we take a look into the jungle matchup as well, like, what do you do about this man Caboose? We've highlighted him yesterday as the key player, and I think we've highlighted him a lot whenever we've seen Esports Team 20. He is fantastic. We knew the name already coming into this tournament from Division 2 of NLC, a fantastic player. Definitely has a bright future ahead of him if he is able to pick this trophy up, but even if he comes second, still such a good player, and that Viego performance was just disgusting.
And it's something that I'm curious if that actually becomes one of the blue side bans, if we do see it actually be AGH take that one, because at the end of the day, when you are on blue side, you have a lot more flexibility to get rid of these targeted picks. You're less reliant on banning away the meta, because as we've seen multiple times from Twente, you get the real choice of the meta. You can leave as many OPs as you want open and say, okay, it's got to our last ban. Wukong, Senna, Karma are all open. We could ban one, force them to ban the other, and then pick the third. Easy peasy.
See the teams just looking over their drafts, considering their options into Game 2. Of course, the players purely focused right now on exactly the title and what comes with that. So, in it to win it, I would say.
Yeah, everybody wants to be able to. AGH unfortunately gone down in this first game, but that doesn't mean that they're out of this series. We've seen this team fight back, got knocked out of the group stage, and then made it back through the last chance qualifier into this tournament, and so they are good enough to continue doing that. They know how to take a defeat, take it on the chin and move on, but they were knocked out of the group stage by Esports Team 20, and so that's a little bit of a mental block. They've not yet beaten this team this year.
Yeah, the fact that they managed to eliminate them last year, you can see that almost vengeful wish coming out from Twente with their play, where they do their standard reserved moments. You don't see them extend past that of comfort a lot of the time. There was occasion in that game where they sieged up the inhib, could have looked for a game if it was a different team, but no, they back away every single time. Twente knows what this means to both sides, and having that reliability is extremely important in a series, keeping that performance high and never really giving windows that aren't forced almost. Like every time we saw something bad happen to Twente, it was off of the back of that Malphite ult being forced, that Azir going for a shuffle. Emu, I think that in the top lane, they had a bit of a rough game. It wasn't their best performance yesterday. Absolutely brilliant. Chef's kiss on the Gnar and the Camille. This time around, there were things left to be desired from that Gnar.
Yeah, there were some Gnar ultimates that went, quite well, but occasionally they were whiffing in that they were certainly landing onto people, but not necessarily stunning people into the wall. And when you are on that Gnar, it is that ultimate. Basically, Gnar is a one ult bot. You see the Gnar bar, you see it fill up with rage, and you go, okay, the champion's gonna ult me right now. And so it is pretty easy to play against because you are so telegraphed in your play, and yet it can be so difficult to play against, as everybody knows, dodging the Gnar ultimate almost impossible. But right now, actually, it was a pretty good show out of AGH in terms of playing around the Gnar, and it was the Gnar into Malphite matchup, which is a known good matchup for the Malphite. It was just unfortunate when the Malphite ultimate was hitting, it wasn't instantaneously going into that Magister Emperor's Divide. And there were bits where it could have worked, but it didn't quite. And it's just that disconnect that I think once you can clean that one up, there was definitely bright spots for AGH.
And part of the thing that AGH have really prided themselves on is this death pool comp.
Yeah.
It's obviously had Sona at the heart, but she was banned away in the second rotation, forcing Tomage to go over to the Janna instead. Yes, we know they have plenty more enchanters in store, but my fundamental issue is when you're picking things like the Malphite, things like the Azir, necessary engage, mind you. I'm not saying this is a mistake, but it means that they are much quicker at going in than your Lucians, than your Volibears, than your Jannas. So this death ball stops being a ball and it's more of like a couple, scatter plot. And the death scatter plot is much less intimidating than the death ball.
As we get right into draft here.
Alright, 3 bans on the table so far. Viego, Jinx, and Yone. Wukong going to be the next one. Currently just mostly the standard meta, except of course Yone targeting out Clonky a little bit. That Jinx from mechanics. And also the Viego for both sides, actually. That is a contested pick.
Yeah, nobody wants to see Magister's Viego specifically, but it could pick up on both teams. Now, is there going to be any difference? And there we go. That is the Senna ban. The previous 2 bans were similar to the previous round, but now we see that Senna come off the board. So what will Mechanics pull out instead?
I'm curious because we have both Karma and Zilean open right now. Will be the targeted pick removed. So the question is, will they actually look to lock in that Karma at the beginning. Both of these teams, we know for a fact, respect this pick, but instead,
Oh, wow.
that's scary. That's something that's been banned pretty much throughout the entire tournament against Crazy.
Yeah, Crazy does not get to pick this one up very often, and my god, is it for a good reason. It can just destroy people, as we're going to see the response karma, so these are big priority picks being found by both teams.
And immediately, when you see a Kindred, the first thing you need to think is, what mid lane are you going to pair it with? It either needs to be an Enchanter, something that we know Magister could play, maybe even going a bit more abstract with the Lulu, or it needs to be a Mage so you have that mixed damage. Talia is on the table, depending on what dashes get shown. None so far from Twente. You might have been able to look towards that, but now, I mean, we could see the Azir-Vel'Koz matchup show its face again if that is what AGH want to put themselves towards. There are plenty of options still on the table. However, I think that you might be leaving Magister out to dry if you don't pick a mid laner here.
Well, Cabooses Volibear has reared its ugly head, and will we see the first defeat of the bear today? Let's find out. That is the Zeri coming through for life, and this is actually massively pinching Mechanics' favoured champion pool. Apart from that, Lucian, of course, can be paired with the Enchanter of the Karma if you want to shift that into the bot side, but playing with Lucian into this comp so far, with the shorter range that he has compared to some other AD carries out there, Kindred, Zeri, and now with the Yuumi in combination, I'm not sure if you want to pick it.
I was just about to say that the Yuumi was still up and available. It was banned out in the previous game, and this is a terrifying pairing. And you know what's even more terrifying? When your Zeri can go flying in and be kept alive by a Lamb's Respite. You now need to build the pieces around it, but it does mean all of a sudden that you've picked Tomage, the support before other things get banned away, meaning that the pool was open, the Yuumi comes out, but the response is going to be a Caitlyn. If that Caitlyn does get paired up with the Karma as we expect it to be, that is a horrific lane, especially for basically a Zeri alone, because Yuumi gives nothing in lane.
And notably, one of the things that we have from Kindred is not exactly a jungler who does their best work ganking range champions. They're great against melee, because with those constant Qs you can get hopping around, you can kite them out. Caitlyn and Karma both outrange you in the early game until you get some of those stacks, which means that now for AGH, the most important part is getting a matchup mid that they can use to support Crazy. And once again, that is the story of this team. How can Crazy and Magister pair up to run the map? How can Magister do the jungler's job for them and enable Crazy to look for some of these invades?
As we see the next set of bans coming out, we've got a little bit of a top lane focus right now. And if you're both of these teams, you've now got yourself your junglers, you've got your bot lanes. We're now looking at what's going to be putting into the rest of the lanes. The Ornn is still up and available. Both of these top laners like it, and I think it would fit with both of these compositions.
It's got a good level of engage when you have these kind of ADCs. After a point, the Ornn does become nigh indestructible, percentage max health damage or not. And when you do have that Zeri, question does start to rise. What does Twente have to get on top of it? A Syndra ban, actually. That is something that makes me think they might be looking to take the Azir for themselves as an option to almost set up that zone and, most importantly, get one of the few remaining displacement abilities in the game. When you pick your jungler early, you lock yourself out of Xin Zhao and Lee Sin, two of the best tools for getting Kindred out of her ult. Azir, still up and available, and would complement this comp excellently for Twente.
It would indeed, and I really like that as a point to go for. Instead, AGH are quite worried about that Vel'Koz. It was fantastic in the last game, that's fine. But still, like you said, the Azir is up and available. Magister would have liked it in this composition as well, getting people out of that Lamb's Respite, because it obviously keeps people alive anyway. It will be the counter pick going over for Clonky. And so with the Gnar picked up into the top lane, it wasn't the best performance last time, possibly redemption for Amu. I think the interesting thing right here as well is that we have seen Zeri Yuumi yesterday, and you know what it did? It sat in the bot lane and did nothing until it got to the fights and then killed people. You don't need to be aggressive during the early game, and you can't really against a Karma Caitlyn, but perfect lane to do that with.
Yeah, still need to draft a lot of frontline though. AGH right now all in the AD carry pool, and that is a big frontliner that we have been talking about, providing the engage that the team so needs alongside it. Of course, another point with the Gnar pick on the other end is it is still light displacement if you do want to get anything out of the Lamb's Respite, but currently you can kind of see the way that these two compositions are forming, the way the two teams want to play out the game.
And so, the Azir is going to be picked right here. It makes a lot of sense. It works well with Magister Chample, and it works well in synergy with everything else. What will the pick be to come up? The Kassadin is up and available, hasn't been picked or banned, and so will it come out? That would be a lot of scaling right here, and it would be good scaling into what is a lot already picked on the side of AGH.
I think the cast-in is something that makes absolute sense. Both of these mid laners have played it across the weekend. Corki will be a pretty different option, though. It will be a different flavor of mid. Corki taking the safe route.
Corki is here!
Oh boy.
Hey.
Scaling lane as well with the Zeri. It is legitimately only top lane where we might see any fighting resulting in kills will happen.
Hey. Ornn is an assassin.
Well, that's my point, exactly. We've got top lane with Alchemic playing the assassin, hybrid tank, DPS, roamer, and teleport back to lane all at the same time, whereas we do have Emmy reprising their role on that Gnar, like you said earlier, hoping to have a better matchup against their top lane counterpart this time around.
I mean, it is a better matchup for the Gnar into an Ornn up to a certain point, but then both of these have fantastic teamfight ultimates, which makes it quite difficult to be the better. You're going to have both Alchemic and Emu probably trying to find flanks for each other, possibly finding each other on the flank, and oh, whoops, hello. We're both trying to get to the fight, and now we're nowhere near.
I'm starting to look at Twente's comp, and I feel like they may have to look down a split push kind of route if they do not get a massive lead off of the back of Mechanix and QTKT in this bottom lane. Obviously, the Caitlyn Karma is an amazing matchup, as they should be able to win the lane on the scale of things. They should be able to really dominate that Zeri plus Yuumi duo. But if they don't, Caitlyn is not exactly reprised for her mid-game, and suddenly a Zeri comes online, an Azir comes online, Ornn starts to build items, these mid to late game champions become absolutely massive, and it is a real problem that we might see Twente have to deal with.
This is a different decision-making idea behind dealing with Magister. In the previous game, it was we stay in lane, we farm more than you, and we outdamage you. Cool, that works. There is a second way to deal with Magister, though. It's, hey, you're going to roam, I'm going to roam. You follow them around. The Corki can absolutely do that. We are all sick to death of the Corki Azir. We've seen it 1,000 times, but the reason that they get picked into each other is because it becomes a skill matchup. Who is better all of a sudden means more than which champion is better.
Curious to see what kind of build we will get from Clonky. Recently, have been seeing a bit of that Liandry's after the Muramana half-hybrid build, when you do have the AD in the bottom lane and the Gnar, who is primarily AD with a bit of magic damage weaved in, is likely to see it would complement the poke potential. If we start to think about how the range goes for both of these teams again, it's actually a bit more variable than last time around.
Yeah, there's plenty of poke all across the board, and especially, I'd say, on the side of AGH. You do not want to just be sitting around waiting for those fighters to come in, but neither team does. You don't want to sit around and wait for a Karma to poke you down with those mantra Qs. And so both of these teams around objectives are going to want to start the fight quickly or find the pick to begin the fight.
One expected thing with this bot lane, as it is currently highlighting, is the mechanics. QTKT, the main thing when it comes to these Caitlyn lanes, especially when paired with something like the Karma as a range support, is to pretty much shove the wave in, get tower plating, and gain your advantage from that. You're not necessarily going to get kills, but that is one thing you can do.
Emu doing a very aggressive invade right there, spotting down onto Crazy. Won't actually do anything beyond slow the timer, but slowing a Kindred down is pretty important, as we see Gabush is already able to get moving, actually not investing into their Krugs. With the Predator this game, they know their role is to win the game fast, because if they don't, their champion is goddamn irrelevant.
Yes, indeed, and this is a fun little timer game we're going to be playing. The first round of it comes up when those Rift Scuttlers spawn. Which side do the Rift Scuttlers with those marks spawn on? Is it going to be the side where Crazy is? If so, that Kindred already gets a quick little boost. If not, that can really hurt the clear.
And the fact that both of these junglers have pathed onto the same side, this is really good by Gabush getting here early, because they'll have the prio, and it means if the crab spawns in front of you, they'll be ready to go, and if it spawns on the other side, you can quick rotate to the other way, or at very least guarantee yourself one crab.
You see Gabush pushing in here, possibly going to try to steal away some of the camps right here. I think Crazy might have been cognizant of this, pulled that red buff out quite far. Gabush is now very deep.
They see that the Raptors are still available though, and I think that this might have been a little bit of a dance away, not able to know exactly where Crazy is. They know roughly, because you saw them start on the top side, and that was Gabush hoping to get a bit of scrapping down before the crab. I mean, one of the big issues when you do have that Predator is you have no combat stats. Pre-game boots.
Oh, flash.
There it is. There's the stun in the mid lane. I think there's enough damage, but maybe Clonky dies first. First put over to Magister, and it is traded away.
Any sane man flashes to safety. Guess what Magister does? They go in and they get the return kill. Getting it first as well is so massive, as now we take a zoom and enhance onto the map. Crazy gets priority on this crab, and because of how they're standing on the minimap, I didn't see which one.
It's the other one.
It's the other one, unfortunately.
Bad flip, bad RNG.
Bad RNG, but it does mean that at least a crab is gotten. You can see, though, Emil's ended up having to go down, and this is a gank.
Flash forward, exhaust laid down onto mechanics. Yonagao have to go under tower for a little bit. The heal at the last second, able to keep them alive, but the execute from Kindred, that Hunter's Mark, going to slay the Karma, but of course, Karma does strike again, and Crazy dies for it.
Very narrow, and it exerts so much pressure. Every single summoner is now gone from the bottom lane. The first ones that are going to be back up will be those offensive ones, like the Ignite, like the Exhaust, and like the Ghost, most importantly, which is going to leave advantage over to AGH and removing that pressure from this bot lane that we said nothing is going to happen for. Life and Tomage should be just sitting there existing for the first 10 to 15 minutes, and the fact that they aren't being pressured now, and actually because of that find a CS lead on the Zeri, is massive.
Yeah, it is absolutely huge, and I feel like we didn't push enough onto this point. We talked about the Ghost Senna beforehand, but the Ghost Zeri can be the same sort of thing. It's not the infinite scaling, but I don't think Zeri needs infinite scaling. We'll certainly do enough damage later on into the game. So we see the first Drake of the game spawning is going to be an Infernal. This should be pretty tasty, and we might see a little bit of scrapping right now. Currently, and something you need to focus on throughout the entire game, is these junglers. Gaboosh, super useful right now. Crazy going to be much more useful later on, and so you have got to be careful if you are Gaboosh. Be useful now, get your impact onto the map right now, otherwise you're going to get outscaled massively, but it means in these early skirmishes around Drakes, there is a big advantage to Gaboosh.
Alright, gold leads dead even. It is, of course, only 5.5 minutes in the game, and it really goes to show how these lane phases are going. No one really had distinct advantage. We did see last game that there were some pretty big gaps when it came to the lane phase, especially with mid lane Magister roaming so much on that Azir. This time not opting for those Sorcerer's Shoes first, though.
Going to be one of the first times, I think, ever I've seen them buy an Amplifying Tome before having a shoe. Which is, I mean, technically they have the tier 1 boots, but a bit of respect actually saying, alright, this time I'll match you at your own game. I have some pretty sick laning prowess myself, Azir with a bit more power in the early game than Corki, especially before we end up seeing the package come online a little bit later. We'll start to beg a question of when does the dragon get looked at? We do have Crazy looking down to this bottom lane.
It's quite hard to get on top of a Caitlyn and a Karma, however, and the Drake is going to be spawned up. Alright, Gaboosh is still mid lane, has been mid lane for a very long time.
They've got Crab and the Dragon. Which do you actually commit to? You only get one Smite charge at a time, and the thing is, Gaboosh has a massive steal potential on this Volley Bear. They can combo so much DPS, they're actually just going to take the trade, Crab for Dragon.
Which, usually, horrific trade. Don't want to do that at all. But that was a Crab spawned with the Mark. Super impactful onto the Kindred. For those that don't know, once Kindred picks up 4 Marks, then we'll have a lot more range, a lot more attack damage. And it's sort of the point at which, all of a sudden, this Kindred comes online. Up until this point, a little bit of a weak AD carry, and then all of a sudden, much more useful.
And I'm a bit split on that play, because taking a look at it, I feel like Gaboosh should be happy that they got away with anything. As now, heavy trade bot.
There's the root down, Ignite coming through, the headshots from Mechanics. Gonna take down Life.
The CC chain right there. You step on a trap, you get rooted up for that little second, then all of a sudden you have a Karma tether on top, you get rooted up again, and while you're still, well, I'll just chuck down another trap. You do not get to move, and we see the way that Life just gets destroyed.
Not going to be able to build anything defensive for a little while. Wants to get as close to that Immortal Shield, but I imagine as possible, so that they can at least endure a bit of that burst. Because once you do, having the Ghost and having a Yuumi means you will eventually sustain your way right back up, especially against the poke that will come out later on into this game. It's going to be essential. As now we take a look at the state of the game, Rift Herald is spawning in a moment. Minor CS lead over to Emu in this top lane. There has been I'm pretty sure if I count it on one hand, yeah, 0 attention from either jungler up the top lane, so a nice isolated little lead.
And it is a nice little play right here. We also saw earlier on in the game, Emu ended up picking up that Rift Scuttle that did have the mark on it, denying it away from Crazy. And so clearly Emu has plenty of scope right now to do whatever they want into their lane. And this pressure up here is translating into pressure for the rest of the map. Right now, it means that the Rift Herald is going to be picked up by Gaboosh. There is no response right now from Crazy or anybody else on AGH for that matter. And now you've got this. You can put it into the mid lane or into the top lane if you want. If you can crack that top tier tower, then all of a sudden you're able to unlock your Gnar across the rest of the map. And once Emu can get involved, that is fantastic.
I will give you a better trade offer right there.
Go on.
Why not do 2 for 1? You have the Caitlyn Karma, so if you could get the Prio down there, you have the Volibear. I feel like every time I see Volibear, I try and use the sentence, dive bot lane, please. We very rarely see it, as there is a contest onto this blue buff. As a mini Gnar and an Ornn with ult, it will go over to Crazy. Not going to have anything stolen, just a very kind leash from Gaboosh. How nice of them. But what I was saying about this bot lane is you want to get Caitlyn Karma out on the map just as much as Gnar. So if you do get the Rift Herald down here, you can crack open that tower, rotate them away, and then start breaking down the other tier 1s while plates are still alive. Before plates even existed, Caitlyn, pretty much historically from Season 6 prior, was one of the best ADCs in the game, because you would always guarantee yourself tier 1 bot lane tower, ability to go across the map, and that pressure bought you so much time. This game, though, we have only lost 1 plate at 9 minutes, meaning that Mechanics is not exactly getting the full value out of this champion that you'd otherwise want.
No, you want a lot more out of a Caitlyn. I mean, the kill was nice, you know, but it is not the main focus of a Caitlyn right now, and you don't really care if you are a Zeri. You can go a lot later into the game, you will be more impactful, especially in that mid-game once you get those 2 items spike. Zeri is very strong once that mythic and item comes through, but fighting right now...
Lightning Crash immediately popped alongside the final chapter, but Mechanics trading back with so much force. Heal gonna get life away, there comes the shuffle. Mechanics caught on the other side of the bush. Life just able to get away with a sliver of health, and Magister will take the other kill onto QTKT, but I think that Karma is just about safe, and Life really playing with his health.
Hold on.
Boosh down here.
They're still in smite range to die.
I mean, you just gotta click the button, right? I mean, 1 smite, 1 auto, there it is. Life gonna go down, no more life in him.
Assassin Ornn?
Ornn Assassin, I believe, is actually what they prefer to go by. As yep, we did not get to get the full eyes on that one because, well, I mean, it just comes out of nowhere. That's the thing about Ornn. You just need to get a little bit of poke down, and then pretty much from that point onwards, you're in lethal range, right? If you get everything, that's the benefit of the spellbook as well, getting that versatility in summoners. But to talk a little bit more about that bot lane play, massive amount invested, and that is a dead cat.
That is one dead cat.
A very dead cat. Yep, there we go. A few more autos. Going to donate it over to the Caitlyn here. Maybe able to get priority if they force Magister back as well with the 3 members. Get a reset off, potentially. Plating. Nothing more than that.
There's the Herald.
There you go. Like you said, it was going to be down into the bottom lane, looking to crack this. Crazy is down here to try help out, and there are low health bars on Team 20.
Oh, that's really rough. They have to dedicate the Ornn TP as well without ult. That is an insane amount of loss coming out from AGH, as it's going to allow Emu in the top lane to get an easy push into the tower. They could capture plates on their own. I know it's not exactly what you want, but massively winning maneuver coming out from Twente.
That was just off the back of Mechanics there. Very, very clean Caitlyn combo. Gonna slay Magister down before the fight even starts. And speaking about a fight, there is another one. Alchemic going straight on to this member I was talking about, and they're gonna get shut down.
Yeah, a little bit of a caustic husk right there. Beautiful play out of Mechanics, and they overstay, and this is going to translate into a Hextech Drake, the best single Drake you could pick up. Everybody loves the things that you get out of it. Everybody benefits from a little bit of ability haste. Just lovely right here. And then, all of a sudden, things are still pretty even. You can see a little bit of an advantage in terms of gold for Esports Team 20, but there is still Drake advantage over on the side of AGH, and I think, especially when you have a Lamb's Respite, but you have an Ornn as well, that having an Ocean Soul is so good.
Ooh, that was a bit cheeky from Emu right there. If they managed to have the first strike bonus damage from Clonky, as we do get new lane assignments starting to come out. Ornn happy to sit down bot lane right here with their base items. Most importantly, being those plated steel caps, they are able to lane against the Caitlyn, and if Mechanic ever does step forward, I mean, there's the potential to just get Ornn down. Until then, though, they have managed to force the Ornn to back off a little bit, as we are just going to get a bit of peace. Plates still up, Twente would absolutely adore to pick up this first blood tower on their Caitlyn. Yes, it's going to be a bit late, but they should be able to secure it here and now.
Within the next minute, it would be maximum plates down here onto your Caitlyn as well. Should be able to crack this 4th plate right now. Ornhorn going to come through just to try stop this tower going down, but Alchemic's very low.
Siege Minion doing its namesake will be enough to hold if they want it, but no. Life's rotation will actually save the turret, and this denies a heavy amount of gold over to the Caitlyn. Not getting the first blood tower, not getting anything from that play beyond the Ornn's ultimate, which at the end of the day, with no objectives on the table, it's really not going to mean much. If anything, it just buys Emu a bit of time now that they're laning against them before they get Ornhorn down again.
Exactly. It's a nice play right there. I mean, it doesn't look great, you know, when you're having your tower siege down onto, but the little wins are still coming through. The scaling is absolutely on the side of AGH, so they do not mind that this early game hasn't gone quite so well for each other. We're looking for that level 14 out of the Ornn when the ornaments come through as... That's not something we've seen that often.
No. Valkyrie's out of there. Very impressive from Clonky. Did escape the ultimate, so it is what it's worth. Magister otherwise would have been able to pick up that kill and extra gold over to AGH. Speaking of gold, there is only a 2,000 advantage for the team, but they do have the 2 Drakes, so that deficit isn't too much of a problem.
And it's a 2,000 advantage right now, but you can see this top lane tower has basically no health, and this bottom lane tower also has basically no health. So that is a lot of standing gold that is up and available ripe for the picking for Esports Team 20, and they should be able to get it pretty soon.
This is interesting by Clonky. They've actually picked up the package and then gone straight to bottom lane. They're getting this prio so they can rotate over if needed on the Herald. Crazy will be in range, and the thing is, without teleport, this Corki, I mean, if anything had gone wrong, they would have extremely struggled to get involved. Let's look at this top lane and see if Emu gets away.
Emu should go down right here. Does, but this is now going to be a lot of aggression.
Flash already gone. There comes the stun, but the teleport in response means that Gabush has to retreat here. AGH may be looking for the re-engage. Zeri Laser coming through. Final chapter going to root 2 down. Lightning Crash on the tower. QT Katie goes down, and evening out the gold a little bit. Still very much in the advantage of Twente, but at least AGH fight back.
Oh, yeah, on the map, though, Twente picking up 2 towers. Very important. Caitlyn getting first blood tower mid, so all in all, about a 600 plus gold injection on them. And same thing back in the bottom lane, with Clonky picking up that 600 gold tier 2 tower. It will only be 1 in return. The only silver lining I've got for you here for AGH is the fact that now it's going to take a little bit longer for bounties to come online.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, also that was 2 towers down in the bottom lane for the Corki. All of a sudden, Clonky is going to be an absolute terror coming into these fights with that injection of gold. The same for mechanics, as you said, and need to keep finding pressure on the map.
Hunter's Mark laid down into Gabush, getting very, very low. A few more autos will do the trick, but it can't quite land. Life flash forward for the 1 cube. That means you have to use your Lamb's Respite to get your AD carry out of dodge, but still not necessarily out of this one just yet as the chase comes through. There's the slow, dodge away. I think they're safe for the time being, and misses another one. The divide to cancel that.
It's not enough. The root comes down, it's massive. Life will escape again, but they are trapped in no man's land.
The Ornn teleport way deep as well. This might be a good fight right here for AGH.
Really looking for a knock-up onto 2, but there's no follow-up. Clonky really wants to kill. The damage of your team isn't there. Yes, you're on Ornn and you do good damage, but finally the Yuumi is here to support. Oh, actually got cancelled out by... I'm not entirely sure how that interaction happened, but Yuumi coming off of Alchemic there might have made the difference. Even still...
Look at the Caitlyn!
It's very fast. Caitlyn is getting a mid lane inhib tower as this will eventually go down. Everything in Twente's favor off of the back of that one. The kill count was a little bit too high for us to really keep track of what those instances of the respawn and get back involved. Dragon is up. If we could see Crazy rush over there and take it, that will be the only way you could even slightly consolidate what just happened. But you're against 2 teleports. Clonky is about to be respawning, and Emu has their teleport. So we see they're actually going to look for mechanics in the mid lane instead of going for the Dragon.
Looked so good right there for AGH, but it just wasn't quite enough in the fight. They took a little bit too much of an extended engagement, and then, you know, just the sieging from the rest of the team right now. Much, much larger deficit. The Rift Herald is actually going to charge down there. Crazy, in fact, going to die to Clonky here. Silent carry so far, dishing out some of this damage on the Corki as that Ocean Drake will be stopped.
Wow.
No soul point for AGH.
This is so rough. That could have been the only thing that keeps Twente in it, but instead we had Crazy run mid. Burn the flash out of Mechanics, yeah, that was good, but then the fact they can't take the Dragon in time. I mean, we said at the start of the game, Gabosh playing this Predator Volibear, they do have a timer, and they know they're on a timer. Even going for this Zhonya's second item, their entire purpose will start to become run, stun, maybe turn a tower off, and try and buy as much time as possible. So far, been extremely effective, with Zeri still only at 1 item, Magister still only at 1 item, Crazy, what am I going to say? Oh yeah, still only at 1 item for the moment. None of the carries for AGH are able to burn through this front line quick enough.
And it's been so close in all of these fights. You've seen low health bars on almost every single member of Esports Team 20. And yet, because they are just about staying alive, it means that none of this gold is actually going down. Like you said, the items are not coming through. 1 item on most of the members of AGH compared to multiple. And also, none of these fights yet have included Mechanics. This man has been farming up a storm, has a huge amount of gold in his back pocket, has 2 completed items as well as boost, well on the way to that 3rd item, and so will do so much damage when they actually get involved in these fights.
And doing a lot to mitigate that mid-game deficit that Caitlyn normally finds herself falling into. As we take a look across the board at all of these players, I don't think summoners are even as important as last game. We had a really big show of it because of the ability to knock people out, but Crazy, still sub 4 Kindred passive stacks means that they are basically unable to impact anybody on the enemy team, because if they run into Gabosh, well, they have got the ability to chase them down. Emu will just fall in the mid lane. That is good. It will relieve a bit of pressure, especially with Baron spawning now.
Yeah,
really
that's
need
the
to be
right
careful.
carry to pick up that kill as well, but it's going to be responded with a tower going down in the top lane as well, and this is just tower bleeding right here for AGH. If you take a look up at the top, towers that AGH have picked up, 1. Towers that Netherlands have picked up.
Well, basically all of them. They got 6 in total.
Every single one outside of the base is gone. And this means you can't step outside of your base with any form of certainty, any form of protection behind you, and it makes contesting for these objectives so difficult.
And to add insult to injury, you've got one of the few champions in the game, Crazy, being currently chased down, that turns jungle camps into an objective to contest. And the fact that you've lost all this priority so quickly, almost out of nowhere, it's only been in the past 10 minutes that we've really seen this game fall apart for AGH. They do have a lot of scaling on their team, but spoiler, you need to actually be alive late into the game to scale. Baron being started up, AGH are looking to contest, but they're going to have to run into a choke against Package.
Need to be very careful.
6,000 on the objective. AGH looking for the engage here. Magister going onto Clonky. There's the package to divide the line, and that means that 2 of your most important members are straight and cut off. Bush going to bring the storm there, going to go golden. A little bit of damage, Karma. Shielding them up.
TP
5 to only 3. There's the flank. Here's the engage. Valkyrie forward, flash forward, damage. Not quite enough to kill Magister, but either way, Twente gets 2 kills and opportunities are gained.
Summoners traded is going to be important. Magister not having the flash is going to be really rough. It means that Miracle Zeosec play is much further away from reality than it was, and it was already quite difficult. As now, they're coming in top. They've got the TP. They are looking not got the Rabadons completed yet. They have damage, but do they have enough? Ornn going to be coming in as well, but it's going to be too late. Gabosh looking to flash stun.
Ornn is up and available.
Still there. There's the damage. 516 health. Gabosh hadn't had the smite for this, but I think now with the rest of the members still available, and 2 to 5. Decisive victory there for Twente, and now with 5 Baron buffs, it's base sieging time.
Oh,
That
sieging
really
with
worked.
Caitlyn. It was close because the Volibear didn't have smite anymore. I guess they must have been keeping track of how many, or at very least going for the last miracle flip they can. Crazy, picking up their first stack of the game on the Kindred, not having the performance that we wanted for a champion that was banned away from them over and over again. Banned away by pretty much everybody at this tournament against them.
Yeah, but now struggling to hit that 4 mark point, which is the most important point right here for the Kindred. And at this point, although they are up 2 Drakes right now, not having any success with contesting any of these objectives, currently you can see that Alchemix go flying in, and there is no follow-up, which is not usually what you see when you have a Zeri. Zeri is very good at getting into these fights, a mobile carry.
Well, the thing we had in the last case was Corki with that package just completely splitting the fight. We highlighted this matchup with Magda vs Clonky, and Clonky is getting the better end of it so far. 3 items on the Corki. This siege is going to be impossible to resist. It's just how much you lose.
Stormbringer turning off the towers. 5 members. Lamb's Respite to stall a little bit of time. Zeri not able to do enough damage. Mechanic's going to get that one up. Malchemic next on the platter alongside Tomage. And they just keep dropping like dominoes. All in the line of Twente's road to try and claim the title today.
Wow.
One more win will secure it. 2-0 up in the series so far.
Oh boy, well that was utter domination, I'd say, from start to finish. The team composition never came online for AGH, and what a win right here from Esports Team 20 to put themselves up 2-0 in this.
The thing we know about Twente is they exactly understand how to beat their opposition, what their win conditions are. In the previous games, it has just been, let's outscale them. This time around, they recognize that that is what the enemy is going for, said AGH, you aren't allowed to scale, not with this Volibear, not with this Caitlyn. They even have the fallback of the Corki in case things start to go awry. But look at that absolute victorious face, knowing they are 1 game away from taking that trophy, from being able to claim their vengeance and go on for a clean 3-0 sweep as predicted.
That's one way to win the finals. Once you do that, you can absolutely say that you are the best team in Europe. And what a performance right now out of Esports Team 20.
You can see that right on the faces of the players right there. Clonky guns to the camera, and well, let's see if that confidence can continue, because AGH's just really shown good elements, maybe less so in the game 2 when they went for this comfort. Kindred maybe on just straight the first round. Crazy clearly thinking he's confident on the pick, but not necessarily showing up on it today. So more adaptations to come. AGH, of course, also having that mental element, knowing that, well, if we lose this, we're going home. Yes, we get to take runner-up, but
nobody wants that.
You don't come to compete to go, oh, I can't wait to get second in this tournament. Absolutely none of these teams have that kind of mindset. They are here to win, and we see it from Twente. Question is, can we get a bit of that AGH that we had yesterday, that killer instinct that we want from them, that flexibility really being shown? We've got so many notes here on them for a good reason, because the pools of champions that these players could go for are so deep, but we have seen very similar death ball strategies over and over. Maybe it's time to break the mold, or are they going to die on this hill?
If this is the hill that they think absolutely has the best chance of success, then of course they're going to keep going. But at this point, you've lost 2 games in a row. The first one pretty close. The second one, not close at all. It was a signature pick, as you said right there, for Crazy with that Kindred. And then all of a sudden, it doesn't work. Didn't even get 4 stacks until right before the end of that game.
They had 1 stack all game. Yeah. And it was at like 25 minutes, about 3 seconds before the Nexus got blown up.
That is not the performance that you want to have, and it will have to be better next time around if AGH have any ability to make this a series.
Very sad out there for all those Kindred mains out there watching that game.
One
but
like
for the time being, we're going to throw it to a break. There's some interview segments as well, of course, all provided to you by Twitch Student and Intel. Check them out whilst having a watch.
First blood, shut down. Pentakill.
I'm Florian, my in-game name is Kuronius, and I play for Team Aachen from Germany. And my main role is support, but now I just joined as a substitute.
My name is Michael Reger. I also play for Germany Aachen. My main role is mid lane.
Who is the best player? Yeah, well, he's not here. I'm not trying to flame you, but he's a lot better than you, we all know. And I think with him it's a free win. But now it's better for the competition, right?
Well, I learned...
Maybe our opponents have some chances now.
Who is most likely to feed a lane?
This is SJ, right? Who is a one-trick pony? Easy one. 3.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's SJ, but myself also, kind of, since I don't play anymore. Who sleeps the most? Oh, yeah, actually difficult one.
SG. He shows up late sometimes.
He shows up late every time. He used to show up too late, 15 minutes late for every match day, every time.
It could be because of sleep.
Yes, I had to call him as a team leader. I had to call him every time, and he was asleep, and he was like, "Oh, I was still sleeping. Sorry."
Who eats the most? Eat a lot as well.
You think he eats more? I think he's on a diet right now. He lost 20-25 kilograms.
Who spends the most time on social media?
You think Jasper? Really?
He spends a lot of time on Twitter.
I think Shades is I mean, he's just online 24/7.
First blood. Shut down. Pentakill.
Hello and welcome back everyone to UEM 2022. The players here are playing for the championship today, and I think we have a sneak peek of what they are playing for.
Yeah, what was it again they wanted? They went for the prize money, the prestige, and oh yeah, these bad boys. Yeah, they want trophies.
Yeah.
That's what they came here for.
These absolutely beautiful UEM 2022 trophies, and why are they nice? I really like them. They're 3D printed and very fun actually. I quite like them. Might steal this one. Do you reckon it fits in a pocket?
I feel like we only need to give out one at the end of the day, but I'm hoping that the 3D there is the only 3 we get by the end of this next game coming up, because dear lord, if this is a 3-0 stomp, I mean, it'd be great for Twente, but I want to see some more life back in AGH.
Yeah, they really have to do better in this next game. They've been playing beautifully throughout the entire tournament. We saw them in the semi-finals, just a lovely team overall, but they have the same sort of style as Esports Team Twente, and currently they're playing it better.
That is the question. Can AGH adapt for this game 3? Because if they do lose it, they are going home. That is a 3-0. That's how it works. You have no more chances past this game, and if they want to survive, be in it to win this, then they really, really do need to make these adaptations.
And I think one of the main adaptations that I want to see is out of this mid-jungle duo. We were looking at the day saying it's Magster versus Clonky, these 2 amazing mage players in the mid lane, and we've seen 2 Azir games come out from Magster. Partly because they're getting their champion pool pinched in the first rotation every game, no Zillion, no Veigar allowed. But I think also it's one of those things that works very well for their comfort. We saw the power of it yesterday when it works, that roaming to side lanes early, having an impact, and yet still being able to DPS in fights later. Biggest issue is I feel like Magster has so far been looking for the highlight play, when if they are just playing a good level, which we know they are and they can, then they might be able to just win off of the back of good playing League of Legends front-to-back team fighting.
Yeah, they have the ability, you know, overall, this is a good team. And if you take a look, Magister we've had a lot of focus on right now, but Alchemic hasn't played the cleanest games recently, has been going in quite deep. And despite the fact I say also Emu has not been having the best time, this top lane matchup could well be pivotal if things actually start going well for either of them. On the other side of it, Life and Thomas just never got going. Despite having very strong champions with the Zeri in the first game and then the Lucian in the second game, paired up with great enchanters, nothing actually ended up coming of it. Instead, they got poked out by a Caitlyn Karma.
And the thing is that Twente understand. When you lock in an early Zeri Yuumi, it takes a lot to be able to break that duo open. We've seen it yesterday and we said it's pretty much unstoppable. It just gets to survive lane and then scale. Now, pretty much was the essential term of that because Twente shows exactly how it's done, even when they get put behind a little bit by the Caitlyn Karma getting ganked early on. After that, doesn't really matter. They get a solo kill in the lane and proceed to dominate from then on.
It was interesting in that, you know, it turned out that Mechanics was not interested in team fighting, which is what we know this Netherlands team for. They are the team fight gods, and yet instead, actually they just decided to split push on Caitlyn, which is a perfectly reasonable strategy when there's a big fight going on in the jungle, your team is doing perfectly well, and you're getting a mid lane inhibitor tower.
Absolutely insane. And we saw a little bit of that versus Yenomesler yesterday, where they would happily say, all right, we'll sack the team fight, lose as little as possible, but get a lot of resources onto our key members, onto Mechanics and onto Clonky. And I think that if we could see AGH turn this into a full series, take us to that 2-1 point and start looking for maybe even a reverse sweep, I know a bit wishful thinking to go for now, we need to see them break apart this mid-jungle duo that has really been driving the entirety of the Twente squad.
And it's interesting to see because for AGH, for most of their time at UEM 2022, their big player has been this mid-jungle duo. As you mentioned, it is crazy, Magister crazy having one of the highest gold shares out of the entire tournament. Maybe not the highest, but definitely up there as far as statistics go, showcasing that he is this jungle together, being able to push with the supporter mid laner to gain advantages. The Kindred being one of those champions which he has managed to gain advantages on, but just looks so lifeless in these last few games.
There's not been any spark, and I think that is right there what the AGH squad needs. They need a spark to get them going. Some lane that is winning massively, somewhere that they can play around, and currently none of their lanes are doing well enough. They're getting individually outclassed a little bit, and their team fight is not strong enough to pull it back.
And I want to follow up on that one of, so far what we've seen, in the first game, it was just a matchup of even styles. They were going Enchanter to try and fight in that Death Ball squad, but they got split up a little bit. It was AGH all over the place. Then in the second game, they say, all right, we're going to take it back, we're going to scale and try and work that against Twente. Doesn't work. So for me, at least, unless you want to try and risk running back one of those strategies and say it was just execution, the only thing I see that's left is to try and blow open Twente in the early game, almost go full Yenomesler and say, we are going to try and skill check you in these lanes. We're going to use a numbers advantage to really just build up an insurmountable lead that off the back of Dragons, looking towards that soul, it's something that they could find themselves winning off of the back of. This team, AGH, has done so well at getting those first few Dragons in a game, they just haven't managed to take it to a soul.
No, at this point in time, there is no soul actually going down, really, for either team. Most of the time, these games are ending before they do, and if so, then it's been Esports Team 20 picking up the last couple of Drakes, pulling themselves into that soul point, whereas, you know, AGH have put a lot of focus on it right in the early game. It just isn't quite working out for them. Maybe you sack off the Drakes, instead go for those lane advantages. It is possible, but you can still see that that Azilian is taking off the board.
Removing that one, as it will be the Jinx, again in response from AGH, not wanting to risk playing into that Jinx Thresh lane, finding it a bit too inevitable, a bit too hard to access. Now it starts to beg the question, why would you change anything if you're Twente? Get rid of the Veigar again, and then you're going to look to decide whether you want to have that Senna or that Karma, because currently I see Senna, Karma and Wukong all unbanned, and AGH only have 2 of them, so the question is, what does Twente want to play this like?
Yeah, right now, still the standard bans from this series so far, banning away those picks that you really don't want these particular players to have just for comfort's sake, because this is potentially the last game as well, making sure that is all taken away. Clonky still never being allowed to play the Yone.
It's getting taken off of the board once again. These bans are pretty standard throughout the entire tournament. Instead of banning out that Senna for the side of Esports Team 20 because they have the first pick. They don't need to. They can leave it up and available. It has been taken off the board instead by AGH. And so what is the first pick going to be, do you reckon?
Well, it's either Karma or Volibear, so it's just pick your poison right here. We get the Snap Karma, that flex pick that we have talked so much about throughout this tournament. And now, this is actually an interesting proposition. AGH, do you want to put Crazy onto this Volibear? We know it's something they can go for. Your Comfort Kindred is still up. You could go all the way back to the Viego. It's been a few patches since we've seen that from them. Right now, Gabosh doesn't have to show something new, as it actually will be trying it again in the early rotation. Confidence from Crazy, saying there was a misexecution in the last game, not enough focus put onto getting those early stacks, as for a half second there I saw Gabosh kind of shrug, not much of a worry.
That's an Ashe. We have not seen an Ashe at all this tournament. It has been basically unplayed in pro play as well. A brand new pickup right here, and this is what you have to do. You have to adapt. I do like it when paired up with that Kindred. You know, it can give you that pick potential with those Enchanted Crystal arrows, but what are you going to pair it with in support?
Well, that is my point I'm going to raise to you. That could actually be an Ashe support. It's something that's been propping up a lot on the durability patch, and this is the biggest issue I see with these two. You have locked in two ADCs again, who are mid to short range. Corki has a wonderful time playing against them. It means that Clonky gets a comfort matchup if Magister wants to go towards that Azir. Ezreal, again, the poke. You have to outrange this comp, which now puts AGH in that terrible position of how do you get on top of them? A Snap Kassadin from Magister will do the trick.
Hey, you want to get on top of someone and you want some late game insurance? Bada bing, bada boom, it's a Kassadin. I love that pick right here. It is going to give you the ability to get on top of both the Corki and the Ezreal. Ezreal gets one very annoying ability to get away from you. Unfortunately for him, the Kassadin is able to follow you and follow you and follow you, and now we get that sense of inevitability. You're going to get late into this game and all of a sudden there is so much scaling. When you pair that also with a Kindred that hopefully will get more stacks than no stacks, there is infinite scaling there. This is absolutely terrifying if you let this game go late.
It's second rotation bans, and I'm noticing Gabosh hasn't been picked for yet. Yes, we know this is a very versatile player. They are obviously extremely good playing in Div 2 NLC, but we've only seen them play Volibear and Viego over the weekend. So I am extremely curious to see if AGH go remove that Viego. I'd be shocked if they didn't, and subsequently what Twente is going to look towards.
And with that Ornn also taken off of the board, all of a sudden you're in a situation where you are scrambling if you're Esports Team 20 to take away as much of that scaling as possible. You can't give over the Ornn as well, then you will have absolutely nothing available to you in the late game.
There is that Viego takeaway finally. Gabosh not able to play that pick anymore, but the one other problem is currently for AGH is that Twente have so much area control, the area control and just the ability to space their team currently. They're going to need more closing tools, gap closers, than just the Kassadin and potentially an engage off of the Ashe. And what do you think they're going to look to for that?
Well, one of the picks that has survived bans so far is Camille. It is something that has been taken away continuously against Emu, and now it is open. It is something contested by both of them. Each of these top laners played it yesterday, and currently, one of the main issues I could see that would stop AGH doing that is the counter pick for Fiora available for Emu. They're actually just going to go back to their Sona with this priority towards the top side in the second rotation bans. It snuck its way through, but what I'm seeing from AGH is kind of a mixed comp right now.
Yeah, they have not gone with one solid idea. There is plenty of scaling, sure, but you want to give your Ashe and Sona a little bit of support in the early game. But also, if you are this Kindred, you can't have the best time of it. And Gabosh was talking to us about this pick during the pre-game, and here it is, his Shaco.
Okay, when I had it on my notes and I said,
we're gonna get a double, wow.
Wow, we get the double flex one-trick power. QTKT, a Blitzcrank main. I called it at the start of the show. You were going to leave the Sona open and grab that Blitz. They actually do it at long last. I thought after they didn't do it in the first game, they just didn't care. Now, moving that Karma up to the top lane, this is going to be a particularly weird one to play against. Looks like it's going to be finished off with that Camille, and the very last thing to say about it is Blitzcrank is really annoying for Kindred as well.
Yes, Blitzcrank is absolutely excellent. If you chuck down that Lamb's Respite and then yoink, no longer you're in it, you just get taken out anyway. This is an excellent pick into the composition and also works quite well with an Ezreal in that you can leave your Ezreal alone in the bottom lane to farm. Very safe, very secure, and then you could go into the other lanes, have an absolutely excellent time elsewhere as well. Help out your Shaco if you want to, quite possibly, and overall, this is a little bit of an insane matchup right here. Let's hope they switched those back. Okay, they do. I was going to say.
I am a little worried for Magister this game. Not a sentence I often find myself leaning towards, but not only is the Blitzcrank really good at, you know, moving the Kindred out of her own ultimate, the Snap Silence ability that can come out hits the Kassadin and can lead into follow-up CC. Yes, a Zhonya's can help protect you from that, and a Banshees will be required if Magister wants to be able to get in and get back out. But when we look at the rest of the team, you also have Shaco traps, which is a serious thing I need to be saying. Standing on a stage, I never thought, oh, Shaco's something I really need to consider for this pick ban and the analysis, but if Magister jumps in onto a trap, the immediate fear means Karma Tethers could start to set up. You can actually see the Corki burst damage come out, and it's something that genuinely, as we go on into this game, where Gabosh is placing those traps will have a severe impact on how the team fights play out.
Yeah, this early game is also going to be very interesting. You expect for the Shaco to start leashless, meaning that there is no reason for you to know where they actually are at. Sure, usually it is going to be the chickens. It's an absolutely excellent chickens clear, but it doesn't need to be. You can start wherever you want to on the Shaco, and then all of a sudden, you don't know where your enemy jungler is.
Simultaneously, you can actually really ruin Shaco's day. If you invade level 1, we're going to have to keep our eye out. We haven't had any level 1 shenanigans pretty much so far over the weekend, but if there was a game for it to happen, this would be it. Where is Gabosh going to be starting, and will AGH actually look to do anything without a flash on their top laner with an early game Kassadin? It looks like it will be a no.
Looking like they don't want to invade, and you can see that that is a possibility in that there are multiple champions just sat guarding the entrance to the jungle. Nobody wants to find that their Shaco has been invaded. Box going to be laid down, so it's going to be a topside start, possibly going to be moving down towards the bottom lane in order to get in on this bot side. There's definitely gank opportunities when you have a Blitzcrank around.
And of course, this is potentially the last game for both of these teams if Twente manages to pick up the win here. So very safe starts. Don't want to flip anything just off the early game. Getting a disadvantage here could potentially be lethal for your UEM run here. Of course, everything on the line. All of the marbles, as they say, as they all come into their respective lanes. A little bit of trading in mid.
This is everything right here. If you're AGH, this is you fighting for your UE Masters lives. They lose here, they are out there in second place. They are still an excellent team, but they are not the champions of Europe. Esports Team 20, they are on the cusp of glory. They're on the cusp of writing their name into the history books in terms of this UE Masters and cementing themselves as the best university team of 2022.
Exactly. All of the bragging rights. You know, you can come back to university and say, you know what, we repped you. We brought a title to the country, and we can say we're the best team in the whole of Europe.
Not only a title, the first title, right?
Yes.
That means all the more for that regional pride, as we do know for a fact that we have actually got some Twente fans all having their big watch party, and oh boy, they must be celebrating right now.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a good day for them right here. As Crazy doesn't quite get over the wall, does dash across, and it is fine. All right, let's watch for this Rift Scuttler spawn. Where is it going to be? As Cutie Katie is around here, could possibly go for the invade. Crazy should know that this is happening. Does indeed. Forced to blow the smite right there, though, which you do not want to do, and is not able to go over towards that Gromp either for fear of there being multiple members there, and all of a sudden it's a little bit of disruption that Crazy really didn't need.
Biggest woe from that I'm seeing is the fact that not only does Kindred have to really do a weird path to get away with it, but now you're not able to have that smite to confirm Scuttle Crab if it spawns on your side. Now if we look at how the priority's going, yeah, this is something up in top lane, but Emu does have flash.
Hook shot available, going to play it safe. Flash forward, misses the Q, but a W should still connect and secure the kill for Emu here. That should be a first blood for Team Twente once more with the leads in the early game.
Ouch. That is not what you want to see from your Camille versus a Karma. We know Karma is a dominating top laner, but you don't want to be giving over those solo kills. Just concede a little bit of CS. I'm not sure why Alchemic was going in and fighting amongst so many different champions as Gaboosh. Just going to lay down a little bit of damage, but did already pick up that Rift Scuttler with the mark on it.
That is going to be another instance of not the best RNG, but it was also kind of swayed in that one. Last time you could have counted down to just the 50-50 of which crab spawn, but this time, having Cutie Katie already on the map, team captain helping out. Crazy, getting invaded. This is not how you're meant to be with the Kindred, getting chased down.
Clonky's going to jump over the board too, and Cutie Katie is here.
That's a support diff. What can I say? Clunky gonna get that one. 3-2, unfortunately, the priority there, enabling that play to happen, and Crazy, yet again, find themselves in a little bit of trouble on this signature Kindred.
And if you take a look at the player cams, there are big smiles right now on the faces of Esports Team 20 and a lot less over on AGH. Very grim look. They know that this has not been the ideal start to what has not been the ideal series. 0-2 in your 0-2 series. Not the way you want to begin things, but there is still the ability to fight back. This bot lane could be great. Tomich is on the Signature Sona pick, so there is a chance right here for things to begin to turn around.
And it's going to be post-level 6, because at that point, Mechanics' Cleanse is going to become the most important summoner of the game, having both Ash, Arrow, and Sona Crescendo on the table. But Clans...
Burnout, there it is, the execution as you're saving Melvin Izzle. Yank that Sona back into your team, but unfortunately Ash's ability to trade with that Frost Shot this early on, doing so much more back to Mechanics, but no one will die.
Cutie Katie, little mechanical play right there. They actually body block Life from walking into range, meaning that there is no chance of a flash trade to secure the kill. Gabosh now coming down to this bottom lane. Level 5, one of the most important parts about Shaco is they clear really damn quickly of those boxes. So this is a level 5 Shaco ganking this level 4 bot lane.
And they absolutely need to run right here. Life does have the flash available.
Will get out of field range. And the hook
about.
too.
They are out of mana though, and now Crazy's here as well. Maybe the re-engage can happen. Flash forward. One auto wolf secures the kill.
That's big. That's a mark right there if they get it.
One more, not quite. The Volt forward, the 2 arrows, 3 kills for Crazy. Finally seeing some life in this best of 5. Exactly what you want as a Kindred, and the quick back to top it off.
Whew, that was nice. Unfortunately, going down there wasn't quite enough off of the Triumph heal, but still a beautiful play. Just lovely right there. You could see the mechanical prowess that Crazy has over this champion that we didn't get to see last time around.
And playing from the front foot means that now we should be able to get a few more of those invades. Gabosh having the flash instead of the ignite on the Shaco will mean that the ability to actually trade back is going to be super irritating for him. Kindred able to last quite a long time with this Conqueror and the Lamb's Respite coming online once they hit that level 6. With Gabosh still going for this AD route, they're taking the ADC as opposed to the Assassin or the AP Shaco builds, and that means that they will have a bit more constant damage throughout a fight, but when it comes down to the immediate burst, they're lacking.
Oh, as that hook is going to land, and...
TKT does not miss on the Blitzcrank. We saw it once during the group stage, absolutely carried some of these team fights with the pick potential of this champion has, alongside the Predator to give the move speed. Definitely something to watch out for later on.
Now we have the instance of roaming Sona. This will be Crazy getting spotted out on a ward. That is a Corki with flash. Clonky should be completely safe here. As we've seen, pretty much the sentence that gets paired with them. Clonky is very rarely, if ever, actually caught out, as this will now be Crazy looking towards the crab, but Gabosh is here, secured for Kindred.
That is pretty impactful. As Alchemic is coming down here, Gabosh needs to be careful.
Yeah, but Crazy knows that is the Hallucinate clone, just going to jump over the wall quickly, but Magister going to fall victim to the collapse by Twente, hiding in the bush there. QTKT constantly roaming on this Blitzcrank.
I think the pressure of the stage and the finals may be getting to Magister. This is very unlike them, as that arrow very nearly landed, but still right now QTKT on that signature pick with the Blitzcrank playing fantastically, roaming all across the map, and this is what we said in the draft phase. There was no need to be worried about your Ezreal. It's an Ezreal, can sit back, relax, farm up waves, and if anything goes wrong, throw out the ultimate, stop the wave from even getting under your tower, and you'll be fine.
And you're under even less threat than normal, because not only is this just an Ashe pick, but it is the cooldown Ashe, not actually the standard ADC build. Gonna take a lot of damage, but Life actually gets away. We'll be able to collect this dragon. And Ignite blown, Ezreal ult used, nothing lost in reality for AGH.
Pretty nice play right there out of AGH, but we've seen this before. We've seen them take those early Drakes, and, well, it didn't actually translate into anything much.
Hey, Magister might just be able to pick up the kill. He has the Riftwalk available, 600 health. There isn't a smite. Just take it. I mean, he wants the kill, clearly, but it's just going to leash now.
Okay. Well, I mean, they get the summon out of Emu, right? It's not the worst play possible. I agree, they probably could have just looked to burst down the objective, but at the end of the day, it is still a winning play for AGH. Nothing actually invested, and they managed to deny the Herald while your team secures first dragon. Exactly what we wanted from AGH is making sure that there is no chance for early pressure. That's an arrow.
Very nice. That stun's going to be really long as it was a cross map. Not quite enough damage coming out from Magister. I'm not sure if he expected the connection there to land onto the Corki, but with QTKT around and potentially other members, was the safe play to not go in too hard.
Yeah, but still landing it is a pretty nice one out of life. Can see the impact right here of the Ashe, constantly able to get forwards and be aggressive and impactful while still just sat down in the bot lane farming.
Now, yesterday when we saw Magister go towards the Kassadin, for them, it was actually looking for the crown. This game, I find that highly unlikely when you have Ezreal and Corki Poke and Shaco Boxers and Karma Poke, which is annoying because against the one other champion I didn't list there, of Blitzcrank, you really do want a Crown of the Shattered Queen. Negating all of that initial burst damage means that you don't just immediately die to a Blitz Hook. Curious to see which route we will see from Magister's Itemization, because if you do go for the crown, it is going to be extremely difficult to keep that shield up for when it matters.
And this is the issue with the slightly weird play that we saw earlier, where they just like managed to get the members of Esports Team 20 off of the Herald and then didn't decide to take it themselves, let it leash and reset. All of a sudden, Gabush gets to take a reset himself and then just come back and take it anyway. So you still lose out on this Herald. That is now going to be the turret plates going over to him, if he's able to put it down properly, of course. And so just a little bit of a weird play, and it's these minor things that AGH have been doing that has been coming out in not ideal circumstances.
QTKT is looking down into this bottom lane, but at the end of the day, it's still only a level 5 Blitzcrank because of all the roaming. Damage will be level 6, and Crazy is making his way down here. Plates can be collected. The poke is quite annoying. No Enchanter to be seen for Twente means if a couple more of these Ashe Ws go, the arrow can come out and they can look for a kill, but deciding actually to pivot away, thinking Gabosh is in the range. They do guess right.
Crazy has warded out, but Gabosh with the very, very nice box there. Lamb's Respite over the wall. Enchanted arrow connects, but the Lamb's Respite is going to keep the enemy jungler alive.
You can't do that to them!
Oh, that was beautiful right there out of QTKT. We'll see if there's any more fighting happening right now. It looks like things sizzle down, and QTKT with that beautiful flash over the wall to save out the jungler.
It's not a matter of misplays, it's a matter of outplays, and team captain QTKT is going for that 3-0 confidence victory on their confidence pick. So good on this Blitz, and there has been a reason why they've been saving it right now. They haven't had to show it. This team, like you said, has been undefeated since the group stage, and even then they only dropped 2 games. The fact that they have been able to keep this in the shadows, not in your mind when drafting, means that now that you have a pretty damn good Blitzcrank comp to play against, QTKT is unleashed.
It is absolutely terrifying to play against someone on their absolute favorite pick, and QTKT is making it work right now. You can see across the board, it is still pretty even as...
Oh my goodness.
Just shy.
But every single time that arrow goes down, someone is there. Either QTKT or Gabush is still there to follow up. They know that it's going to be thrown up basically on repeat. You can look at the build right now on the Ashe and go, yeah, they're going to go for cooldown, repeat, ultimates being thrown out, and just not quite working still. Things are even. It's only about a 1k advantage over to the Netherlands, and still they're quite far away.
We should start talking, not necessarily a massive amount about scaling, but when we take a look at the itemization coming out, it will be the Everfrost coming out from Magister. First item will pick up the Kraken Slayer onto Crazy, but across the rest of the board, there are some items, but no other mythics just yet.
Alright, take a look over to the gold leads Netherlands with a slight advantage. Of course, AGH once more, as has been the pattern every game, having the early Drakes in their pocket, although a lot more even by 13 minutes, as they have been in past games. A little life into this team as the Herald gets dropped in the bot side. Mechanic's going to cash in even some of that plating gold.
It's going to be a big amount of gold right now into the back pocket of this Ezreal, who has not got involved in any fights right now. Will be able to attempt to at some point soon.
What do you even do here? Crazy looking for the invade, still only at 2 Kindred marks despite having such a barnstorm of an early game. It's not going to be a lot as they lose a dragon here. It will be a Mountain Soul, which is absolutely ridiculous for either team that can get it.
It's a big one right now. No more boring Cloud Souls up and available. This mountain will be great for whoever gets it, as you said, and it means that more fights around this may be happening over the wall.
Buffett, very nice cleanse, frame perfect on Tomage's Crescendo. Gabush now exhausted. Not enough damage coming through. Cutie Katie just does it again. Gets crazy
This
with
is
it, but
big.
here comes the re-engage from Magister and Co.
Easy
Rift
go.
walk over, Tomage and
Wait
Life.
a
Tomage
minute.
down already. Life having to play very defensive here, but Magister might be able to get the cleanup. More kills on this Caston means he does get accelerated, and Magister being the main carry of the team, maybe there is hope for AGH.
Main carry, looking like the main character off of the back of that one, as Magister has had enough of getting the worst end of the mid matchup, picking up everything, feeding this Kassadin, who is level 10, very soon to be level 11, as you see in that XP bar in the bottom left, and going to be massively accelerated now.
As soon as that level 11 comes through, right there it does. Magister is unlocked. It had been a very even and chill mid lane matchup till this point, and now they have exploded onto the map. Will be absolutely terrifying in team fights, and the scaling will keep coming. When you look over at AGH, you need to be careful if you're Esports Team 20 that you don't give over more to the Kassadin. Otherwise, as we've seen before, all of a sudden you're having just the worst time of it as people keep jumping onto your base.
One issue that I'm seeing currently for AGH is that they are for once against a Moonstone. It's just not in the support role, as I'm pretty sure Cutie Katie is building an Everfrost, by the way, but we will check in on that one once they complete it. That would be a pretty disgusting CC chain to shut down Magister in these fights. But with Emi on this top lane having such a great Karma performance, this player who had been pretty much here, there, and everywhere.
Speaking of Shaco boxes, Gaboosh right here. It's Alchemic, hook shot around, adaptive force shield. Gaboosh still able to dash over to the wall.
That's
But
close.
then the hallucinate. Here we go, Lamb's
Oh my
respite.
God.
Gaboosh gonna go down. You chose the right 50-50. And Alchemic somehow makes it out of there alive.
Did you see what I just saw?
Yes.
Crazy swaps the mark right there to figure out which is the real
Yep.
Shaco. What a genius, as Emu will fall to the Kassadin. Just depends how long.
That was a frame perfect decision.
And they get another one. Cutie Katie falls mid lane.
Oh, the swing is on. Come on, AGH. We want to go to 5 games. We want more of these two teams. They are excellent. If AGH manage to win this one, we keep going. And if Esports Team 20 win this one, then it is over. They lift the crown. We are not biased. We just want more League of Legends.
That is correct, yes. It is important to say, I mean, out of the desk, 2 of us did predict Twente, and I'm more the one saying,
true.
I want this to go to the next game, not just because my 3-1 prediction would be correct then,
Wow.
but also because that way we get to see more of this amazing gameplay. The fact that Cutie Katie is on their own Blitzcrank, Gaboosh pulling out this Shaco out of the cupboard saying, oh, I should probably look towards something, have a bit more fun. I know there's no world skins up for grabs, but you still want to be able to flex with your favorite champions, right? At the end of the day, we are all here to play and watch some damn good League of Legends. And if you have a champion that you love 2 bits, being able to stomp your opponent and win a cup with it would be
so
pretty
good.
damn good.
Unfortunately, though, these signature picks coming out for Esports Team 20, and it is not working so well. It is dead even on gold, a couple hundred right there in favor of AGH. But still, things have swung back to being even. It is tense, and everything is resting on these next couple objective fights. There are 1 dragon apiece right now. The next dragon spawning up in a 1 minute's time. Is this going to be a big fight? I think it will be, because the Mountain Drake will be excellent for whoever gets the soul.
I don't even know if the mountain is the focus for this next fight, right? Because the thing is, if you are Twente, you're trying to steal an objective from a Kindred, who is one of the most irritating champions in the game to steal from. Admittedly, you have Shaco, who is one of the best objective stealers in the game, being able to invisibly jump into the back of the pit, get the backstab damage paired with a smite. You can steal it from an insanely high range, but if Crazy, as we have seen, knows how to play against Shaco first of all, and B, pops open a red trinket or does that funky mark tech that we saw a moment ago, they could just pop the Lamb's Respite, get the Shaco stunned up, and then counterburst it with the rest of their team.
Just beautiful plays that we've seen right here out of Crazy. What we were expecting on their signature pick of the Kindred, clearly wanted to run back, said, hey, I know I played it badly last time around, but I am better than this, and is already showing that to be true. Multiple members around here. It's getting a little bit tense right before the Drake spawns.
Fortunately, that Hawk shot did reveal the members of Twente. Otherwise, that might have been a bit disastrous. Mechanic's going to be able to cleanse that Enchanted Crystal Arrow slightly late. Waiting on a Cutie Katie. Alchemic with the perfect ultimatum to cancel the flea. Will still get caught in the box afterwards, but the health bars are so low on Twente. Life and Magister still very much on full health. The Castin Riftwalk, a threat waiting in the wings.
So much ability for life to chase down right here. With the Imperial Mandate too, the setup for Magister will be immense. A dive in from Mechanics. Fight continues. Tomich could keep topping their allies up, but they're out of mana nearly. Stopwatch.
Perfectly timed to dodge that rocket grab. Magister gonna rift walk over the wall. Kaboosh.
Ah, he loses the read. The Shaco manages to escape. Well played by Kaboosh, going for the 50-50. As the trickier play would have been to go upwards, but decides, no, actually, I'll take the standard route. Outthinking their opposition. As now we have the respawns come back out. Mill is running down mid. Crazy is going crazy.
Magister has TP. You can try and make the collapse if you need to make it. Magister is in the backline. Caston, you can see him there in the bot lane. QTKT gonna stun him up, lock him down with the silence a little bit. Everfrost, CC, chain 1 kill going over to AGH. Can they make another package to the wall? That's huge for Twente if they can make anything off the back of it. But there just is no follow-up. The rest of the team is just too far away.
Oh my god, okay. Mechanics managed to salvage something from the end of that play, but the exhaust that came out from Life to turn off Clonky's burst meant that not only did they manage to survive long enough to die to an Ezreal ult, but everybody else was able to walk away from that one. I was waiting for the package, but Clonky didn't have it. They respawned, came back in, and get killed again. Dragon going over to Crazy. This fight was insane and has kept the lead severely in AGH's favor.
Okay, so we know that these ultimates are not very long, but if you want a look at how long this team fight was, we saw 2 Ezreal ultimates and 2 Ashe ultimates coming back up multiple times. Also, we saw Alchemic get involved, get killed, and respawn as well. These teams were fighting so close, and hey, if we go to another game, I do not think we're seeing Kassadin again this series. Already, Magister is playing beautifully, able to just constantly be a nuisance and never killed.
Something that hasn't changed from last time around, though, is I just saw that Scuttle Grab get marked by the Kindred passive, meaning that Crazy has less than 3 stacks right now, which is insanely low for how dominant they've been. They've not had a chance to invade because every fight has been happening. The targets have almost been used as a utility move as opposed to actually trying to stack up the passive. They never want to have Gabosh selected because it means if you ever do have the clones in front of you, you can flick between them and figure it out. But when you are a jungler, usually you match your counterpart with the mark so you can follow them around and counter gank.
And it's these little bits that are, you know, coming through, having the Shaco Gabosh so good on it, absolutely one of their highlight plays.
Here comes the engage, not quite.
We're going to see the arrow every single time, though, as it's pretty low. Maybe a continued just, you know, pressure right now. Again, though, lack of towers going down for AGH.
Okay, I don't think I'm going to get an opportunity to go into this conversation later on because we have a very minor lull state. But this Ashe build, providing the utility for the team, the Imperial Mandate, yes, that is still the ADC building a support item, is extremely cheap, and it means that your divers of your entire top side get bonus burst when they jump in. Incredibly important as now Gabosh has been marked and Alchemic is the target. QTKT with them. How will they be able to get out of here? No flash.
Just the one hook shot. They did opt for that TP Ignite Life, and that is what they'll get for this. Alchemic trying to dip and dive a little bit at the ultimatum, but will ultimately die to Gabosh.
Yeah, that was a nice little collapse right there. Is there anything across the rest of the map unavailable for AGH? Currently the answer is no. A little bit of pressure right here out of Magister and a few minions in the mid lane for AGH, but nothing really unless Crazy wants to go in here, which would be definitely scary.
Thing is, there's a 2-level lead in the jungle, but across the rest of the map, game's pretty much dead even. That gold lead that we have seen Crazy pick up just from being in the right place at the right time is massive. They are nearly at the infinity edge, at which point their 3-hit burst will be enough to pop any target on the enemy team as the Baron has been started with the sneak from AGH.
This is aggressive.
It's already at 4,000. I mean, Twente don't know. It's just going to go down for free.
Oh, that is a beautiful little steal play right there with the blast cone over the wall into the Baron empowered recall.
Oh my
just
god!
Just about doesn't get the cancel.
That was a jump scare.
Oh, everybody gets away with it as well. That is now 5 Barons onto all members of AGH. They were sitting in a lull state and they knew what to do to break it.
And now we don't necessarily find ourselves in a lull state again, but we find ourselves in a very awkward spot for Twente, particularly for Emu on this Karma, the most vulnerable to Ashe Arrow of their entire team. If you are standing in mid lane, where you would really want to be, helping keep your waves cleared by slowing them down and then healing up your allies with that Moonstone, Well, shockingly, Life is going to have that cursor lined right on top of you, as now you get the split push coming out from Alchemic. They are not in a rush to get to their team. Cutie Katie, though.
Looking for a Predator. That's the flash gone from Life. An important cooldown in a fight. Nash able to space very well with the volley, however, having to play a little bit safer next time. Won't have that tool to dodge away from the rocket grab again.
They don't know. Alchemic doesn't know where the rest of the enemy team is right now without having good vision control. They've only just now been able to commit to taking this tower. It will be a lot of gold put into this Camille, who's been rather behind throughout the game.
It's nice right there, but obviously a little bit of a scarring effect from Alchemic getting caught out previously. Was very scared to take it. Gives them a little bit more time in order to continue to push forwards. The Karma is going to go match. Oh!
What a rocket grab, but the Lamb's respite counter was just perfect from Crazy.
Oh, Magister.
Emu taking a lot of damage, Magister having to go golden, stalling a little bit of time for the rest of the members to come forward. Riftwalk into the middle of them. He is unstoppable right now on this Kassadin. Another kill on the platter. Clonky next to go down. A double for the Kassadin, and this is why you respect the pick.
Oh, and Alchemic is pushing into the top lane. AGH do not want to lose 3-0. They are interested in continuing this series, and what a fantastic fight in order to do so. Alchemic on the run, as is
It's two supports. What are they going to do? They might be able to fight this. They're down in itemization, and they can at very least stall. Life is going to make their way over now. Bosch end up falling, like you said, and now this will be the last legs of the Baron able to break open this mid lane while the Dragon is being taken. Sole point for AGH, a phrase far too many times said.
5 stacks right now onto this Kindred has finally reached the point at which they are impactful in the game. And my god, were they impactful in this game when they used that Lamb's Respite.
Only took 2 games to get to it, but Crazy going crazy in that team fight. Magic to save their support. And guess what? The biggest critique we had of the Death Ball comp that AGH pulled out today was that they were split all over the place. Malphite and Azir went way too out of range. Kassadin, they love being next to this Sona.
Yep.
Kindred, I mean, they've got a bit more range now, but also loves being next to this Sona. All you have is your 4-person clump that can actually take on the 5 members of Twente, and then Alchemic on the side lane. It doesn't matter that they're 0-4, their pressure has been doing the numbers.
These are what we call good deaths, and I'm sometimes skeptical of that as a concept, but in this situation, absolutely. If you manage to pick yourself up multiple towers and an inhibitor, and then you die, you have definitely made your death worth it. That's only 300 gold to the enemy team. And so overall, Alchemic playing a much better game, which didn't look like that it was going to be the case when they got solo killed during the early game. Still, though, looking for that redemption. Crazy, the specific redemption, but also Tomage finally picking up this Sona. We said the counter pick was going to be the Blitzcrank, but so far the Blitzcrank, while good, has not been able to shut down Tomage from being able to empower everybody around him.
The fundamental issue of Twente's comp is they are a poke comp at heart. This Ezreal going for the Prowler's Claw.
Oh, arrow lands.
Very nice arrow, but the invisibility stalling from Gabosh, giving him enough time. Riftwalk currently on such a short cooldown. TikTok, the clock has stopped.
That's going to be it. TikTok not only counting as a social media platform, but also will be enough to escape Magister from the play, buying a lot of time for their team, and now taking the role of split pusher for themselves. The Lamb's Respite still available. Struck in the middle of a rock and a hard place is Twente.
Yeah, and why isn't this the situation that you would go for? Put yourself in a 1-3-1. You have the Kassadin, who right there showed why they are so good at 1-3-1 and can just jump away. You've got the Camille, who's also great at just jumping away. And then you put your 3 more immobile champions right into the middle lane. They are able to put through pressure as well. You can see the minion waves are already down onto these Nexus turrets, while there's still pressure in the mid lane and in the bottom lane.
The Bosch is level 12 and about to die.
Yep.
Static field out from Cutie Katie. Here comes the arrow, blocked by the support. Magister actually got shut down here, so 2 kills over Twente, actually getting something back here. A little injection of gold.
This is very scary right now. There aren't objectives to take. Baron won't be up until give or take a minute away now. As Crazy is looking. They know where Clonky is by proxy of where those 2 wards were. They can figure it out, but probably wise to not make the play when well, your 2 side laners are dead, and not exactly the kind of comp where you could just force off repeat.
Okay, so checking in on this game in general, we've got about a 5k gold lead right now for AGH. It is a fantastic play for them to pull themselves back into this game, but Looking at Gaboosh, is invisible.
Snates over the wall. There's the Jack in the box. Gonna flee up crazy for a little bit. Damage isn't there for Twente to be able to capitalize on that one. And with the Baron spawning, it looks like AGH are going to set up around it.
When we take a look at the stakes of this game, remember everybody, this is do or die for AGH. They are fighting for their lives in this tournament. The last game potentially of the whole thing if they lose here, and they do not want that to be reality.
Really going for it right there.
Oh, they don't want to lose right here. Teleport in.
TKT immediately assassinated. Immune next on the line. Magister gonna get another one. Gonna be a double kill for Crazy. Instead, Clonky, Valkyrie away, but you can't get away from this Kassadin. Instead, AGH just going to take the 2 kills, go for the Baron. That's advantageous for you. It's very hard for Twente to contest this.
2 kills into a Baron. They are also on Soul Point right now. That Mountain Soul would make it almost impossible to get through multiple members right here of AGH. There is no contest available for Esports Team 20. They're going to pick this one up, take a reset, and then sprint their way down towards the back Dragon.
Getting multiple members. They can barely get one at the moment. Even with a Blitzcrank in tow, it hasn't been enough. This counter pick, this one-trick pick, has not done what we needed. It had an insane impact early, but not having the tools by Twente to be able to finish it off, and has let this Kassadin scale, has let this Camille scale, and has let this Ashe scale, who is absolutely insane in the team fights, going to be getting very close to level 16. About a 30-second give or take Ashe ultimate cooldown at the moment. We'll be dropping down to close to 15 by the time they tag over to that final level. The poke is incomprehensible, and Life, to their credit, has really never been getting picked off. They have had the flash available whenever they've stepped up and survived every other chance.
There's going to be a teleport in
TKT
here.
on the side, static field onto 4, but you're going to die for that one. No one's there to follow up with you. Maybe a little bit overzealous as both the supports on Twente immediately go down. Crystal Arrow will not connect with anyone. 3 boxes revealed.
Oh.
1 down for ETT. Another one gone, traded away. All of the members dropping. But finally, Magister should be able to chase down Mechanics. That's the last one there.
Oh.
AGH clean up, they get the Drake. That's a Mountain Soul. Going to be really difficult now for Twente to even be able to dent their health bars at all. And with the Baron buff still available, potentially the game.
They are walking it down mid. Emu is up within 20 seconds right now. They will be able to stop at least some of the pushing power. But you have to remember, Ashe ult is back up again. Crazy, tanking up a lot of damage. Will be actually quite low. Maybe QK could look for something, but they have a GA in tow, so it will not be a true death for Crazy if they fall here.
This is going to be 3 inhibitors going down, and that level of pressure makes it almost impossible to step out of your base. There is no reason to overpush right now if you're AGH. Step back, leave, decide to pull a minion in if you're QTKT. Once you reset with all of your gold you're going to have in your back pocket right now, a Mountain Soul in tow. Push in with your 3 minion waves, and this should be a game 4. It is absolutely AGH's game to lose right now.
You even have the Blitzcrank to blow up the Mountain Soul shield, and that will not be enough. Unless you get the perfect hook into ultimate, there is no reason for AGH to not just walk it down. If they actually stand 5 people on top of each other and right-click down mid without moving, provided they don't die to Clonky and Mechanics combos of ultimates, they can just end the game.
Yeah.
Sona will keep them safe, and if you ever look for kind of an aggressive play, it will be down to the Kindred ult. Nearly back off cooldown, so I think that is just going to be AGH waiting for all of their tools and finally going to look to end this game. Objective's not up for 3 minutes. It would be a mistake, in my opinion, to wait around until then.
Why not land an Ashe Arrow when the cooldown is as short as it is right now? As you said, already up to a very short cooldown once the 16 is ticked, which will be happening in just a few seconds. You have to imagine that's basically no cooldown whatsoever. If you can get multiple of those off during a team fight, it is absolutely obnoxious.
Take a look. It's cruising their way down mid lane now. This should be it. There is no real way for Twente to pull out this miracle. Come on, show us what you got. Clonky has got the package.
Final 5v5 Lamb's Rest pick going down early, ensuring Crazy has that safety net. That's pop. Static field likewise on QTKT. Crescendo in the back line, 1-for-1 so far. AJ still the advantage. TP in. Miller's here, but the Siege is also here. The double supers and everything else. If you can kill the members, it still doesn't matter because the Winions are in the base. AGH going to take 1 game. Not falling just yet. They want to stay in the competition, and they're going to take it to 2-1 in this best-of-5 series.
Oh, we have a series on our hands.
I am worried going after that one because Twente, let's be real, they egoed that draft hard. They said, okay, we've kind of had 2 easy games, right? You could hear the comms without having to hear them, see from the reactions on the faces.
Hey, I want to play Shaco this finals.
Yeah, give me a bit of the Shaco. I mean, I won't say that the Blitzcrank was a bad pick for the record.
It was
I'm
good.
not trying to play. Shaco's definitely quite far out there. We know it's something Gabosh can play, but why would you ever play it when you could just lock in Volleybell or Viego?
Yeah.
And we see why suddenly, as now they are left in a state with 2 and 1 being the result. These trophies that we had ready to go at match point, not really that relevant. I mean, it's still match point. After a game like that, it certainly doesn't feel like it anymore.
No, AGH are absolutely looking to pick themselves up that trophy, and that is the way to begin your series. We know that the series technically started 3 games ago, but for AGH, the series starts now.
And it is still do or die, of course, because if they do drop the next game, they're out. If they make the next game, we take it to Silver Scrapes, and we'll find out after a break what exactly happens, because Twitch Student and Intel are here to provide that for you.
First blood. Shut down. Pentakill.
Also.
I had to put you.
Yeah, I put mechanics because sometimes I need to leave lanes, so I need to build up some trust now. I can leave sometimes, you know.
Who's most likely to feed a lane?
I put Clonky because sometimes it feels like he had too many Clonkies in some matches.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, I did Gabush. Sometimes he wins the game with the gangs, but sometimes he also likes to feed a bit. Who is a one-trick pony?
3, 2, 1. Yeah, he plays all Nautilus skins.
Yeah.
So, yeah. One trick.
Who sleeps the most?
3, 2, 1.
Who eats the most? Who spends the most time on social media?
3, 2, 1. Yeah. I guess you could say maybe if you count TikTok.
Yeah.
But I thought Amy W was like kind of the person that like watches Instagram reels the entire day. I'm not sure, but
I don't know, to be honest.
I couldn't really
Definitely
think of
not
anyone.
me,
But if you count TikTok, it's definitely me.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, hope you had a good break. Welcome back to UEM 2022. We're finally at Game 3.
Oh yeah.
We have a series. That's, I think, the first one we're going to
It's
talk
our
about.
first Game 3 of the weekend.
Yep.
2 best of 3s and
literally.
a best of 5, and it only took right to the last minute.
Oh, that was a good one though, wasn't it? AGH finally coming through and picking themselves up one. Whether or not they lose the series now, they definitely didn't go, winless during the finals.
Absolutely, and that is going to be a massive mental factor for both teams, because when you look at it, Twente, they could just go, all right, guys, we egoed it a little bit. We did just go and lock in the Shaco instead of the Volibear or the Viego or anything else more viable than Shaco right now. The confidence is one thing, that's good, it's good to go in with confidence, but when you lose, you can shake it off a bit, but you've just given AGH new life. You've shown them a way to win the game. This utility Ashe was something that, while it was possible, it was never something we expected to see coming out from Life. It's more of a support pick, really.
Yeah, and it was fantastic overall. We saw it so beautifully played right here, and it's what we wanted from Life and Tomage. They have been excellent throughout this series, and finally with Tomage on the Sona, I don't see him getting that again, but Magister and that Kassadin.
Exactly. Certainly the pick to be watching that game. I think you really just have to take that away or pick it for yourself, because it really ended up being quite the problem come later in the game. Once he got those 3 kills in that mid-game team fight, that was it.
Yeah.
Managed to get Everfrost, second item, level 16, just keeps going.
What else do you do about it at that point?
Not much, because we look down the champion list for both of these players, right? Azir, very prevalent. Corki, prevalent. And then we look over to Magister, we've got the Zillion and the Vigar. Look on the other side, they can match as well from Clonky. None of those champions do anything to Kassadin.
Nope.
That is a free scaling lane we saw against the Seraphine yesterday. If you give a Kassadin a scaling lane, well, it's not pretty much. It has won every game we have seen of it so far, at very least at this phase of the tournament. I see that being the priority first rotation pick again, because if you don't pick it,
the other team definitely will. And the thing is now, because we've gone on to a Game 4, AGH are back on the blue side. They once again are in a situation to first pick the Kassadin if it comes up unavailable. First pick whatever you want. So far this series, we've not seen counter picks be the true swing factor. Actually, it's the first pick, the ability to pick up whatever you want. We saw first pick Karma quite a lot, and actually it hasn't worked out that well.
I mean, we saw the last game the Karma top lane had a great time in lane. It solo killed twice, right, at the end. Well, solo kill, as much as you can do. They had a great performance end of the day, Emu, on that Karma, but as the game went on, they just weren't able to be that death ball clump that the Sona from Tomage really does reprise that role and show how it's done properly. I think that comp was much better constructed from the AGH squad. And looking towards the next game, I'm hoping that they take that message and try and run with it, because even if you don't get as optimal matchups, keeping that kind of mid-range fight is super, super important.
You've got to be able to put yourself in a spot where you're not all of a sudden having to go all in, or if you are going all in, every member is on board. We saw this issue from AGH in the first 2 games, where all of a sudden they were like, well, we've got multiple members who've gone flying in, and the rest of our team is sat completely out of range. This time around, it was still a we want to get in your face composition, but everybody was on board. The only member who was not really on board was the Ashe, but with the volleys able to get involved, and if you've started the fight with your ultimate anyway, it doesn't so much matter that you've not got involved.
That is the power of draft identity. This is why it's so important to have a cohesive identity coming into a game, because not does that only mean that you have a cohesive comp that you can actually play the game properly with, because you don't have pieces all over the place like a broken jigsaw, but it's also easier to execute.
Yeah, it is indeed. And overall, both of these teams are good. They both have the ability to win outright here. Esports Team 20, the expected favourites. They are currently 2-1 up in the series. They are what everybody is thinking is going to win. We've got a fun little watch party going on in the Netherlands right now, cheering on their team. A little bit of a worry there in the fact that they faltered, but still, I'd say firmly in control.
I feel like I could hear the fans there of the cheers at the Shaco pick, and then the quiet room for a little bit. Hopefully for them, we'll see a bit more of the cheering coming into this one, but not too much. I'm still an enjoyer of Game 5s. I think we all would like to go to a Game 5, especially with a bit more renewed life in the AGH roster.
Yeah.
They definitely seem deserving of being able to get there now, even if Twente end out coming out on top. I mean, that's broken the streak, right? Yeah. AGH hadn't been able to beat Twente this year. Last year, it was them knocking Twente out of the tournament and going on to lose the finals against Kit. This time around, AGH meet Twente in the finals. This is your last challenge to overcome, and you are looking to win 2 games in a row or go out here.
Yeah, will they be able to pull off the reverse sweep? We'll see as we get into draft right now. See what the priority picks are. Does the Zilean get through? We doubt it, but possibly.
I mean, when Caston suddenly comes onto the table, it's something we keep our eyes on.
This ban Jinx right there has been permanently banned this series so far. Clearly, Jinx, the death of Jinx has been greatly overestimated. And so going to ban out the Viger again, continuing with these comfort pick bans. Remember, when you are in these do or die situations, taking this sort of thing away is very, very important to keep your mental high and the enemy mental a little bit lower.
Hey, I mean, yeah, it's a ban we've seen before, but it wasn't the Zilean first ban, so that's different. Still, though, we're going to see the center come off of the board for AGH as well. Don't want to see that again after the first game that was absolutely dominated by it. That center with the Ghost has been coming up in the tournament more and more and ruining people's lives. That comes off of the board. The Kindred comes off the board. All right, so Crazy, after getting a bad game in game 2 on top of that Kindred, has pulled back to the point where they don't want to see it.
Well, right, one of the things is, when you try to recover your mental, having comfort picks is amazing.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I don't think Gabosh will reply with a Shaco pick this game to recover that mental, at least not after how the last game went. Now, we see the Yone ban, Karma is on the table still, and Wukong, which is something interesting, because Twente usually like to get rid of that pick. We do see them ban it away, leaving the Karma open. There's a lot of champions that we still need to keep an eye on. Obviously, that Kassadin is one that maybe it becomes a first pick for them. The Zilean as well, as
there
we think.
Go.
There we are.
All right, so we get to see Magister on their signature pick, and this was definitely discussed right here by Esports Team 20. They've banned it out every single time. It's been the first ban. I pointed out sort of jokingly when the Viger was banned out, I was like, oh, maybe they'll ban it second this time rather than first. No, they've let it through, and it is the first pick. This is interesting, though, because it can well be responded to with that Kassadin, which is also going through the bans. Instead, we're going to see the Karma picked up.
I smell a volley bear. I'm not sure why, but that seems to be the exact rotation that Twente have picked up on this side whenever possible, as that is a Seraphine instead.
Is that mid?
Double Enchanter locked in straight off the back. Clearly just...
so flexible.
It is, right? Because the Seraphine could go into mid or either of the bot lane roles. And, well, we were saying that last game Twente were not able to match the clump and be able to out-sustain the Deathball comp that is AGH. 2 Enchanters is definitely up there to contest the Sona, which is still available. Sona Lucian, that lane that AGH loved so much, could come out, as they will just pick up the Viego for Crazy, something we haven't seen them play for a very long time, and I love that, because that is Gabosh's best single carry pick. When you have double Enchanters, Kindred, a great pick to pair it with, you took it away yourself. Viego, another amazing one to pair it with. It is now gone. That leaves your options very slim. You wouldn't want something like the Nocturne that we've seen them reprise. Even a Volley Bear is really not the go.
No, Volley Bear is not as good as the Viego, and the pickup right here for life is going to be the Ashe again, the supportive Ashe probably, and so now all you need is carries, carries, carries. You've got 2 supportive champions, the Viego, 1 more, and then another support, and the Aatrox is locked in here right for Emu. They are fantastic on it, and this is a little bit more carry potential into a player who hasn't played so well recently.
Aatrox with Enchanters in the middle of a team fight can certainly be taking it down, bringing it into the chaos alongside that Viego. You're going to need a little bit more than Aatrox, of course, and on the enemy team, buy out your Grievous Wounds, because boy, you're going to need it.
Okay, now we are left in a weird position, because this is AGH drafting against effectively themselves. So you get to ask your question of, what is it we'd really hate to play against? And actually having that Sona removed, going for the Ashe priority instead. Tomage saying, I have enough Enchanters. I know there's 2 already picked, 1 banned. Trust me, I could go to my Janna, I could go to the Nami even, which is still on the table, as now the Kassadin removed, importantly, was left open. One of those picks that we expected to be the immediate lock-in from Clonky when this Zilean was left open, but instead does not reprise it. Still got the Corkies and the things like that on the table that could get a free scaling lane, or like we mentioned earlier, Seraphine just going in the mid lane.
Yeah, if you have support versus support, it will work absolutely fine for you. Clonky has played well recently on the Corki, still up and available. See if that is also the ban, and there will instead be no real focus right now onto Gabosh. It's a bold way to go to not focus Gabosh out. And there we go, the Volley Bear is off the board. That was the final Premier jungle pick. And so now, all of a sudden, Gabosh is going to have to dip back into his pockets. Does he pick up the Shaco again? I have to say no, it's not a good composition for it, and you don't really want to run it back a second time. The Nocturne you did highlight, and there it is. I don't love it.
I don't love it either, because the Nocturne does its best work when it is killing a single target. Well, You have a Zillion,
Yeah.
right? You have a Zillion, and you're likely to get this Janna. You can't have not seen it coming. Tomich played it this series, and as an answer into Enchanters itself, doesn't offer anything close to the same level of utility in general, but with that ultimate, you could definitely out-heal the Seraphine Karma in the short term.
Yeah, there is definitely the ability to. There we go, Janna comes in. That is a lot of healing, as you just said, and it means that all of a sudden this bot lane, you're not going to be looking for those big 2v2s. You can do, but it's not really the way you want to go. That is a support in the bot lane, a support in the support role, a support in the mid lane, and now you need something aggressive in the top lane if you don't want everything to be on top of Crazy's shoulders, or you take a big tank and you say, hey Crazy, carry us.
I mean, the Camille is open, and
Yeah.
I think it makes the most sense to me. It gives your team the most options. We saw it last game not have a great performance into that Karma, which means we might even see Emu say, actually, we want to keep the Karma up here, maybe send that Aatrox into the mid lane, would get a free matchup then and be able to roam around as well. That's the biggest thing about the Twente comp, right? It has so many options, a thing that we usually account towards AGH of having this flexibility, this ability to chuck as many different champions as the wall as possible. At no point has this team ever looked like they were getting clutched out, as it's going to be a Silas locked in for Clonky.
I'll speak about protecting single targets now. Clonky can do the same thing by taking that away from Magister to use for themselves. So if that Hextech Ultimatum goes onto a single target, or you want to prevent a reset from going off onto Crazy, then you can just nick the Chrono Break and use it for yourself.
Yeah, that is an absolutely excellent pick right there. Clonky has pulled it out before as well to great effect. And when you take a look at all of these ultimates over on the other side, yeah, this is beautiful. There's not a single one there that you don't want. Usually there's one or two. Actually, right now you could use every single ultimate out of AGH to great effect, and possibly even better. That is the horrific thing that you have to deal with a Silas. If he has more AP than you, he'll do more damage than you with your own ultimate.
And I'm not even sure I'm all about the damage, because the fact that we were saying Tomich in the short term on this Janna can out-heal, well, when you pair that with the Karma and with the Seraphine, suddenly the gap that you can have on just sustain means that Emu could become their own solo carry in this fight. The biggest issue I see for them is killing one target is actually going to be very difficult for both teams, and seeing an Aatrox get a reset is going to be the most important part for Twente to take this one.
Yeah, but then resets on the other side with a Viego. It may be reset city right now, and all of a sudden that's quite difficult when the person you kill actually just comes back to life. You can't nick their body if they've been Zillion ulted on either side because of that Silas. The interesting point right here, I'd say actually, is down in the bot lane. These are very different bot lanes right here that probably won't be too interesting during the actual, main laning phase, but once we get into those teamfight skirmishes around those objectives will be very impactful.
And one of the things that we did see with that Nocturne, I think the reason that they ended up going towards it is an AD pick, and obviously when you have double enchanters, pairing that with AP is asking for trouble. You're just going to negate the utility by saying, hey, enemy team, please buy those Mercury Treads.
Yep.
Negate everything we're doing, not just a little bit. So having in that lane, or in the jungle even, the Nocturne means that they could dive onto this backline. That is a grasp the undying Magister Zillion. We'll talk about that in a moment. But the thing is, you can pair it with the Seraphine Engage to set up a massive encore across the enemy team from multiple screens away. That is the one area I'm looking at this and going, yeah, I like that.
You know what is interesting though? As you said, it is a grasp Zillion, which is definitely interesting. Clearly, the whole time Magister wants to be able to be in the lane, constantly healing up and in an ability to then roam around, but it's not an Ignite, which is not the usual style. Usually you see Magister with that Ignite Zillion, not for lane priority, definitely not for solo kills, but for cutting through healing, and there's a lot of healing on the other team, yet didn't go for it.
A lot of healing and a lot of shielding, so I'm curious to see Life actually this game. They have the lethal tempo, implying they're going to go for the actual ADC build. Makes a lot of sense, because having DPS is going to be way more impactful against double support super sustain comp than just that minor bit of utility. Because the thing is, when you look at how these fights are likely to play out, a lot of people jump onto Life. Life has to try and survive. They have Tomich to help them. Magister to make sure if Tomich fails that, they can still get a second chance. And then, after that, they have to be able to actually do something.
Yes.
And kiting out an Aatrox, kiting out a Silas, kiting out a Nocturne as well. These are all champions that really struggle to stick on you when you have these slippery tools to pair with it.
Indeed, and as we see in this early game, the Nocturne going to start up in the top lane, whereas Crazy going to start down in the bottom lane. They are going to be going opposite ways. That's less impactful than when you have a Kindred because nobody is fighting over a mark. But the fact that the Viego will be making his way up to the top lane means that one of those potential carry options in your Camille might get a little bit of jungle attention, and you definitely can do good things versus an Aatrox. You can see it right here.
And on the subject of that Ignite you're talking about, well, Alchemic is the only one that has one in this game, and it is against the Aatrox, like you say, while those big healers and while the people that doesn't really need to have those enchanters around to give you massive value off the back of that Ignite. If you do get this Camille ahead, then Alchemic will be able to pretty much dominate the side lane for the foreseeable future. Aatrox, a strong champion if supported correctly, but until then is, well, not exactly the most effective if they are put behind early.
We're going to be watching these jungle champions right now. Both of them really want to farm up to 6 and then get involved with everything else. The paranoia could be massive this game. If you cannot see what you're doing, it's very difficult as an Ashe, as well as something like Crazy or Alchemic who are trying to dive in on their champions to actually get involved.
So we should probably acknowledge the fact that Magda has this grasp and why it's good. When you are against a melee champion like the Sylas, who really can't do anything to you without some massive missteps, you can farm this off of them. It's half value because you are a ranged champion, but overall you will build up quite a lot of health as the game continues. The resolve tree itself is really good, and having Magda actually able to try and hold up this wave, they're not going to get to, trying to look to freeze there. When they are able to get later on into this game, it means that they don't have to ult themselves.
Yes.
If you're able to survive long enough for Tumage to actually get those heals on you, get that peel on you, then we get to see Magda play the game.
All right, we're going to go into a pause right here. Hopefully just a quick one. PC, no issues, hopefully. Maybe just a peripheral
We'll
that's
find out and let you know.
going to need to be redone. Yeah, hopefully everything will be fine. It gives us a little bit more time, though, to talk about everything that's going on with this one. Everything very chill in the early game. As you said, the grasp on top of Magister. This man loves playing supportive.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is kind of the playstyle for him, being able to roam around. We've seen him even try to play supportive on the Azir with those Shroomin shuffles going up and down the Rift. And of course, now finally on the Signature Zillion, really bodying the Sylas in lane so far, as expected. But let's bring it back to what we're playing for. Remember, we are in Game 3. If Twente win, they win the cup. If they don't, well, AGH bring it to Silver Scrapes Game 5.
And we really want a Game 5. Once again, not biased, we just like casting League of Legends. We hope that you guys like watching it as well. And so yeah, we want a Game 5. In order to take us to a Game 5, what do AGH need to do?
As far as looking at this game, AGH need to find a way to, first of all, break apart the enemy comp. We get to have a really good case study of how to beat the Twente comp, because it's been every time AGH have lost. They love playing this death ball with the Sona, not having it this time, going with the Janna instead after that is taken away. We look to the Twente team, it's this Seraphine Karma, a lot of speed on them, but if you could separate that from their carries, from the Aatrox and from the Nocturne and the Sylas, who might notice a trend, all want to dive in.
Yes.
If you let them do it a bit too quickly and then save your peel tools like the Janna for reactive, keeping away the enchanters, while managing to focus on keeping your own team alive, you deny the resets with the Zillion, you burst out a single member, and then you win off of team advantage. The infinite healing and shielding coming out from Twente doesn't matter when you're just healing and shielding supports.
Yeah, and that's a very easy way right there for AGH to pull things together. I say easy. It's easy to talk about, but it's a lot easier. Yeah. It's a lot harder than to actually get it done. I think on the other side, though, Esports Team 20, they have a less concise idea of what they want to do.
Yeah, the main thing here is the versatility between the comp with the enchanters and just the general fight sustain. You have more time to take extended trades out, you have the ability to roam around and make plays with these enchanters. Of course, Seraphine being able to give move speed as well, to be able to make slightly faster map movements. Say you want to contest this Herald, say you want to move down for a second, you're able to do that a little bit quicker.
There's lots of different ways to get that going. And right now, everything is pretty calm. We're right at the very beginning of this game. Things will get more exciting once we get more into those skirmishes. Like we said earlier, these bot lanes are going to be able to get very much involved. We're looking at the Ashe being very supportive as well, and so you need to have your Viego and most likely your Camille doing a ton of damage. But we saw in Game 1 how much Viego resets can just destroy the enemy team.
And one thing I'm a little bit worried about with bringing that Viego towards the bottom lane is you do have Life reprising their role on this Ashe. Again, against no cleanses on the enemy team. Yes, later on, you're going to likely see potentially 1 or 2 of the items that can remove that CC as we do fortunately get back into game. No woes from it. JK, I cast a cursed us. That doesn't normally happen. It's rare that I cast a curse myself. Anyway, point being, you could buy Mikhail's Crucible from these 2 supports and deny the Ash Arrow. Until then, because you're not buying that first item, very vulnerable bot lane. You can bring attention down here. You can bring 4 people down here, get very clean dives, because funnily enough, you can mess it up and still have a zillion to get you back on your feet. So I really hope that we see AGH trying to win on the front foot, because when we had last game Crazy, ganking that bot lane early on the Kindred, picking up that triple kill, it set the tone for the game, and it very well might have set the tone for the rest of the series.
Precisely. I mean, there's another thing when it comes to these things, and that is it's the mental element, of course, coming into this game. We did have that slight issue last game when it came to Twente picking that Shaco, being a little bit too much egotistical maybe with the draft, and then you need to take a step back here. Your mental might be slightly lower, and of course AGH having those spirits raised even, and now with the break, making sure you try and keep your energy levels up, going back into the game, because there is that sort of energy reset, because, well, you're not mechanically doing anything, you're not necessarily communicating with your team. In fact, you shouldn't really be able to do that within the break, so keeping that up so you can come back into the game energized and ready to play.
Yeah, and I think that one thing that is very different that makes this Game 4 stand out from all of the other games we've seen, not just today actually, but the day before, there is no infinite scaling, there is no inevitability.
Oh, finally.
Yeah, no team is sat there like, it doesn't matter, we've got
We have Senna. My Seraphine's coming to get you. 3 items, I'll show you what's boss. Absolutely not. I completely agree with you on that one. Both of these teams have a shot at it, but I do want to double down on what you said about the energy levels. When you go through a pause, it's something that, well, obviously this one isn't intentional from either team. In traditional sports, there is a genuine strategy towards causing a break and saying, actually, no, we're going to use our time to let the other team cool off. Let their players who are on a hot streak calm down. After such a good game on the casting, so many hit arrows on the Ash and the Kindred popping off.
Which is so tilting for a player.
Exactly. You just want to be getting back to it and getting on with it, but now these players are having to wait, and I hope that AGH are going to be able to hold on to that energy, but after going down in this series and knowing this is do or die, suddenly that reality can start to sink back in.
You're just sat there waiting, and as you said, in traditional sports, the American ones very specifically, timeouts are a massive thing, and this is not intentional like you said, but still that cooling effect happens, and as players, you know, they are not talking to each other right now. That's one of the rules that we have in here as well, same as in the professional leagues. You don't talk to each other during the pauses, you're just sat here waiting.
And that's how it feels. That couple seconds right there, I think, what is it, the stat is 3 seconds of silence is enough to just make somebody want to speak. Imagine having that, but not be able to speak. We have just got word. It is a tech issue currently. We are pending information, and we'll keep you updated as soon as we know. But it just means you're going to have to look at our lovely mugs for a bit longer.
Yeah, exactly.
So sorry.
Trying to resolve it as quickly as possible, but these sorts of things happen. It is League of Legends after all, and we are reliant on a variety of equipment to be able to provide the gameplay to you. And if one piece of equipment goes down, which happens every now and again, you can sometimes have these mishaps, but that is life, and that is also League of Legends.
It is a fantastic game that makes us all very angry at certain points, and although this...
Very happy as well.
Oh yeah, it's an interesting drug. The highs are so high, the lows make you want to uninstall, but currently, hopefully none of our players uninstall. That would be a little bit inconvenient.
If that was the bug, we might have a severe issue, and not that kind of severe issue. It's going to be a bit of a longer one to resolve. I don't know what our internet speeds are like right now, but they are all playing on Tournament Realm, so we do not need to worry about anything like that to do with the live patch. Again, and we're going to say 12.11b.
No bell ref.
Yep, thank you. We got there in the end, and it means that this durability, we are really starting to see it, right? We haven't had much pro play yet on the patch, and getting to watch how these teams have prioritized, well, let's be frank, AGH have prioritized Enchanters, goddamn Enchanters, every single game.
So many Enchanters. Hey, you say just AGH, but Esports Team 20 have 2.
Yeah.
They didn't just want 1, they wanted 2. Don't say it. Give it a second.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I have a feeling we're clear, because...
No, we're still in a pause. I'm reverse caster cursing.
Oh yeah, still in the pause.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing happening right now, other than the fact that the junglers,
made
the
it.
opposite side of the map, might be looking for a gank up top lane. Alchemic's pretty safe right now. We're back into game, people.
Okay, thank God. We are looking now with the Dragon spawning. It will be a Mountain. Both of these junglers very good at soloing out. Mountain, one of the easiest, if not the easiest Dragon to solo out in the early game. So I'm curious to see if either of them take a look over their pre-6. With the Stubble Enchanter in the bottom lane, you can generate really ridiculous priority in the bot to be able to just keep life and Homage away, which should, big old should, mean that it's difficult for Crazy to go and solo that Dragon, especially with, we do have Gabosh pathing right back into the bottom side now. They will be right in time to collect that Mountain if it isn't already gone.
That can seem like they want to go for it as...
Okay.
Oh, we don't see the first blood, but that is going to be it picked up for Emu. Nice play, probably.
Well, they managed to get the Ignite out of their enemy top laner, and with both summoners now invested, we do see it will be Alchemic making their way back into the top lane as the Dragon, again, still alive. We do have both junglers scrapping out a treat in Gabosh's jungle. It will be a level getting topped up right now. I'll cut my point about Crazy being down in XP because they haven't been able to power farm as much, as Cutie Katie is here to make this a really rough time.
There's the smite, triple collapse coming through Magister, able to provide the stun on to 2. Now he's the one in trouble though, because Silas is able to do the same to him. Flash away to keep themselves alive, but the important thing is here that nobody died.
I think that's actually a really good trade because the Zilean is much less susceptible to Nocturne than the Viego, and by having that flash up right now, it does mean there is the threat of a Dragon steal. It looks like, though, if we could potentially take a pivot down to there, Twente are going to solo out. They're not even going to try and contest from Crazy. It will just be first straight going over. Play mid.
Ultimatum, Exhaust to respond with that, not allowing Alchemic the damage to be able to assassinate Clunky there in the backline. Nice idea, but the summoner response able to deny that play.
And still, the Drake is being taken very slowly, should be secured right here for Esports Team 20. A lot of roaming going on. Weirdly enough, not Magister roaming to a different lane, but actually players coming to his.
Yeah, I feel like that is going to be relatively uncomfortable to deal with. Typically, you're the one going everywhere else on the map, but not being allowed this time around. As now, we do have pretty passive laning. And one of the things that I want to say is the fact that this Aatrox pick is so important to be ahead. We're talking about how bad it is if it's behind, but if it's ahead, for at least the first 2 items, Alchemic is going to have their work cut out for them. They do have the Serrated Dirk in inventory heading toward the Eclipse, as that is going to be a lot of damage. And it makes complete sense, right? When you have the ultimate, the ability to amplify healing, yes, Aatrox ult does that.
Yep.
With the internal Omnivamp in the kit, and that bottom lane to keep you alive later on, all you need is the damage and to not get picked off. If you can do those 2 things, you're disgusting.
Exactly, the Gold Drinker might have been a little bit overkill if you go for it here. Do not need the extra sustain, you still get enough out the Eclipse, the extra damage, and the Armor Pen is what you require. Rift Herald now spawning in the top side. Currently, you can see Twente getting the priority and setting up for the objective, as they do seem to plan to set it up, but instead, Kaboosh going for the Paranoia into the mid lane straight away, flashed from that, and the response comes in. AGH have the numbers to be able to deny the play. Hijacked away is the Chrono Shift. Now Crazy, next target.
Absolutely perfect flash from Cummage. As
the Crystal Arrow denying any opportunity for Clunky, and in fact, he's going to go down. That's a resetter. That is a Heartbreaker, which has to be respected. Flashed away from by Gabush. Cutie Katie able to live for the time being. Unfortunately, Crazy. Will you be on the tower?
He's got
it. He can res!
Indeed.
Oh, that was a really nice flash from Crazy, not getting pulled under turret range during that encore, as it will be a ton of summoners taken off the table. Every flash in the game is now down bar 3. Slight advantage over to Twente, but we must say they do have 1 more flash summoner in total, so it's not going to mean a massive amount. Stomach is doing the Janna thing of being top lane. Don't worry, guys, they weren't laning up here, they're just visiting.
Life has put his carry pants on. That was a beautiful arrow, and you're right. I was scared for the life of Crazy. I was wrong in that. I've been so used to Magister not getting this Cillian that now it's up and available.
Might have to be scared for the life of Tomage here. There's the Glacial, there's the Exhaust.
Ooh.
There's the damage from Alchemic, who put Cho'Gath onto a basic ability. Immune now, trying to kill Tomage, but not quite enough damage. Crazy gonna get that one down, and AGH coming alive.
Oh, beautiful plays right here out of AGH, and another pause. Clearly somebody is not happy with the setup. And this gives us...
Go on.
this gives us a little bit more chance to talk about that top lane play, which was full aggression out of Esports Team 20 into a great play for AGH.
Yeah, the fact that Twente were able to get away and looked like the play was going in their favor and is baited out. Tomage still up there. The thing is, Twente were aware, right? That's the only part that I'm a bit hesitant on. But the early spell shield comes out to try and avoid getting Camille stunned and turned on immediately. Uses it to escape, very respectful from Alchemic, and then turns with the ultimate with the arrival of their team. So well done. And the fact that with this Janna, something that, well, we only got to see Tomage lose with it earlier in today, right? But now we are getting to see it on the front foot, and there's a reason Janna is an annoying champion, one of the most annoying enchanters in the game, and funnily enough, the enchanter expert himself knows what to do with it.
Yeah, it's beautiful play right here. And it was something that we were a bit worried about. Tomage did not have a great Game 1 or Game 2, but Game 3, back onto the signature sonar, had a much better time. Maybe that's been a little bit of a mental reset that Tomage needed, because now on this Janna, as he said, has decided to sack off bottom lane. Actually, everybody has sacked off all of their lanes. Nobody is where they're meant to be at any one point.
And to kind of loop back around to what we were saying about the mental in the first unfortunate pause, again, we'll update you once we have news. It doesn't look like AGH were phased, which is really encouraging to see. Still managing to play completely front foot forward and being aggressive is exactly what you want if you are one of the many people at home and one of the 3 people at this stage that want us to get to that Game 5 and want the Silver Scrapes.
Oh yes, Game 5 is the goal. And clearly it is the thing that AGH are working towards. Esports Team 20 doing everything they can to stop that from becoming a reality. But actually, they're not having a good time of it right now.
No, absolutely not. The momentum is in the favor of AGH, and if you've played some other esports out there, you know what the importance of momentum in a series is. It's not just a mental thing, but it helps in the game just to have that edge to say, okay, well, now we're the one making the plays. We can roam up here, deny that. Let's go Drake. Let's go to whatever the game state tells us to. But because AGH currently have the momentum, they are in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, and off the back of that, I think everybody at home who plays League will have experienced it to some extent with bounties being introduced this season. It's almost the epitome of having that mental swing. One fight goes wrong and you get an ace. Normally you would just go take a tower or something like that.
Now, we are maybe back in this game.
Exactly right. It doesn't swing. But now you get the Baron, you get multiple towers, and suddenly you're even in a gold lead. The amount of gold graphs, you go watch some match histories where you have any kind of turn whatsoever, and it'll be going all the way up and immediately fall into the ground. You'd think it was NFTs in the stock market.
Yeah, do not look at my solo queue match history, because there is a big trend of that, and it is very annoying. And you can get that same thing not just within games, but within series themselves. That's why best of 5s are the epitome of this esport, because they allow you to get these swings. If we were in a best of 3, it'd be over by now.
Yeah.
And if anything, this is something that AGH actually has an advantage over because they went through LCQs. They have played vastly more best of series than Twente have. Twente, 1 groups, 2 losses, straight here. No losses at all in the first 2. They went undefeated as soon as they made it into playoffs. Finally take their first defeat in a best of series, and it might even be alien territory for them.
This is their first loss since the group stage.
Yeah.
So, like, just to really put a factor on that, when did that finish? Like, April?
Yeah.
They haven't lost in the tournament since April?
And also, they had a different roster. They were having roster issues when they last lost. They didn't even need to count those losses. And now, at this point, oh my god, you suddenly take a loss. And I know you can say, oh, we were trolling, we had a weird pick.
But who did they lose to?
Who did they lose to?
AGH was one of those.
Yeah.
So this team has been capable of beating Twente before. Yes, it was with those roster issues, as you mentioned, but it was still this team nonetheless. They are showing that they are capable, and they are certainly showing they're capable right now.
Yeah, they were one of the teams that was able to do well for themselves in the group stage. We had a fantastic time down in Group D. Group A, you had one team stomping.
We didn't have a great time.
No.
We had 2 clean sweep groups, whereas you were blessed with getting 3 of our 4 semi-finalists in the same group.
Absolutely. 2 teams right here from Group D, and although Esports Team 20 came out on top, every team was competitive. You can see it right now from the fact that AGH, who got knocked out of that group, are back here and fighting for this title. We said before they were fighting for the title, but it didn't look like they'd actually felt like that.
No, Life in particular has looked so different this game, and my god, I am having to resist the onslaught of puns that can come with new life being injected into this team, but as soon as they got onto this Ashe, you can really see it. They are playing like a man possessed so far, and now, on the actual crit on hit kind of build, this is something that I'm expecting to see a whole lot more of.
Ooh, that's
There
gonna
is
land.
the engage, as she says. I don't think there's enough damage here, though. Clonky should be relatively safe, although I might have called that slightly early. No, Clonky will be able to retreat to tower and get out of that one.
It was a nice Ash arrow, not particularly long range, meaning that the stun did not last very long, but still enough to get enough damage down on to Clonky that they have to be very careful in this lane. You can continue farming up pretty much for free if you are live, with no real fear of the Sylas going in and making a nice play.
And the called shots for this team of AGH are really important, actually, because both the Ash Arrow and the Janna Tornado do so much more when from longer range. So if you are coordinated and if you are on top of it, and if you have the setup in the form of a Zillion or a Camille, suddenly you have insane engage, insane lockup, and guess what? It doesn't matter if you're funneling all of your healing, all of your shielding into a carry if they are CC'd to death. We saw it in the mid lane when the kill lead went into AGH's favor. Now the question is, can they repeat it, picking up a Divine Sunderer for Crazy? They are just saying, keep me alive and I will get my resets.
Divine Sunderer picked up. The only other mythic complete right now is that Moonstone Renewer for Mechanics, so a lot of ability to heal people up, but it's a much cheaper item. The Divine Sunderer, about 1,000 gold more expensive right here, shows you just how far ahead Crazy is.
And when we see this Rift Herald actually getting chucked down straight into the bottom lane, this should be the turret destroyed. Enchanters, oddly enough, not very good at fighting when they don't have a tower, so I would be a little bit worried if I were them, as you see Crazy stepping very far up.
Clonky on the way down too, though.
Diego, very nice layering of CC, but the Paranoia is also available. QTKT healing up, that's the double Enchanter, but it isn't enough. Crazy gets the reset, and that might just be what he's needed. Heartbreak onto Kaboosh, he just needs one more to keep this thing going, but he's unable to do it. Kaboosh living on just a sliver of health. Nyx and QTKT just keeping the team alive.
Oh, the resets nearly came through, but just not quite. Magister not able to get down there as quickly as Clonky was, and that was what swung it. Kaboosh so close to death, but able to keep themselves alive.
The anti-healing this game will be extremely important, even though it's been toned down on the durability patch. That is one of the biggest things that is different. All the anti-healing is lower, as now Clonky getting very aggressive and forcing Tomaj away. I mean, you know your jungler has Smite, so this is just a matter of how annoying can you be for AGH.
Clonky might need to be careful here, has gone pretty deep.
Team's quite far away. This is just a Sylas. They still have the flash, so it's the question of what could be forced out of them. Looks like with the speed of a Karma, not much.
Everybody being forced to run away, but there's no clean resets right here. All of the members of AGH managed to go back, whether that was through death or through recalling, and now you've managed to stop all of the resets coming out of Esports Team 20, make things take a little bit longer, as might be a 1v1 in the top lane.
Precision Protocol, no world enter available from you. Hookshot currently down, but
flash might be
still
necessary.
will be over for a little bit. No flash over the wall, no hookshot to follow.
If you ever tried that one in solo queue, it is incredibly
It's very
difficult.
scary.
It is pixel perfect.
Kaboosh dying there? Crazy must have found them in their jungle and chased them out. Is going to secure plate in the mid lane, but is not going to be massive off of the back of that. Question is, what can they do with it? I'm going to say sweet nothing with no dragon up, as they are looking for a pick. Shut my mouth.
What a snipe straight to the head of Mechanics there. One pick to go. QTKT next on the list. The double kill for life.
Oh, life is everything right now to this team. Absolute sniper, locked and loaded on this Ashe and has not missed.
So cleanly done. As Clonky, you are in a dangerous predicament, my friend. Is going to back off there as Nocturne looking. Is going to be on top of Crazy. Going to escape. Using the flash. It's important. Traded for the Nocturne ult. Does mean they are a, and I say this with air quotes, audience, vulnerable target in the near future. The reason I have to use those air quotes is, spoiler, when you have a Zillion and you have this Janna, it's very difficult to be an actually vulnerable target.
You've got to be pretty far out of position in order to be vulnerable, as you said. Overall, we take a look at the state of the game right now. That is a 5k gold lead for AGH. They want to give us a Game 5 in this series. Game 5 in the finals is all anybody could ever ask for. And right now they put themselves in a good spot for it. The only thing is, it is 2 Drakes right now to 0 for Esports Team 20.
To be pushing up a lot of pressure around here. Rift Herald is about to spawn. His attention, looking for the junglers on the minimap. Neither of them on that side of the map. Magister, I think this is going to be a pretty irritating bait that Clonky has only just become wiser. Bush does not have the ultimate. Oh, if that stun landed, they're going to wait it out.
Just wait out the chrono shift here, of course. Gabush is able to help. Kingslayer giving Clonky that little bit of health that he does need, but life now here on the rotation. Crystal Arrow not locked and loaded, but the volley is flashed away from Clonky to get him to safety. Should be enough to keep the Silas alive, but that is still a summoner gone and a lot of resources dedicated.
Yeah, you can see the fact that Esports Team 20 are just having to turn tail and run every single time the members of AGH decide that they want to fight.
I'll say that's a very uncharacteristic mistake from Clonky as... Hold on a minute.
It was defensive paranoia, and even with the flash, it wasn't enough to stop the forces of AGH. UTKT and Mechanics not able to do much more. Teleport having to be used here to defend the mid lane.
Life is showing us the flexibility of this Ashe pickup as well. Last time around, it was the supportive Ashe trying to throw out those ultimates constantly. This Ashe wants to murder you.
And if that isn't indicative of this team, I don't know what is. The ability to play any champion at any point, as now we do have the dive coming in. Alchemic actually still has tower aggro, so this is a bit dangerous. JK, you have a Janna.
Yeah, with the Janna, shouldn't be too bad support coming in.
Yeah, but here's where that World Ender enhanced healing comes through with the two enchanters in tow. Mew able to get out.
No ult from the knockdown. It was used defensively. Toma's going
Infernal
to do
Chain's
everything.
actually going to get yanked back. There's the arrow. Monsoon to push back. Flash to disengage. TP from Clonky. Arrow stolen. Can they get the damage onto the members? Magister locked up. Flash away all of the flashes.
Oh my
Life is not stopping.
God. They managed to turn it around against 5 people. Life is chasing down Twente.
Oh my God.
A lethal tempo right there, giving that extra attack speed, extra attack range. Ashe with 600 base range, an extra 75 from tempo, 675 plus the slow onto Frost Shot, giving you so much chase down potential.
I'm going to use some quick maths on that one and say you can't kill life is what I'm getting from that. Was I pretty close to the answer?
Yes, absolutely. I can tell you what you can do to stop them, though. Nothing. Other than the fact that the reason kills didn't go down in that top lane was the fact that the Ashe ran out of mana. That is the thing that stopped that fight from continuing on. Mana issues.
Well, I mean, there is a blue buff at the end of the day, and you have a jungler who doesn't use mana, as now, I think this is crazy. 2 levels up on Gabush again. Second game in a row this happens. Getting the better end of our Div 2 representative of the NLC in Gabush, who said that they would have a slow start to the series and couldn't have been more wrong. Having an amazing intro in our first 2 games in the jungle, has now not been able to find that success since they pulled out their, well, I'm not going to call it signature, but their Shaco.
It was definitely a pick that they played. Another thing that's quite important here is we do have the Infernal Rift, a lot less walls for Alchemic to jump through, but a lot more open space to chase through if you are Life. And also the fact that the 2 other Drakes went over to Esports Team 20 means that if AGH can capitalize and keep grabbing them, a 4 Infernal Drake soul is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's pretty nutty when you have a relatively low damage team, with Ashe being quite conditional on when they can get the hitting down, and then the Camille Viego. I mean, Camille's Camille, but Viego does struggle a little bit to get the damage down if you're not going for the crit build. That Infernal will patch that right up, and the ability to gain burst potential onto these targets is the name of the game. If you burst anyone, that is insane. It costs so much to actually kill someone when the enchanters are around, so burst is extremely high value.
5 members up here.
As the cohesion of AGH's composition, Paranoia trying to divide them
Life
up.
is alone.
Life is alone, but can they lay down the rest of the damage? Encore onto 2. That might be what Twente needed to win this fight. Only 1 down so far, and it is traded with QTKT and Mew. Time bombs ticking over the wall, burning down alive somehow. Gabush will go down, and of course this means that AGH does win out on the play eventually, but it was tight.
Very close right here, but boy, okay, does manage to get away. Still, though, it is going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of AGH. They're doing well for themselves. The only thing is Clonky was not a part of this. We can see right here was down in the bottom lane picking up farm for themselves, so will be scary when they manage to get back into these fights. Might be able to pick up this tower for themselves as well if they fancy staying. Only now is support coming down from Life.
There is an Ashe arrow on the table if they stick around both of them. Fired top. Hold on a minute. What is happening over there? This looks like a dive onto Seraphine.
Oh, boy.
That's the wrong Aatrox.
I mean, AGH just going to win out, and I feel like it's a wallet slap at this point. They are currently about 7,000 gold in advantage here.
You died here literally a minute ago, Cutie Katie.
No, come up.
I mean, I don't think you can resist this.
it's gone. That is crazy. Gonna be able to waddle themselves away. I mean, Baron is up, and you have Super Enchanters if you want it.
There's pings onto it right now. Gaboosh is up and alive, but there are 3 members of Esports Team 20 that are not right now. It is a risky play for sure. It's the way that possibly Esports Team 20 could get back into this, but they have to try it right now. They are in a good position.
Can they get vision down from Twente? They do have 3 blue wards. Gaboosh has ultimate. Timing this Nocturne steal is extremely difficult, though, because if the enemy team bursts it, it becomes gone and you die alone.
Monsoon to heal, needing to keep the members alive. Paranoia is still active, able to dash in. Now it fades away, which means Gaboosh doesn't have the dash. Ultimatum gets annihilated between Alchemic and Magister. It's all important that you just get this Baron here. Alchemic's still alive somehow, and in fact, you're going to get away with it with 5 members at the moment.
Oh, and that's going to land as well.
As the re-engage, Monsoon was stolen away to try and keep Conky alive for a little bit longer, but unable to do so, as AGH will now start to siege down the base of Twente.
The cackles of Clonky echo throughout this game on that Silas, not laughing for the right reasons, seeming to have a pretty rough one of this, and the momentum shift that's gone in AGH's favor is impeccable right now. I am looking at what is the precipice of a Game 5 and potentially a reverse sweep. At any time reverse sweep is used in a sentence, your mental is shattered as the team that won the first 2 games.
Oh, you feel bad, and if you do end up losing it, as these kills suggest, you're in a horrible position mentally for Game 5, as you said. It feels bad to lose a series, it feels worse to lose it in a reverse sweep.
Homage just surviving
so much right now, and the death ball of AGH making them look like they're playing Protoss right now. Clonky trying to do his utmost to stop the onslaught, but just not enough. I feel like at this point you are just simply too far behind. The base will be taken down. Right now they won't be able to push much more than an inhibitor, but it is just Gaboosh and Mechanics.
What is that? The
well, they're not low anymore!
Oh, it's just a prank, bro! What is that? You glanced away, I watched you, and Tomage presses R. Suddenly everybody's full HP. It doesn't matter in the end because they go for the base, but it just makes any counter-attack impossible. They do not even have to wait in base now for the HP because of that. They're going to be able to sprint as 5 to the Dragon, and this looks like AGH securing an easy objective and walking it down to end the game.
Melvin was right. I blinked, and all of a sudden they were full health again. It meant that they still probably shouldn't have pushed forwards to get the end, but yeah, they totally could have if they were that ballsy. Instead, they're going to look to get themselves another Infernal Drake. At this point, I don't think Gaboosh can actually go in and try to find it.
Hold on a minute. We're talking a lot about AGH in the way we're talking about Twente in the first 2 games of not going for a particularly risky play, actually opting towards the side of caution, and suddenly Twente are in, well, it's almost like they're in the other team's shoes, right? It is a comp that we have said from the start Twente are just playing an AGH cosplay, and unfortunately the cosplay isn't working against the original.
Yeah, ironically, it was actually Twente that had the early Drake advantage here, and AGH that did not. Here comes the death ball once more. Crazy going to be the first, getting a reset on the Viego. Heartbreaker available once more. Alchemic dashing in with the hook shot. Looking through everything to end the game. I mean, you get a double onto Viego. You still have Baron buffs active. It is just a matter of time.
Game 5, Game 5, Game 5. They are looking to put themselves in a position to take the title right now.
This is going to be the Nexus falling ever so slowly, as is the tempo of this game, watching as these players for AGH collapse the Nexus 23-4 with a 16k gold lead. How impressive is that after being 0-2 in the series? Look at these players, completely stone-faced. They came to win.
Oh, absolutely, and that's got to feel awful right now for Esports Team 20. They were in such a good position to pull themselves into a 3-0 victory versus their opponents, and now, oh boy, we're on to a game number 5.
We're on to a game number 5, and what are they in to win? They're in to win these trophies, of course, that title of UEM 2022, all on the table, still up for grabs by both teams, and I'm not sure if that's what we were expecting.
And money.
The money as well.
We like to remember that this is money. 2 extra grand in euros split between the team if you win this next game. Could you imagine having a single game of League of Legends worth 2,000 euros?
Oh, that is insane amounts of pressure, and I'd say even more pressure right now on top of Esports Team 20. They were in such a good position, up 2-0 at the beginning of this series. Now they have lost the last 2 games in a row. What did they change? Because it didn't look like they changed too much, and all of a sudden they're losing.
Well, they swapped out comps, realistically. I mean, obviously, we've got to look back to that game through with the ego picks that came through. I mean, I say picks, it really was just the Shaco, which, I mean, the whole team was clearly behind it, right? They're all having a good laugh, they're having a good time, they're going to walk over this series. We haven't lost a game in the tournament since April. Well, now they've lost 2 in a row against the team that not only knocked them out last year, but is coming to try and win after losing in finals the previous years, a Samsung story.
Oh boy, it is so close right now. Imagine you have put yourselves in a position where you're in the finals. You've been flown out to Alicante, Spain. You have been playing this tournament since March, and everything comes down to one singular game.
That's 4 months of tournament. Like,
Yep.
if you think about this, you started in March. That's 4 months ago. You've been on this road for so long. AGH even had to go for OCQ, so it's even longer because there was that period of time where Twente basically just didn't have to play the game because they're already into playoffs, and in fact with the bye in round 1. But this is all to be decided after a short break. We'll find out who the winner and who the champion of UEM 2022 will be, but first take a look at our sponsors Intel and Intel 12th generation, and of course Twitch Student. We'll be back with you shortly.
First blood. Shut down. Pentakill.
Hey, my name is Adam and I'm jungler for the AGH. My role is jungle and I'm crazy.
My name is Jakub, my nickname is April. I am a coach / support for AGH.
Who is the best player? 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it's Alchemic for sure. A very good top. Who is most likely to feed a lane? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Tomage. Oh, you chose Alchemic.
Yeah.
Why?
Surprising.
Oh. Tomage is feeding really well. He's good at it. Who is a one-trick pony? Okay, it's hard to pick one. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, me. Yeah, I chose Alchemic because everyone has champion Ocean from our team, but like I think Alchemic he could be the one if I had to pick. Who sleeps the most?
Oh,
yeah, it's Tomage, I think.
I think it's Magister.
I think it's close.
Yeah, I think
it's really close.
Yeah.
It's really close. Yeah.
The Magister likes to wake up right before the games.
Yeah, and Tomage is benefiting from sleep a lot, so he sleeps a lot. Who eats the most? 1. Magister. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, he works out a lot, so he needs to eat a lot. Who spends the most time on social media? 1. I think it's Alchemic. Yeah. He's a famous Twitter star, and he loves it.
Lunes, yo me llamo Tarzán y la gente me dice ¿cómo es? El rey de la selva. Jane es perfecta gracias a sus raíces. ¿Sabes cómo es? El rey de la selva. Ando con mis leones cazando los ciervos. ¿Cómo es? El rey de la selva. Yo soy de fiesta de leones a cerdo.
kill.
Hello everyone, hope you had a good break. We are back, of course, with Game 5. Myself, Takua, Black Bloxer, and Melvin Izzle here to bring you the final game of UEM 2022. Finally coming to a close at last. We were a little bit baited by the decisive 2-0, but the reverse sweep is a potential thing.
Oh boy, on to a Game 5. What else could you ask for in the finals of UEM 2022?
And I mean, when we look at this tournament, we opened it up saying, Kit SC White. They're coming in for their third trophy. They're looking to do an undefeated sweep again. And we really did believe it. And then AGH did the unthinkable. They beat the team that beat them in finals, in quarters, and then proceeded to come on, have a miraculous journey up here, go 0-2 to Esports Team Twente, who, well, I mean, at the end of the day, were the team that they knocked out last year, but knocked out AGH in this tournament, back in groups. They fight. AGH comes all the way through the last chance qualifier to make it back here. Twente, they think Kit is gone. It is our time to shine. Now we've just got our final boss. But what on earth can they do?
Oh boy, at this point it looks like AGH are King Slayers. Will they be able to finish off this run? Will they be able to make it a reverse sweep? They are so rare. Going down 2 games in a series means that your mental is busted, but now the mental blow might be the other way around.
Yeah, everything's on the cards right now. It is anyone's game to play and anyone's game to win for sure. Mental for both of them. I mean, right now, if you're AGH, you're still going to be nervous because for both teams, it is do or die. But of course, for AGH making it to this point, they really want to close it out. And then for Twente, now it's suddenly do or die for them because it wasn't the last 2 games.
Exactly. And we started off talking all about this mid lane matchup. We were saying, all right, it's going to be all about Magister. They're going to be across the map. They're going to roam. They did it in the first game. It worked to an extent, but it was still a loss for AGH. Then they try a completely different strategy, and it goes wrong.
Horribly wrong. Horribly wrong.
And it's only in the 3rd game when we get a bit of an ego coming in from Twente. Understandably so, right? You haven't lost a game since 2 months ago in the tournament, basically. You're undefeated on the current patch. Why not have a bit of fun? They do have a bit of fun, and then they lose the game.
Yeah, and they lose what could possibly have been their chance at getting themselves this trophy. It says champion right here. We're going to crown one of them at the end of this game. The whole series, everything that these teams have been playing for, culminating in one, basically a best of one at this point. You have all the information on the teams from before, though. What do they actually do?
I think there's only one way of answering that, and that is...
Please ban the Ashe. At this point in time, the 2 games that were won by Esports Team Twente, the Ashe was not picked. The 2 games that have been lost by Esports Team Twente, the Ashe was picked. Please ban it, because at this point it played supportive in game 3, and then aggressive, doing massive amounts of damage in game 4.
And the thing is, I think that Twente are in a bit of an identity crisis right now. They are back onto the blue side. This is one where they've been more comfortable in the draft phase. Let's see what happens. Zilean was the pick they left open last game and said, actually, we need to fix that.
I mean, you're not going to let it through after that.
I wonder why they decide to get rid of that this time around. Veigar, I'm expecting to see again. But then the question is, what do you do about this whole Wukong Ashe scenario? Because right now, Twente have been pretty much looking to get that Senna or Karma first pick by banning out the rest and Wukong. I've just listed off 4 champions. You have 2 bans and a first pick, meaning minimum, one of those isn't happening.
And it looks like there is still going to be that focus right here onto Magister. We've seen this Veigar panned out every single time. AGH responding with a adaptation ban, which is the Senna. We saw the Senna absolutely destroy it in game 1. And then still, the Kindred comes off the board. Nobody wants to deal with Crazy's Kindred, despite it not being so good in game 3. In game 2?
2.
But it is the comfort element. Of course, Crazy did look much better on it the second time round with the salty run back, and clearly the salty run back was successful enough to, you know, make it so that Kindred was banned the next 2 games. But the one time that Wukong is off the board, it does get picked up. That is presumed to go to Gabush, but it can be flexed up to top, as we always have to say.
Yeah, we have not loved it so far in this tournament. The Wukong does not have enough inbuilt ability to get themselves ahead, and so you need your lanes to be drafted around it. We'll see if that is what Esports Team Twente are going to do. And what the response will be right here for AGH. It has usually been a jungler and a bot lane and support. The Ashe was not banned, and it is picked. If Esports Team Twente end up losing here, they should have come to us for their draft.
You know, one champion that pays particularly well with the Ashe, and is also a flex pick, that has been seemingly neglected at this point in time. I'm thinking of Karma. They actually opt for the jungler, like you say, going for that Viego, not wanting to give anything away, trying to secure more counter picks as well, which I think, as the red side, makes a lot of sense for AGH, because as we have seen so far, when they get matchups they're comfortable with, when they have Magister dominating lane on, well, Zillion of all things, this team does amazing things.
They really do. And so what will the response be? Once again, there's a jungler picked. We're expecting the bot lane and the support. This may be the support. We've also seen this taken top by Emu. This is a massively flexible pick. The Karma, the pick of the tournament, all the way back since March, all the way to here, has constantly been played in all of the lanes, other than jungle. Everywhere else, we have ended up with a Karma.
We have a game right now, and currently Gabosh has it with Smite. Back to seriousness, I don't think we're going to get the Karma jungle, as now the question is, what do they pair it with? They lock in the Ornn here.
Woo! We have seen Ornn banned out in second round rotations constantly, and so if you want to get it, you have got to pick it up during this first round of picks. It's a nice pick, solid, and it gives that scaling back. We didn't see any scaling in the last game. Now it's back on the board.
While we talk about scaling, there's a couple inevitable champions, like the Cassidin, still on the table. Right now, you would be picking it blind, so it looks like it's going to be AGH locking in the Camille, getting that comfortable matchup in the top lane for Alchemic. And now, you get 2 bans to filter out. Do you get rid of ADCs here and try and put mechanics on something they're uncomfortable with? The Seraphine obviously could still happen this game. I don't know what exactly Twente would need to pair with it to try and get that whole Karma shenanigans working again, and after losing on it to the Ashe seconds ago, I somehow feel like that's not the default answer.
Corki is going to come off of the board right now. Clonky played it absolutely beautifully in 2 games at the start of the day. Coincidentally, the 2 games that Esports Team 20 ended up winning, and so taking it off the board means you don't have to deal with the ability to split up the team fights and stop people that love to dive in from actually being able to do so.
Now we have a little bit extra time of hesitation, that moment where you have to pick your final 2 bans. It will be Damage's Sona, one of the scariest picks at the tournament.
But
taken.
They have proven that they have way more enchanters to play than just the Sona. We've seen the Sona and the Janna today played absolutely beautifully. Also, you know, not such a good cat, but still up and available, could be played right here. The Ashe we know can be played in either way that you really want to, when paired also with the Viego and with the...
Okay.
Ooh, yeah, another pick ban going here into Clonky.
See, the way this draft is set up right now, it makes it look like they want to pick the Azir right here, but that becomes troublesome.
Yeah.
Because Cassidin is still on the table. Janna banned away. You cannot just lock in a support here and be happy. The Cassidin warps this draft so much, with all of the picks left open in the mid lane pool just being big old question marks. AGH, you do not have a safe support here. Do you pick the Cassidin blind?
Looks like the answer may well be no. Not what we were expecting here, but the Renata is locked in very good into the champion that is Wukong. If they want to run into you, Renata loves that. And also when you have an Ornn as well, it means that the identity of Esports Team 20 will likely be a run into you composition. Sivir especially.
Well, she will be sprinting at you. The only thing is you do have the option to outplay the Ashe and the Renata respectively with that spell shield. As it looks like Twente will take the Cassidin challenge, locking it in blind. Now, it is the same issue the other way around. We have seen Magister play all of these control mages. Are they going to lock in their Pantheon, which they've only had one very poor game on, or are they going to take an inevitably losing matchup?
As the Azir Hollow, still 3 seconds left on the timer. The deliberation of this play was given the luxury of that R5 counter pick and will use it to take the Azir here. Will it be that same roaming style we saw in the first game? We'll have to wait and watch, but so far, the team of the Cassidin has been the victor.
Cassidin has an 100% win rate right now during this finals weekend. Do you really want to be the team that decides, hey, I think we can beat that? Nobody else has been able to so far. AGH say yes, they had the ability to pick it up. It would not have worked particularly well with their composition. It didn't make a lot of sense in that situation, but still, leaving it up and available, deciding that actually the Corki and the Vel'Koz were more worrisome.
I'm feeling very well rehearsed on this part, but seeing the Cassidin, we don't pass the Cassidin test if you're AGH. I see no point-and-click CC on this entire team outside of the Camille ultimate, and that doesn't stop Clonky. That follows them, but following a Kassadin is not the same thing as protecting your carries. It's going to be a very tough ask coming out from all of AGH if they are going to make this reverse sweep a reality. On the other side, Twente looking to come back from being 2-0 at the start and then fix their own mistake. Both teams want that and that alone.
This is the goal right here. This trophy, there's an even bigger one over there in the studio room as well. They want to lift it and be the champions of UEM 2022. It all comes down to this game.
Everything is on this game. Both teams must be right now waiting in that stage room. I cannot imagine the nerves, the tenseness in that room as both teams are duking it out. This is not just for the prize pool. It is not just for the actual bragging rights, but it is also national pride. You bring it back to your region. Let's find out who wins today.
A new champion will be crowned after this one short game, and we see a cleanse Sivir. Mechanics taking no chances against the Ashe, against the Renata, to a lesser extent against the Viego and the Camille, but they want to be able to take this life. Showing their pick that has really turned this series around. Has gone for the lethal tempo. No Comet build here. Understanding a reliance on the ult is very dangerous against that team.
The fact that the cleanse has been gone, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but it is indicative of the fear right now that there is so much CC that can be laid right down onto you.
Something that is worth noting right now in terms of item choices, that Magic has opted for a Sapphire Crystal Star, and with that Inspiration Primary, the general idea behind this sort of thing with Futures Market is to simply econ better, take a very early recall, and just get an extremely early Lost Chapter to basically mean that you don't run out of mana, which is quite a different adaptation to how we've seen Magister play previously.
Exactly.
Magister loves the boots.
Yeah, this is going to be so out of character for them, and showing up out of character is going to be really key for this game, because we see Tomich coming on a pick that, while it was very high on their tier list of champions, something they've never had to do. They've always got Sona or Janna. If they've wanted it, they can go towards anything else, and this is the first time we get to see this pick show up on our finals day. And one other thing you may have noticed that we would be remiss not to say is that Emu on the top lane decided to take the Ignite TP on. Very dangerous against Alchemic, who has the flash, and if we do get Magister actually roaming up to side lanes, something we expect from them, but as Takua said, not exactly the likely option this game when they are going for this early Lost Chapter.
Okay, so we're going to see both of the junglers start up in the top side. The Wukong clears a lot faster than the Viego. Viego's clear doesn't really come online until a couple of items later. And so the Wukong getting the early pathing down towards bot lane. Unfortunately, when you have an Ashe and a Renata, you're going to get that push, and so there's less of a gank opportunity for Gabush. But still, it does mean that him and Crazy are going to be in the same area, might contest over this Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, of course, Wukong really wanted to get those early advantages in some sort of way to be able to accelerate this champion. We have seen Wukong do very well when they have managed to gain these leads, and when they haven't, they need to be very creative with their positioning in teamfights to find value in that Cyclone. Otherwise, the champion has not done so well. Overall, in UEM, Wukong is in a negative win rate, around the 40%-ish mark. Has typically been losing into the Volibear here, but everything's on the table this time.
This is such a tense game, and the worst part about it for me is that we really shouldn't get much action until after level 6. So we are just going to be left in this almost never-ending feeling lull state for quite a bit longer. As soon as that Ashe Arrow comes online, as soon as that Shurima Shuffle comes online, Hextech Ultimatum, these are all abilities that just completely warp how the game is played and will warp how the series ends. You'll notice that when I listed off all those abilities, a majority of them, in fact, all of them, were on the AGH side.
Ooh, Crazy needed to be careful right there. You can see Emil helping out with collecting that Rift Scuttler for Gabush. Not the best lane matchup. Obviously, the Ornn can do very well into a Camille, especially because Ornn can assassinate people, and with the ability to constantly make items, will be safe in this lane, but still wants to roam out of it and get involved with the rest of the map. Alchemic is in a different position where they can either join team fights or they can split push if that's the build they want to go.
But we have a little while until we get there, and right now, because Emu was able to get down there, help out the Crab, and set up for Gamush, it means that you have a very awkward situation for Alchemic in this top lane, who has to play very overextended. They do have a ward in the river to keep themselves safe for the moment, but as we all know from this Wukong update, being able to go over the walls means that you are always playing at risk, and playing at risk in front of the enemy tower, I mean, it justifies having that Flash Summoner Cell over the Ignite.
See here some more trading there. Of course, Quonky did take that early reset, having to use the TP, giving him mana advantage in the lane for now. Magister still needing to get a reset to be able to buy that Lost Chapter, but it should come online soon as AGH starts taking up that first Mountain Drake to get those juicy resistances.
Absolutely love it. Renata, one of the best champions in the game for leashing objectives, because she does that % max health damage when you proc the passive, which, as we can see here, is leading to an excruciatingly fast first Drake.
Yeah, you expect these first Drakes to take forever. However, the team that's taken the first Drake throughout this series has lost, and so it is still good to get it, obviously, but in terms of just the meta of this series, not necessarily indicative of a team that is in control. If you have a good early game, it may not translate into that mid game.
Unbelievable. Can't believe you'd go and spoil the series. We waited this whole time, and then you wait until the last second to tell us which team is going to win.
Leak the script.
Unbelievable. I mean, we have the teams next door. We can just go tell them to unplug the PCs. Sorry, everybody at home. But anyway, we fortunately do not have to listen to the script. We get to see how these teams try and break the mold in this one, as now we are moving ever so close to that level 6 mark. Life about to unlock the ultimate, the enchanted crystal arrow that has brought their namesake back to this team.
All right, here we go. Tomich rotating back down to ensure Life is safe here. Gabush
Karma's
sweeping
on top.
that out. Now Karma top, allowing the roam back onto Alchemic, and Emu taking another first blood this series. Really has been the first blood king of today.
And it's a really nice play right there. We were all looking down in the bottom lane because that's where the jungler was, and we lost track of that slippery support. QTKT with a lovely play. Magister needing to be careful. Blows the ult. Everything is fine.
God, is that one of the first offensive Shurima shuffles we've seen from Magister this, well, tournament?
Yeah, indeed it is.
He has no boots!
Unbelievable. They actually did the Lost Chapter tech, as that is going to be so important. Mechanics, no flash. Life just hit 6, and they know for a fact that Mechanics is there. I feel like they could have looked for it if they wanted to be really greedy, but one of the main character traits that we saw change from AGH in the last 2 games is they started to play more like Twente, more reserved and less willing to take those 50-50s, those 60-40s. They are there for the 70-30 and consistently will set up so they can get those. They aren't just playing defensive, they are playing smart.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to talk about teams that we've seen during this finals weekend, rather than playing like themselves, which is more of the Esports Team 20 style, where it's calm and collected, they were playing way more like Yenomizla during that first game specifically, where they were going for every fight available. And while that is a style that certainly can work, it's not a style that made Yenomizla into finalists, and neither was it a style that was working out for AGH in terms of winning this final.
As we look at the current state of the game, Kasten has picked up the tier. Clonky will start to stack it. They had an uncharacteristic past 2 games, playing a bit out of sorts. And their Corki and respective Silas need the game going to plan, as I'm very curious to see what they can do on this unbeaten Kassadin so far. Notice I say unbeaten, not unbeatable, is something that AGH look to try and assail the mountain that is Twente. The favourites for the tournament since Kit ended up getting knocked down by AGH.
By AGH, as you can see, the continued fighting in around objectives. We've seen a lot of fights around Rift Heralds this tournament, especially this series. Right now, Esports Team 20 seem to have the fast track onto it, and I feel like they've gotten almost every single Herald this series.
Their rotations are just too good. Sending the bot lane up, QTKT has been all over the map, making their best Burkus impression, as they have made their way up to the top lane to set up that first blood for MU and get their side lane into a winning position, which enables them to then send all their resources up there, have Mechanics join, get that Rift Herald, and will be able to use it wherever they please, since there's not really a lane this game that immediately calls, please give the Caitlyn Karma the Rift Herald, please chuck it down here. You can use it to break open Magister's Kingdom of mid lane and really weaken this Azir pick as the game continues, or you could just use it to snowball a side lane gold.
Taking a look down at the bottom lane where Life is happily farming up in this matchup. Not got a particular lead in terms of CS, but definitely in terms of plays.
So the pings coming out. Tomage only level 5. There's the engage. Should be the first block going into the bailout. I don't think they're going to be able to get the reset onto that. QTKT taking the first kill there. Both teams now on the disengage. Crazy will take a red buff though, but of course losing their support, therefore giving gold over to the enemy.
That was really greedy from Tomage. If they were level 6, I could have understood the logic behind that play because you can turn the Wukong back on their team, but stepping excruciatingly far forward without the damage on your team to be able to get that reset and revive, Clonky did end up having to flash away from Crazy, so that will be something at least, but it's a Kassadin without flash, right? That's only as vulnerable as Clonky chooses for it to be.
Yeah, that's only as vulnerable as the remaining mana pool for the Kassadin is, especially at these early levels. Those ultimates are exceptionally expensive. We're looking for that level 16. We've said it a lot throughout this tournament. That's the point at which the Kassadin feels basically unplayable versus. And so right now you can do things around it, try to find ways into this game. The first Drake was taken by AGH. They're currently setting themselves up for a second Drake.
This will be the setup as we do have the Rift Herald chucked on down, completely forfeited by Twente. As it is going to be the question of which is more important, gold or objectives. If you get the soul, obviously the objectives as we get an Ocean, an impactful soul for our last game of the tournament. That is exactly what we like to see. And on the alternate, this gold influx going over to the jungler and top laner of Twente. Not exactly the highlight players, might I say. We normally play towards the bot side, play around Clonky as well. Emu, while having a really good day yesterday, has had mixed performances today, has had Alchemic's number at very least in the 1v1, and with this kind of speed up, with this acceleration on the Ornn, they can enhance their team and really start to bring that lead back together.
We always talk about the Ornn as being impactful whatever happens. Even if the Ornn has absolutely no gold whatsoever, that ultimate will still be good. But once you do get that gold onto the Ornn, what do you do about them? Are you going to be able to get through that health bar? That is definitely something factored into Life's decision to go towards that Kraken Slayer. Wants to be able to get through the big tanky health bars of both that Ornn, but also that Wukong as well.
Yeah, of course, all needs is that sweet EXP to get to those levels, to be able to create and forge those masterwork items for the rest of your team, of course. AGH here trying to stack those Drakes up, very happy to concede early pressure here as they recognize that they have tools like these here to be able to scale up into late game, and if they can get that Ocean Soul online, it's going to make it a lot more difficult for Twente to be able to find a riposte.
Really do like that Magista has opted for the Liandry's this game as opposed for that Ludens. When you want to be able to kill Emu, it's going to be tough for Life to be able to get through them, right? You don't want the Ashe in range of Ornn, because while you will eventually be able to kite them out, all it takes is the Ornn ultimate, which is being used top lane on Alchemic. Bit of a scrap happening up there, be curious to see.
Clonky is in danger right now. Needs to be careful.
Okay, no hit on the arrow here, still wants to go for the play. Heartbreaker gonna be enough. Clonky with the Kassadin, the exhaust. It's gonna be a 1-for-2 somehow. Making the Rift walk onto Tomage. Tomage stepping up just a little bit, but you can see here why this pick needs to be respected by both teams.
Wow, the hype on the players' faces after that one. The complete and utter outplay by Twente, managing to burst out Tomage before the bailout.
It was just a little bit early from Alchemic. They wanted Magista to come in and try and make the play. He has that divide available, but unfortunately, Alchemic just slightly too early. Gets capitalized on Gabush and Emu, recognizing let's just kill him before that mid laner can actually get in and help them.
Ooh, that was a little bit over-aggressive, as you said, and overall, you can see the way that things are beginning to swing in Esports Team 20's favor. This is not what you want from the team who has the Kassadin, or the team that has the Ornn. These are both champions that have great scaling, and so you need to find advantages, get yourself ahead right now. AGH certainly don't scale badly, but they are inevitably going to be outscaled. Need to find things right now. The two Drakes are in their favor. If they are able to find themselves this Ocean Soul, that will be great. Giving it over would be absolutely awful.
And when we take a look back to what the teams are trying to play around, how they get to that soul, it's priority in mid and being able to rotate to those fights. You have a Sivir Karma. There aren't any better, and I say any better, bot lane pairings for quickly rotating to a fight. One of the biggest issues we have seen from AGH throughout this series and throughout this tournament is pretty much has been the if statement. If Tomage is not in fight or is separated from team, AGH loses the fight.
Yeah, Tomage is such an important part of their composition, especially on this Renata. Has such an impactful ultimate with that hostile takeover. I mean, Clonky does a ton of damage. You know what Clonky would also do with that hostile takeover of him? Do a ton of damage to his own team. And especially because there are so many members of Esports Team 20 that want to go flying into you, you need Tomage there with that ultimate in order to stop it from happening and turn that engage back on its head.
Now, as we get to 1 minute away from the sole point spawning for AGH, once again, Twente look to secure their monopoly on the Rift Heralds. They will be capturing this one with no contest whatsoever. This will just be AGH doing whatever they can to pry some vision open in the bottom side jungle of Twente, but Cutie Katie, captain of the team, is holding them at bay. AGH will now lose this Rift Herald. The Shuriman Sundisk will fall. Items come in online. Level 11's soon to be hit from 4 out of the 5 members of Twente due to Cutie Katie's roams, and now they march down the river to Dragon.
25 seconds, getting a pick onto life would be massive here into the bailout, but that's not going to do it. Tomage next on the platter, and he will get selected by the monkey. 2 picks, 13 seconds before the ocean. I mean, it just feels like Twente are going to get that one.
The flash whiff, this fight continues. Deja vu, crazy. Same series of events that they chased down earlier, but now Magister is there to have their back. Will it matter, though?
That is another defensive ultimate use out of Magister, which is not the way that things usually go. Crazy is playing very aggressive, but is definitely caught out between these 2 towers.
I mean, he's just in no man's land here. There's no way of escaping that. Break secured, got to stop the stacking from AGH. That gold lead still in the favor of Twente by a solid 4,500. Very much now in the driver's seat. Alchemic will at least take 1 tower in the top side in return.
Talked a lot about series momentum, but game momentum is even more important because that is what is on your screen. That is what we have got going. The Dragon being dropped. The only advantage that AGH had was their potential to threaten a soul, and every time they've had to rely on that, it has failed. With now, Twente far and away ahead with that 4K gold lead, with that only 1 Dragon deficit. Their domination of their top lane has carried across the map. Clonky looking more like the Kassadin that we fear to God.
Oh boy, we need to be so very careful if you are AGH. Kassadin getting stronger and stronger. Only 2 kills right now and has gone down the Everfrost route. Not the full aggressive route, but still going to deal more than enough damage, and keeping somebody stopped up is perfectly good.
Now, as we take a look back, got once again a lull state, right? And at this point in time, we would normally be hoping, Life, can you hit that arrow?
Yeah.
Can we find that way back into the game? It's Magister being focused up.
3rd defensive shuffle of the game.
If it's
keeps
never
him alive
up
alongside
to be
the flash, though.
Yeah. If it keeps him up, keeps him alive, but if you're never able to use that aggressively, then what is the point of the ultimate?
And I have another problem with it. You don't have any good targets for the offensive shuffles,
No.
right? Because you would normally go for the ADC mechanics, who we saw multiple times getting picked out on the center in the very first game of the series when we had that Magister Azir previously. But what we've had this time around, you can't do that because she could just spell shield you, right? So it is so many more conditions that AGH need to hit. The narrow window that they have to find if it is going to be AGH completing this reverse sweep is so difficult for these players. There is a 4-person group on the bottom side of Twente, and Magister is alone.
Ooh, with that severe ultimate being popped just to take this tower, there's not really any response other than in the top lane. Okay.
A shot down onto Clonky is a very nice injection of gold, especially over to Crazy.
Okay.
Here comes the teleport. That hostile takeover clearly took over the side of Twente. Health bar's extremely
Flash
low.
out.
Call the Forge God onto 2. Will be able to stall.
Alchemic will have flash up in a moment. They will not have their Hextech ultimatum, but Cutie Katie does not have the flash there, and they're not going to commit it to trade for the support, but that will be Crazy getting a good amount of pushed in wave on the top side, and an even trade overall.
And that could have been absolutely disastrous for either team in the end, pretty even. If this turns into another tower, though, that will be an advantage over to AGH. They clearly want to keep fighting this is the biggest game that they have possibly ever played. The finals of UEM. The winner of this takes it all, and the loser, they have come so close to victory and faltered at the last hurdle.
And how much would it hurt if you're AGH, having been here before last year, fighting against Kit, you were 0-2 and you just got wiped out. There was nothing more to be said about it. This time you have found that fighting spirit against a team you beat in the previous tournament. It is so much on the line for both of these rosters, and I feel like if we're looking at who has the most nerves, well, it's got to be AGH at the moment, which is sad because they came in with the reverse sweep advantage. They were looking to have that mental lead, but now Twente looking back on form, looking like games 1 and 2, looking like themselves.
Yeah, they came in with all of the advantage in this last game, having gone down 2 and then brought back 2. You know, a very strong mental team. They will not feel like they are out of this one yet. They certainly aren't. There are ways to fight back into this game. But the timer on Clonky, it's at level 12. 4 more levels to go before Clonky is absolutely insane on this Kassadin.
Tick-tock indeed. Magister, well, they find QTKT. There's no tower to retreat to, but they do have an easy way out, and you can see the proactivity of the team captain, QTKT. Yes, they have the Moonstone, so that's good. It means in the team fights they can keep their team alive, but they are doing more than that. They are not just doing the bare minimum. They are all across the map. They are zoning. They are making it impossible for the AGH team to get down that offensive vision and look for plays, which is so important because if you don't have good vision control, an Ash Arrow getting chucked down, well, it doesn't mean anything. We do get a kill up into the top side, though, onto Clonky, again getting picked off. Such a rarity to see this player die in a side lane.
Yeah, just another overextension somehow. Clearly the mental, those nerves getting to him in this do or die series. It is that game 5, and I'm sure those nerves are coming into play. Mew gonna take a little bit of damage onto tower, but he is Ornn, of course, a very, very tanky boy, and will stay alive as such.
The Ornn being tickled under tower, not actually taking a lot of damage as Ornns don't usually do. Life does not have the Ash Arrow up and available, but what is about to come up is that next Ocean Drake with 2 in the pocket of AGH and 1 on the tide of Esports Team 20. This is a big contest right here.
And with the hostile takeover available for Damage, you can pretty much just say to Gabosh, you are not allowed to steal this objective, turn them off of their own team. Where are they standing right now? It's all about stopping this Wukong getting in.
Donkey's finally arrived. Viego secures the Drake. The Wombo combo goes down. Berserk onto the whole enemy team. No Call of the Forge God able to proc, but no kills yet either. Alchemic first to go down. Bailout not going to be able to survive them. 2 more kills for the side of Twente. Trade it away just for the 1 onto Clonky. Crazy with the resets. Health bars are all full. He can't do anything more of that. 3 for 2.
It's going to be 3 for 2 and the Ocean Dragon, right? It takes them up to Soul. Question is, can you take the Baron? You do have your jungler and you have Sivir up. Ornn can tank it. Life is the only one available other than Magister, who does have the TP. Taking it against a Liandry's Rabadon's Azir is a terrifying prospect, but it's such a distant TP. We talked about a minute ago, QTKT has denied all vision control, and that means that it's going to be such a defensive approach. Alchemic, though, has the TP up as well. If this Baron is not ended quickly, this could come disaster for Twente.
Magister knows, but there's only so much that he is capable of doing here. As Azir finally goes in with the slide, the rest of the team is here to follow. Will go down first. Kabush going to pick up that kill. Mechanics next on the list. View will be shut down by the Kassadin. There was Camille, even Kassadin now able to come in. In fact, Life going down. Alchemic almost getting the trade, but just the shielding and the healing out of QTKT just a little too oppressive for AGH to deal with.
Yeah, the Karma shielding is absolutely insane. The speed-ups as well, getting members to that fight. It was possibly an overcommit trying to stop that Baron. Instead, they're going to lose the Baron as well as multiple members. Still, 2 kills did end up going down. You know, it is not completely in the favor of Esports Team 20, but AGH, they are definitely on the back foot.
And you can hear the roars of the crowd in that Esports Team Twente watch party after this is starting to look like it's back in their favor. Thing is, though, one of the main benefits AGH got from that play was they took down 2 Baron buffs. And it was one of the side laners as well. Emu not having that means that you can't really pressure into Alchemic, who with that Conqueror, we have seen in these past few fights, has been an absolute monster. The later this Camille goes, the more of a team threat they will become. And it is one of the few answers to Clonky that exists in this game. Looking good.
Looking good indeed. However, Mew finding level 14, those masterwork items beginning to be online. The first one will be that Divine Sunderer upgrade for Gabush in the jungle. Still deathless this game, in fact, on the Wukong, maybe proving that this champion shouldn't have a negative win rate in this tournament. But we have yet to see 5,000 gold lead for the Netherlands team as well. But on the other hand, AGH do have access to that soul point, so keep your eyes on that 2-minute timer for Ocean Soul.
We said we didn't love the Wukong, but in the hands of Gabush, who is one of the best players in the entire tournament, possibly the best player on Esports Team 20, absolutely insane, this man. He is having a monster performance in this Game 5, up 4-0-5 in terms of score, a massive shutdown on his head. If a member of AGH is able to kill him, will get such a huge gold injection, but for the minute, seems completely unkillable.
I mean, with that big armor steroid you get from the passive, the only person that is realistically a threat to you is Magster, as now we get the fight going off.
All right, they're in a bit of a choke point. Alchemic on the other side there to interrupt with the Camille. Crazy. Precision Protocol bail out and the hostile takeover. Everything into the meat grinder, but it just isn't enough. The reset comes through. He really did get bailed out there. No second reset, however, and therefore it is a 2-for-2 for the time being. Life next. The next target for Gabush will do a lot of damage to Mechanics, but it's just not enough. Still, ETT able to keep winning these team fights.
Oh, it was so close right there. The reset coming through looked so very close, but in the end, it is still favored by Esports Team 20. Luckily, the Drake is not up and available yet, and so there are nothing too big to get off of that, but still so close.
And now you have to ask a very important question, the most important question of your series, of your tournament, AGH. Do you contest this dragon in 40 seconds? You don't need to. You won't lose the game if you don't take this dragon. But if you go there and something goes wrong, the series can end there and then. You can have Twente walk it down mid, walk it down bot. They have got towers taken everywhere outside of the AGH base. And as we look at this setup, Cutie Katie doing exactly what we praised them for earlier. Great vision control, clearing out any chance at a flank TP. No way for Magister to go for their hero play unless it is straight up diving into you, a risky prospect against Wukong Kassadin.
You've got to be so careful. You can feel the tension. Everything is on a knife's edge right now. Might be a fight coming in. Alchemic on the flank.
Here we go, Core the Forge God, freeze hit there, another kill, another one to follow. Gabush denying any reset potential out of Crazy. Only one to fall, just the ADC Mechanics. Plonky next, Riftwalk available, Life trying to make a desperate stand versus the forces.
As Flash.
Off the Netherlands, Flash away, will kite away, but this is only going to delay it. We can see the cheering and the laughter in that watch party right now. ETT in the position to potentially end the game, get an inhib here, sit them. See what happens.
This game isn't over. The game is not over off the back of that. 4 members die, and Life maintains hope for their team, kiting out the 2 key carries, just leaving a tank and a support to siege down mid. They will lose the dragon. AGH will not get soul here, possibly not at all. And now it is Twente. Still in the lead, still unkilled is Gabush's Wukong. A massive amount of gold on them, but more importantly, the life of the tournament. Some of these smites are going to be pivotal. With Baron up in 55 seconds, it looks like it could all come down to this.
Everything seems to be in the favor of Esports Team 20. They are poised and ready to take that title. Send AGH back home with a second place finish in UEM. But there is still life in this team. They will be able to fight into this one as items begin to come through. Sure, you have the inevitable scaling of this level 15, nearly to be level 16 Kassadin, but the more scaling comes through as well on the members such as Life and Crazy, the more damage you're going to be able to do.
Thing is, though, Life, without Flash, having to use it on that Miracle Play. Tomic is getting jumped on.
There it is, one more pick. That's not going to be enough to bail you out. That one, Clonky picks it up. Very nice Frozen Heart itemization as well to stop the Camille and Ashe from outputting quite as much DPS.
This is very
aggressive. Go again.
Chase down.
Wukong wants it.
Meanwhile, on the side, Emu forcing Alchemic, and they will kill them. The Ornn wins the side lane battle. The Conqueror is not enough to pivot the matchup. The Ignite too strong. This will turn it over to the Baron. Ashe, Viego, Azir. 3 champions that in any other circumstance could threaten, if not disrupt this objective, but all of them are kept at bay by Clonky's level 16 Kassadin, forcing them off. No chance to walk in. This is Baron. This could be the very end.
Maybe it was the Wukong that was the problem. Keeping it off the table the last few games, finally able to be picked, immediately picked up by the Netherlands team. And
I just have to question allowing that Kassadin to come through. There was a very solid chance. Yeah, AGH had the ability to pick it for themselves, and they decided instead to go with that Azir. They don't end up picking up the Kassadin. It would have been some scaling for them, and instead they're getting absolutely walloped by it.
This is what you have to expect when we have this nigh undefeatable pick. They have so much tankiness as well. Clonky is basically a full tank in of themselves, fueled up by a Karma of Moonstone, an enhanced Moonstone by Ornn. All of the ornaments are through now.
Yep.
This is as strong as you get, Twente. You have to be able to end it here, surely.
Alright, well, it might be their final stand. Those Baron minions coming down. Cannon minions going to take that red inhibitor down. Backing off again. I mean, it is Twente. They're not going to go for the play. They don't want to bank it all because admittedly it is a game 5. And if you throw it here, then it might have been the throw of the century. You could potentially lose the game, lose the championship off the back of that.
It's going to just be a standard tower take. Inhib is there. Should fall all the same.
No, instead they're going to back off. They really want to play this one safe, not looking to play in any way that might put them in a bad spot. Clonky going in.
Level 16 Kassadin, no need to commit, right? Look at how much mana they have. Fimbulwinter, Frozen Heart, and the Everfrost all making them so good at getting around the map. Pressure here.
Might be able to get numbers advantage here, because Clonky's still in the bot side. If they want to go for an engagement, they should have the ability to. No, instead, Magister continuing to match the enemy mid.
Frozen by indecision. They had a great opportunity right there. Oh!
Instead, Magister might have been able to get the jump onto Clonky. Will go down eventually. Kassadin taking that last tower shot. Shut down over to Magister.
Now you have to fight if you are AGH.
There it is. You can't escape Gaboosh. That's another shutdown. There is the bailout and the rest into the corridor. Crazy. The next one to go. He can't get a reset. The Ornn just that little bit too tanky. Looked very good. You still get an advantage out. There's 2 shutdowns over to your key carry into Magister, giving you a little bit more AP, a little bit more itemization.
I can't believe it. The first time we get the Magister Azir sec this game, so late into the game. If this was game 1 again, we'd be criticizing them, but they find it against their lane opponent. This match was pinned on their 2 heads, Clonky versus Magister. The people to watch, and now it is our head-to-head at this next dragon.
Oh, this is so close right now. We can see that there is still life in AGH, but they needed that tower to be able to help to take down Clonky, to be able to actually find those fights. And even with the main carry of Clonky and the second main carry of Gaboosh down, there was still no ability to get through Emu. Emu is so tanky right now that even with that full Kraken Slayer and Lord Dominic's build, nothing to be done.
Oh, so hard right now for both teams. The nerves in the stadium. Certainly feels like AGH can try and make a comeback, but as this Ocean Drake spawns, they don't have the setup. There is 0 vision. It is entirely unsafe to go into your own jungle there, and it will just get collected by the Netherlands. Now, both teams being on Soul Point, that next 5 minutes potentially all to play for if Twente don't find an opening before then.
There's only one route. You have to go through bot here. You can't go anywhere else. You've got the 1 lane left to push. You've got all the tools to do it. It's just a question of how.
Do you split your team up again? We saw last time that not having Clonky around meant that they were able to be picked off. Instead, it looks like it is going to be a full-blown group up. Makes sense, protect all of your carries, especially with Emu, who is so tanky right now.
Especially with the fact they're sharing that tankiness. They have got a Knight's Vow on Mechanics, so that means if you do get onto the backline, if you do get onto this Sivir with Bloodthirster, they get to just feed all their damage over to Ornn.
Right now, the watch is on Magister dashing back. He doesn't have that available. There's the call. Forge got onto 2 defensive shuffle, but it puts them into the hostile takeover. Clonky in the backline, going to delay time. Alchemic going to trade away. Clonky able to get away with the Riftwalk. Still alive now. Life laying down the damage. Cyclone onto 2. Flash into Crazy. Prevent that reset from happening. No chaos from Viego this game. Still 4 left alive, but life right here, giving hope to AGH. That DPS still alive.
TP in from the solo laners. They're coming back. 2 towers left, and it could be it.
ETT want to end the game. The towers are going down, but Nexus will go down. The super minions are there as well. Life putting up his best defense, but it is all but over as Twente will be your UEM 2022 champions.
They do it all the time. Getting through this entire tournament, they were not the favourites. As soon as Kit is gone, they take the crown in spirit and they carry on. This team denied last year by their opposition overcoming their demons. Congratulations, Twente.
Oh, what a performance out of this team from the group stage to now. Only when they have roster issues have they ended up losing out. Just a beautiful performance from them throughout, especially in the playoffs. We saw them in round 2 of the playoffs, and from that point on, they have been dominant. Things looked a little bit shaky in game 3 and game 4, but they come back strong in game 5, and oh, what a series.
Unbelievable. We get to have all 5 games. So brilliant. Thank you so much to both of these teams. That's got to be heartbreaking right there if you are sat on the other side. Magister in particular, after having such an essential role and being able to take those wins that they managed to find. It looked so close in that last game. It was so damn tense. There was a real world where AGH were lifting the trophy, but no, it will not be them. They will be left in second place again.
Just see the emotion on the faces of the players, the jubilation of Twente, and then the disappointment here. Of course, you made it so far, almost completed the reverse sweep, but so far yet so close. The 4-month journey finally coming to an end, and well, Twente, your champions. Carmeline will be there, of course, to see and discuss with on the stage.
Wow.
What a series. Absolutely fantastic. Over there, we're going to get ready for the trophy ceremony. We can lift our own versions, not quite as cool as the ones that they are going to get, but congratulations to Esports Team 20 after what has been a fantastic UEM 2022.
Has been certainly a journey for everybody involved. We will get you the coverage on the main stage as it does come in. She'll be there in a moment to be able to interview the players and see how they're feeling. But yeah, a 3-2 reverse sweep. According to script, you know, I got the prediction right.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, it will be Twente taking it to the very last mark, as close as it gets. Even moments in that game, the last few minutes seemed so tense. There were margins, and everybody on both teams played so well. There were highlights, there were lowlights from both teams, and the fact that everybody gets to walk away from this going, I played pretty damn well, is the one thing that we can all resonate with.
Absolutely. You can come away from these series feeling pretty bad about yourselves, and of course the members of AGH are going to be heartbroken. They were so close to winning it out after what looked like a pretty bad series to start with. They really pulled it back, but they can be proud of themselves. I think we should take a minute just to say congratulations to the players that really stood out. Magister and Life throughout that series were absolutely excellent. In the end, it may well have been a draft decision, giving over that Kassadin, and it's so difficult to play into it.
I mean, ifs and buts, we can't exactly go back and run back the game again. It's one of those things that they all look back on and think about for a long time, but playing on the stage and having those performances and delivering us and all of you out there such an amazing series is something that I will always look back on fondly, and by God, I hope once they're over this one, AGH will too.
I mean, the thing is, for the players, it's just such an experience to be here. I mean, University Esports is a one-of-a-kind experience, and I'm sure for both the teams here, they've had a hell of an experience. I feel like exactly what you say of AGH, maybe come in a few months, you realize, you know what, we might have been the runners-up, but we still came out here with a prize. We still came out here with a medal, in fact, and we got to come to Spain.
Yeah, it's been such a great time out here. It's been so good seeing all of these players really feeling their emotions. You could hear the shouts just back there as soon as that game was open. The emotion on everybody's faces as soon as they win Esports Team 20. You can see the jubilation and the crushing defeat for AGH. But either way, still just fantastic to get players here. We're back finally with live events, live casters, although, more importantly, live players.
Yes, it is something that everybody is all behind and happy about. And speaking of people that are going to be quite happy, that Twente watch party probably lost their mind at the end of that one, being so far ahead and yet dropping it all the way to the last margin just to pick it up, grab that slack and take it.
For the storyline.
Yeah, they did it for the narrative.
Extended PM.
That Shaco pick was right there. That was what gave us the full-on narrative.
Absolutely, absolutely fantastic the whole way through. So very good. We're going to be heading over to that ceremony in just a few seconds, but thank you everybody so much for watching. It's been such a good time overall.
It certainly has. I mean, it's been a hell of an experience for all of us, and I really, really do hope that it has been the same for Twitch chat as well. Enjoying out there. Hope you went through all your snacks and all of the emotions and such, but yeah, absolutely has been a ride.
So very good. That last game, it was so close overall. It could have gone either way. I can't help but be hung up on that casting pick, but removing that casting pick from what we're thinking about, that Ornn, man, you could not kill it.
It was so well done by Twente in the draft, though. They managed to get themselves that early Ornn and say, when it gets to the very end, they put the onus onto AGH. They said, you have to pick. Do you want that Azir that you have played this series and played it pretty damn well, or do you want to take the gambit that we don't have an answer for Kassadin, right? Leaving it to that second rotation and leaving all the answers open, all the questions to be done. AGH not able to hold the pressure.
All right then, well, the coverage will be coming at you. You can see here straight on the main stage, everyone getting ready to receive their prizes.
Oh my goodness.
It's gonna be so good. You can see all of the teams right there, ready and excited. Unfortunately, not everybody can lift the trophy. That's obviously not how these kind of competitions work, but still, oh, such a good time. You can see just how happy they are as they're all stood around that trophy. Nothing feels better than putting in, as you said before, 4 months worth of work, and then you get to the end and you get to lift the trophy.
Been on so many different patches. What did we start on? It was like...
It was 12.5, yeah.
12.5,
Yeah.
There you go. I mean...
6
wow.
patches ago.
6 patches ago.
And everything had changed, and yet things were still quite the same. That karma stayed with us the whole time.
I mean, the fact that we started the tournament with Twente dominating their group with roster problems and them managing to clean sweep through the playoffs and finishing off here, admittedly, with their closest series we've had from them.
Yeah.
Excruciatingly impressive from this team, showing the timeliness and their ability to play over multiple patches. That is what the University Esports are all about. You don't get here, none of these teams get here if they don't win their own region. And winning those regions requires a lot of adaptation because you play throughout the entire hectic year of the league schedule.
Everything is constantly changing when you play in University Esports. Your players as well, for universities themselves to be consistently good, as Esports Team 20 have been, as AGH have been, is incredibly impressive too. You are having a constant turnover of rosters as people, come through, get all of their degrees and leave to either play more League of Legends or to say, I had a good time and move on. And so for the universities themselves as well, bringing home these titles, so impressive.
Yeah, and it is absolutely sort of a roadmap into pro players, we do like to call it, because for some, as you say, it will be the end of the road for them. They had a great experience along the way, but they'll go into whatever else their life decides to take them. But for some, it might be in the further direction of the esports. Of course, we do have Gabush, of course, being that NLC Div 2 player, maybe a future Division 1 player, and maybe you'll see him somewhere else on the world stage, who knows. That is all to be told in the time to come.
Exactly, and I think, if I heard that correctly, we're ready to go.
Oh yeah, let's go see this final ceremony and see Esports Team 20 lift that trophy.
Hello casters, I'm here on the stage with the top 3 teams. So exciting to see them all together in this one shirt. And we're ready to start giving out the medals. We're going to start with the 3rd team. Okay, so we're going to start with Janil Smesler Ulu from Turkey. Okay, so please go ahead. What do you think, guys? Are you excited? I hope you're excited. I don't know if you can hear me. Hopefully, yes. But in the meantime, well, as you can see, they are giving out the medals to everyone. And what do you think? Do you think they look serious? I think they look pretty happy to have reached this level. In the end, they are in Alicante.
Yeah, congratulations
3rd place,
to them.
right?
So very good for them. 3rd place, especially coming from that last chance qualifier, making it all the way to 3rd, just excellent.
We do love to get to see their rightful rewards as well. Obviously, I'm going to say it one last time, and the money. Getting that 3rd place is obviously a little bump in the prize pool, as all of these players will know based on their current positions, and it is so impressive getting to see how these teams have developed, not only throughout the tournament, but I mean, Yelomez, though, have their own story, just riding out of nowhere into the last chance qualifier and driving their way here.
Absolutely. And, well, there we go. You can celebrate this. Thank you very much for standing here. Congratulations to you. But it's time to go with the second team. The team in second place, they just played. So please, casters from your room, give it up for the Polish team ADH. Woo!
Let's go.
AGH, second place.
Yeah, congratulations to them. What a performance the whole way through.
Absolutely enthralling, managing to take us all the way to those 5 games. Yes, we made our comments about saying, yeah, it was about Shaco, but at the end of the day, Bosch is really good. That team is really good. They won the tournament. They could have won that game, and the fact that AGH managed to make it so dramatic the whole way through was impressive.
Certainly stepped up to do it, and, well, you know what? As we're talking about, they'll remember this experience in the time to come. They have all the souvenirs for them, these individual medals. Definitely a memory to remember.
Yeah, can hang those up and be very proud of themselves. Hopefully they'll be back again. We'll be able to see them, see if they can finally bring home that title for Poland.
Third time's charm.
Well, we get to know more about what the future holds, because now I'm going to ask everyone here on the stage and also you casters to please gather here for the grand entrance of the champions for the Emerson University Esports Masters 2022 Esports Team 20.
Woo! That's it.
Look at them go.
I like that, getting the applause out from AGH2.
Well, we'll hear the guys. Congratulations, first of all, for winning that incredible Best of 5 series. Congratulations for making it 1 year. And now we need to talk. I'm going to talk here with the captain, Kitty Katie. We've been talking to you through the entire tournament, haven't we? So, first of all, how are you feeling right now? What are your experiences like?
Yeah, it's really cool to actually win it this year. Last year we lost to Poland, but luckily this year we showed that we have improved. Really happy. So we're really excited, yeah.
Okay, and I think the question everyone has right now is what's going to happen to you in the future? Have you talked about it? Are you going to keep on competing? Are you going to, go do something else?
Well, tonight we're gonna party again, and then like tomorrow or maybe the day after in the airplane back we'll discuss things. But now we're just gonna enjoy the evening and have a nice time.
I will ask how you plan on celebrating this victory, but I think you've told me like 5 times already, so I'm not going to ask you anymore. But I also want to ask you, do you have anything you want to say to the people who have been watching? You've got a viewing party there in the Netherlands, so any comments about it?
Hello, thank you all ETT, all my friends for watching. I hope you enjoyed the series. We made it a bit more exciting in the last 3 games for you guys, so you could enjoy. So thank you all for watching.
Thank you for watching to everyone, and now I'm gonna let you have your moment of glory, the moment you've waited for so long. Please go get the trophy. I wait here.
Moment of celebration. It's one thing to say they earned that. Another thing to say they fought for it.
Absolutely.
I mean, you should be here on the stage right now. The excitement is real. You can see the happiness in the faces after such a long-awaited victory. Right now, we're having them here. And now they've gotten the medals. I think it's the time that we've all been waiting for, haven't we?
Yeah, this is the really exciting bit, the big boy trophy. We've shown you the small ones, and
that is the big one for the victors of the tournament.
That's it. That's the moment right there.
Oh, beautiful.
That's what we live for in esports.
There's a piece of it on the floor.
Oh my gosh, you should have
Brush
heard
it under.
what's going on right now. But before they leave, we're going to have a few words with them as well. Because now that you've lifted the trophy. So, who's going to take it home?
Our IDC and Super Drafter in the 5th game, he drafted the perfect draft. So I think he deserves the
True.
trophy this time.
Okay, no credit to the coach whatsoever. Amazing. Okay, so anyone else wants to have some words here? Just something brief to commemorate this moment. Anyone that wants to take a step ahead? No? Okay, seemingly they want to go partying right now. So just a last words for you before we just go to say goodbye to the casters.
Thank you to everyone. Sorry, my voice is a bit down. I have to shot call the whole team, so thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for being here one more time. Gonna toss it back to the casters. Thank you for watching, and you guys can go celebrate already.
Wow, absolutely deserved winners of the tournament right there, and well, they're gonna party hard. I can assure you of that.
And they have the prize money to do it now as well.
Oh yeah, if you want to blow 5,000 euros in Alicante, I do not recommend it, but you certainly can do it.
Why wouldn't they at the end of the day, as that is going to be it for us. An amazing tournament with an amazing capstone. I mean, they did all their work in the last game. It's perfectly representative of how the ADC has been having to do shot calling, having to do that draft, and I completely agree. It was a top-notch draft.
Oh, it was beautiful right there, just excellent the whole way through. And that is it, guys. This is our wrap up right now for the very end of the University Esports Masters 2022.
Not leaving me out of this.
We have a surprise come along.
Exactly. It was not just the three of us on the desk. We couldn't have done it without you, and that was a heck of a good time.
It was amazing to be here with you guys, walking. I hope we can get back together in the future, maybe next year.
Such a good time. Thank you so much to the behind-the-scenes crew who have made this all possible. You saw the pauses, but it has not just been the pauses. Behind the scenes is an absolute nightmare. We stand here and look pretty, hopefully, and then they do all the work behind the scenes for us, are just absolutely excellent. So thank you to everybody who has worked on this behind the scenes, from the people at the Newell staff to the people here in Alicante. We thank you.
Yeah, of course, the whole GG Tech as well. We wouldn't have this production without them, and of course our sponsors as well, Intel and Twitch Student. I mean, there's a lot of people that just make this sort of thing possible, and I really do hope that you have enjoyed it.
Absolutely. And I mean, at the end of the day, right, this is all about university esports. It's something that I think we all hold very close to our heart. We literally would not be here without it, and it is something so insane. It is an experience that I 100% recommend. If you have the option to get involved, please do get involved. Find out on the UE Masters website what your local tournament is, because that could be you right there. I know we say it, but that genuinely can be you. There's no reason for it not to be. If you want to just compete with your friends, have fun, that's completely fine. Do it. It is the most fun experience I can recommend. Getting into that competition, getting to have that camaraderie with your team, and, you know, we get to have a bit of camaraderie ourselves here on the desk.
Yeah, we get to have an absolutely fantastic time.
I agree completely. I'm so glad that I was here to experience all of this. And, well, I think the teams have gotten the time to celebrate. It's about our time to celebrate as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it was such a good ride. Thank you guys so much for having us. And, I mean, I'm not sure what we're going to do to celebrate. Probably not go out on the town, but
lay down? We've been standing
sleep.
for quite a while.
Yeah, I think that wouldn't be a bad suggestion for all of us. But
yeah. Absolutely, get involved. Find your local tournament, whatever game it is. Doesn't have to be League of Legends. Anything you have, play. It is such a good time, and who knows, sunny Alicante may well be in your future.
UEmasters.com, the information should all be on there.
Yeah. I've been Black Bloxer.
I've been Melvin Izzle.
Been Takua.
Well, I am currently Carmeline.
And we've been your broadcast talent for UEM 2022. Thank you all so much for watching. Goodbye.
Stay safe and healthy.